It started in late September, the kind of crisp, clear morning that makes the woods look alive in a way that's almost hypnotic. I had been planning this solo hiking trip for months, a weekend getaway into the Allegheny National Forest in northwestern Pennsylvania. I needed time away from work, away from the constant noise of my apartment, my coworkers, and even the city itself. I was in my mid-30s, reasonably experienced with the outdoors, and I'd done long solo hikes before, but something about this particular trip felt heavier, like the forest was waiting for me. I left Friday afternoon. My Jeep was packed tight with gear: tent, sleeping bag, food, a small camping stove, first aid kit, and a flashlight. I told my sister I'd be out for the weekend and gave her the rough area I'd be hiking in, nothing specific. I liked the idea of getting completely off the grid. By the time I reached the parking lot near the trailhead, the sun was beginning to dip behind the trees. I double-checked my pack, took a deep breath of the forest air, and started down the trail. The first few miles were peaceful. I moved quickly but not recklessly, following the main trail through thick stands of hemlock and oak. The smell of damp earth, decaying leaves, and pine was intoxicating, familiar, and comforting. Birds flitted through the branches, and small animals rustled through the underbrush, and the occasional breeze stirred the leaves in a gentle rustling symphony. I had chosen this trail specifically because it led into a less trafficked section of the forest after about 5 miles, where I planned to set up camp. By late afternoon, I found a narrow side trail branching off from the main path. It was overgrown, the kind of trail that looked more like a game path than a human-made trail. Perfect. I followed it, pushing through low-hanging branches and thick undergrowth. As I walked, I noticed that the air grew heavier, cooler, almost damp, and the usual forest sounds, birds, wind, insects, seemed to thin out, replaced by a silence that felt unnatural. After another hour, I found a clearing large enough for my tent. It was surrounded by towering trees, their roots twisting out of the ground like the fingers of old giants. The ground was flat, covered in leaves, moss, and pine needles. I set up my tent quickly, built a small fire pit with stones I found around the clearing, and started a modest fire. I ate some canned beans and a granola bar, the flame casting long shadows that danced across the forest floor. Night fell quickly. The temperature dropped, and the forest grew quiet, save for the occasional rustle of animals in the underbrush. I was about to crawl into my sleeping bag when I noticed movement on the edge of the firelight. A shadow flitted between the trees. I froze, straining my eyes. The figure was tall, too thin to be a deer, moving slowly, deliberately. I grabbed my flashlight and swept the beam over the clearing, but there was nothing there. Just the trees. I tried to convince myself it was a trick of the light, a tree branch swaying in the wind. I crawled into my sleeping bag, telling myself I was being paranoid, but sleep didn't come easily. Every rustle of leaves made my heart jump. Around midnight, I thought I heard footsteps, not animal, but human, slow and careful, crunching over fallen leaves. I lay perfectly still, listening. The steps circled my camp, always distant enough to remain unseen, but unmistakably deliberate. I didn't sleep much that night. When I finally drifted into a shallow doze, I dreamed of being watched, of a tall figure standing just beyond my tent, never moving, always staring. I woke several times to the sensation of being observed, the hair on the back of my neck standing on end. Morning brought some relief. Sunlight filtered through the trees, and everything looked normal again. I decided to hike further into the woods, figuring movement might help shake off the tension. I left my camp set up, taking only my pack, water, and a small first aid kit. At first, the hike was easy, following a faint animal trail deeper into the forest. But as the day went on, the woods grew thicker, the paths less defined. I noticed the trees were oddly spaced, some trunks scarred with deep gouges, some bark scratched in patterns that looked deliberate. I paused frequently, trying to convince myself they were just natural marks, or the result of bears or other wildlife. But unease settled in my stomach like a stone. Around midday, I stumbled into another clearing. This one was different from the first. The grass was flattened as if people had been there recently, and in the center was a ring of stones blackened by fire. The stones were arranged too neatly to be natural. I crouched down to inspect them. They were smooth, weathered, cold despite the sunlight. Something about the arrangement felt intentional, ritualistic. My skin prickled. I stood up quickly, looking around. The forest seemed to hold its breath. I didn't linger. I tried to retrace my steps to camp, but it was as if the forest had shifted. Trails I thought I remembered vanished into undergrowth. Landmarks I'd passed earlier seemed unfamiliar. Hours passed. Sunlight faded faster than I expected. I realized I was lost. My heart raced, and I forced myself to stay calm. I checked my compass, oriented myself, and started moving, hoping to find some recognizable path. By late afternoon, I finally saw a familiar ridge of trees in the distance. Relief flooded me, but as I approached, I noticed something disturbing. The forest floor near my camp was disturbed, trampled, as if someone or something had been there while I was gone. My tent flap was partially open. My sleeping bag had been pulled halfway out, dragged across the ground. My pack had been unzipped, its contents sifted through. At first, I thought maybe a bear or raccoon had gotten into it, but nothing was torn, nothing missing, just the careful, deliberate search. That night, I built a larger fire, keeping the flames high. Every few minutes, I thought I saw movement just beyond the firelight. Shadows shifted unnaturally, branches cracked, leaves rustled. At one point, I swear I saw a figure standing at the edge of the clearing, a tall, thin shape, completely still. I flashed my light on it, but it vanished instantly. I held my hatchet close, telling myself to stay calm, to breathe, but fear gnawed at me relentlessly. I didn't sleep again. Every sound made me jump. The snap of a twig, the brush of wind against the leaves, the distant call of an owl. Around midnight, I heard it. Footsteps circling my camp, slow and deliberate, crunching over leaves and twigs. I stayed perfectly still, gripping my hatchet, waiting. The sounds moved closer, then farther, then closer again. I didn't dare make a sound. By dawn, everything stopped. The forest was quiet again, deceptively peaceful. I knew I couldn't stay another night. Whatever had been circling me, watching me, was still out there. I packed my gear with shaking hands, never letting my eyes leave the tree line. As I slung my pack over my shoulders and began walking, I heard something that froze me in place. A whisper, barely audible, but unmistakably my name. Daniel. I didn't answer. I ran. Branches tore at my arms and face, roots snagged my boots, but I didn't stop. The whisper followed me, just faint enough to remain unnerving. After what felt like hours, I broke through the trees onto a gravel road. I collapsed, gasping, disoriented, but relieved to see human tracks and distant smoke from a passing truck. I never went back to that section of the forest. The memory of that weekend, the feeling of being watched, of the whispering footsteps in the dark, has never left me. Even now, years later, when I close my eyes at night, I hear that faint voice calling my name from the shadows, just beyond the light. Story the end. The first time I went into the deep woods of northern Wisconsin, I didn't know I was walking into something that would haunt me for the rest of my life. I was 22, restless, and eager to escape the suffocating routine of my college town life. My friend Mike had been begging me to join him for a weekend camping trip somewhere off the map, where cell service didn't exist and you couldn't even see another human for miles. I didn't think much of it. I was craving a break, craving the quiet, craving a story I could tell when I returned. I thought I was brave. I was wrong. We left Friday afternoon, my car packed with basic camping gear, a cooler full of food, flashlights, and sleeping bags. Mike had driven this way hundreds of times, he said, down narrow logging roads through stretches where only the trees seemed alive. By the time we left the last small town behind, the sky had begun to turn the kind of gray that makes everything feel muted and strange. It was the kind of light that turns the ordinary into something threatening without warning. The road narrowed, gravel crunching under the tires, with pines and birches leaning close enough to blot out what little light there was. Somewhere along the way, Mike turned off onto a dirt track that seemed less like a road and more like a path created by trucks and ATVs over decades. I noticed right away that the air smelled different, damp, earthy, and oddly metallic, like the smell of blood mingled with pine sap. I mentioned it, and Mike just shrugged. "That's the woods," he said. "They smell alive." We parked near a creek just before sunset. The last remnants of light glinted off the water, making it look almost unnatural, like liquid glass flowing over stones. We set up camp on a small clearing about 30 feet from the bank. I helped collect firewood while Mike unpacked, and by the time we sat down in front of the fire, it was dark enough that the trees became a solid wall of black. The quiet was profound. No cars, no planes, not even birds or insects. Just the soft gurgle of the creek and the occasional pop of burning wood. We drank a few beers and traded stories, and at first, everything felt perfect. But as the fire dwindled, I started to notice it, the subtle shift in the darkness beyond the clearing, a sound almost imperceptible at first, like the crunch of leaves underfoot. I froze. Mike didn't notice. I told myself it was an animal, a deer or something. But then the sound repeated, deliberate, steady, almost pacing. My stomach tightened. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe someone else had a campsite nearby, but the nearest road was miles back. I told Mike about the sound, but he laughed it off. Probably a raccoon, he said, tossing another log onto the fire. I didn't believe him. There was a rhythm to the movement that didn't feel natural. The more I listened, the more I realized it was slow, careful, like someone was measuring every step to avoid detection. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept the flashlight in my hand, tossing glances at the tree line. At one point, I thought I saw movement, a dark figure slipping behind a trunk, but every time I swung the light in that direction, nothing was there. It was gone. But I knew I hadn't imagined it. Morning didn't bring relief. I told Mike I wanted to pack up and leave, but he insisted we explore further. We hiked upstream, deeper into the woods, following an overgrown trail that had probably not seen human traffic in decades. The canopy was thick, turning the late morning into twilight. Fallen leaves muffled our footsteps, making every snap of a twig sound deafening. We found an abandoned cabin, or what was left of one. The roof had caved in, and the walls were splintered and blackened. A rusted stove sat in the corner, and shards of glass glinted like teeth in the dirt floor. Mike was excited, exploring like a kid in a forgotten playground, but I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the wind. I couldn't shake the sense that we weren't alone. By late afternoon, we returned to camp, exhausted. The sun had dipped and shadows stretched long through the trees. Mike tried to start a fire, but the wood was damp. We ended up eating cold beans out of cans, the silence between us growing heavier. That's when I first heard the whistle. It was faint, a high-pitched sequence of notes that didn't belong to any bird or animal I knew. The kind of thing someone might whistle to themselves while working, or maybe a tune remembered from childhood. But wrong, off-key, deliberate. I froze. Mike didn't hear it at first, but then he did. Probably a hunter, he said, though his voice lacked conviction. The whistle came again, closer this time. We could both hear it clearly, and it was moving. Not just through the trees, it felt like it was approaching. I don't like this, I said, and for the first time I realized I was genuinely afraid. We packed our gear quickly, deciding to hike out, but the trail we had taken in now felt alien. Branches and roots seemed to shift underfoot. Every direction looked the same, and the whistle didn't stop. I remember the panic setting in. We tried calling for help, yelling, but our voices felt swallowed by the dense forest. Then we started hearing footsteps, slow, measured, matching ours, but never catching up. At times, it sounded like someone was right behind us, breathing, but whenever we turned, the trail was empty. Night fell fully before we found any semblance of the road. We stumbled onto a logging path, mud and leaves slick under our boots, hearts pounding. The whistle stopped as soon as we broke the tree line, as if whatever had been following us didn't dare leave the forest. We didn't look back. We didn't speak much until we reached the truck. The drive back was quiet. Neither of us mentioned the full extent of what had happened. In the days afterward, I tried to rationalize it, maybe a hunter, maybe someone lost, maybe even my mind playing tricks. But I never forgot the way those footsteps seemed to anticipate ours, the way that whistle carried through the trees like it was alive, like it knew where we were going. Years later, I still avoid those woods. The memory doesn't fade. I sometimes wake up at night, convinced I hear that whistle drifting through the dark, just out of reach, calling me back. And I know, deep down, if I ever go back, it will be waiting. It's been nearly a decade, and I still see the trees sometimes, in dreams or when I'm driving through quiet stretches of the Midwest. The forest waits, patient, silent, watching. I've told a few friends, some laugh, some nod politely. None of them understand. They haven't heard the deliberate steps pacing in the darkness. They haven't felt the weight of unseen eyes in every shadow. They haven't heard the whistle. I don't even know what it was. A man? Something else? I don't think I want to. Some things once seen or heard can't be unlearned. The memory lingers, the echo of something beyond explanation, a presence that seems patient, knowing, alive. And I know one day, maybe, if I'm not careful, I'll hear it again. Waiting, whistling, just beyond the tree line. I've tried to forget. I've tried to tell myself it was just fear, just imagination. But I can't. Every shadow at the edge of the woods, every rustle in the leaves makes me think of that night. The night that taught me the woods are not just quiet, they are aware. They remember. And sometimes they wait. I still see Mike from time to time, but he's different now. He won't go near the woods. When I talk about that night, he doesn't say much, just shakes his head. I know he remembers. I know he heard it too. Sometimes I drive past those old logging roads. I slow down, glance at the trees, and I feel it. The sense that something is still there. Patient, waiting. Maybe it knows I'm thinking about it, and that's enough. That's enough to keep me up at night. And I know deep in my chest that if I ever go back, it will be waiting. Story the end. When I was younger, I used to think the woods were peaceful. I grew up in western Pennsylvania, where endless forests stretched over rolling hills, broken only by the occasional small town or logging road. My dad had taken me hunting there since I was about 12, and even when I wasn't carrying a rifle, I would walk the trails, camp out, or just sit against a tree listening to the birds. It always felt quiet, predictable, and safe in a way. But the older I got, the more I started hearing stories. People would talk about missing hunters, strange lights, or eerie sounds in the valleys where no houses existed. I brushed it all off for a long time. That was until the trip that changed everything. It happened in the fall of 2011. I was 26 at the time, living in a small town not far from the Allegheny National Forest. A buddy of mine, Mike, had suggested we go on a weekend camping trip to one of the deeper stretches of woods he had found on a map. He said there was an old logging road that wasn't used anymore, but if you followed it long enough, it led to a clearing beside a stream where we could set up camp. Mike was one of those guys who loved going off the grid. No cell service, no people, no sign of civilization. I wasn't against the idea, though I preferred sticking closer to marked trails. But Mike was convincing, and he promised it would be the kind of weekend we'll remember forever. Looking back, that phrase feels heavier than it did when he said it. We packed light: tents, sleeping bags, a small propane stove, a cooler with some food and beer, and a couple rifles since it was around the start of deer season. We drove as far as his old Chevy Blazer could handle on the logging road, which had turned into a rut-filled mess of mud and broken stone. Finally, we had to park and continue on foot. The road had clearly been abandoned for decades. Trees had pushed in from both sides, and thick moss covered what was left of the gravel. After about an hour of hiking, we reached the clearing Mike had promised. He wasn't lying. It was beautiful. The stream ran clear, bubbling over rocks, and the clearing was wide enough for both our tents with room to spare. The canopy of trees above let through patches of orange and red sunlight as the leaves clung to the last colors of autumn. We set up camp, started a small fire, and cooked some hot dogs. For a while, it felt like the kind of trip you see in an outdoor magazine. But the first odd thing happened that night. It must have been close to midnight. The fire had burned down, and we were sitting on logs talking quietly when both of us froze. From the woods behind us came this sound, like a whistle. But it wasn't the casual kind of whistle someone makes while walking. It was slow, deliberate, rising and falling in pitch. A tune. That was the part that made it unsettling. It sounded like someone was trying to whistle a song. Mike immediately grabbed his flashlight and swung it toward the tree line. Of course, the beam only lit up the first few trunks before fading into darkness. "You hear that?" I whispered. He nodded, his jaw tight. "Yeah. Could be another camper." "Out here?" I asked. We didn't pass any cars for miles. The whistling stopped. The woods went silent, not even a cricket. Then, after what felt like forever, it started again, this time from a different direction. Mike muttered a curse and stoked the fire higher, as if more light would somehow push back the unease. We sat there, rifles within reach, until the sound finally faded into the distance. Neither of us admitted how unnerving it was, but when we went to bed, I noticed Mike kept his rifle inside his tent. I did the same. The next morning, things felt normal again. Sunlight streamed through the trees, and the stream looked calm and inviting. We spent most of the day hiking around, trying to spot deer tracks and maybe even get lucky enough to find one. We didn't have much success, but it was still fun. By the time evening rolled in, we were tired and ready for a meal. That second night was worse. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up needing to use the bathroom. I unzipped my tent and stepped out into the cold air. The fire had long since gone out, leaving only faint embers glowing. The forest was dark, silent, and heavy with fog rolling in from the stream. I walked a few yards away, did my business, and was about to head back when I heard it again. That damn whistling. But this time it was close. Too close. I spun around trying to locate the direction, but it seemed to come from everywhere at once. The tune was clearer now, almost like a lullaby. My stomach dropped as I realized something. It wasn't just whistling. It was broken, as though someone's throat was too dry or their lungs weren't strong enough. Each note cracked, strained, but still tried to form the melody. I rushed back to my tent, heart racing. I shook Mike awake and told him. He sat up, bleary-eyed, but when he heard it too, his face went pale. Without a word, he pulled on his boots and grabbed his flashlight. Against my better judgment, I followed him. We crept toward the trees, moving slowly. The whistle continued, steady, almost mocking. Mike shined the beam in every direction, but it revealed nothing beyond trunks and branches. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the sound stopped. "Hello?" Mike called out. His voice cracked a little, betraying his nerves. "Who's out there?" No answer, just silence, thicker than before. We stood there for what felt like minutes. Then, from far off in the distance, deeper into the woods, we heard something new. Not whistling this time, laughing. It wasn't loud, more like a chuckle carried on the wind. But there was no mistaking it. It was a person's laugh, distorted by the trees and the fog. That was enough for me. I turned and walked back to camp, refusing to run, but needing to put distance between me and whatever was out there. Mike stayed a little longer, sweeping his light, but eventually came back too. Neither of us slept much after that. The next day, we argued about what to do. Mike wanted to stick it out, saying it was probably just some weirdo messing with us. "They'll get bored eventually," he said. But I wasn't so sure. Whoever it was had gone out of their way to follow us, to circle our camp at night. That wasn't boredom, that was intent. We compromised, deciding to stay one more night, but pack up first thing in the morning. That third night, I wish we had just left. The whistling started earlier, before we even went to bed. We sat by the fire, tense, listening as it drifted through the trees. Sometimes it was close, sometimes far, but never in one place for long. It felt like whoever or whatever it was knew exactly how to keep us guessing. At one point, Mike shouted into the woods, demanding they show themselves. The whistle stopped immediately, a beat of silence. Then, from directly behind his tent, came the loudest, clearest whistle yet. Sharp, deliberate, the exact same tune we'd been hearing. We both jumped up, grabbing rifles, hearts pounding. Mike swung the flashlight at his tent, but nothing was there. No footprints in the dirt, no rustling branches, just empty space. That was when we realized how bad it was. Whatever was out there wasn't just wandering. It was playing with us. I don't remember falling asleep, but at some point exhaustion took over. I woke up just before dawn to the sound of movement outside my tent. Not footsteps exactly, but dragging, like someone was pulling something heavy across the ground. I froze. Every muscle locked. The dragging sound circled my tent slowly, crunching over leaves, pausing, then continuing. I couldn't breathe. My rifle was right next to me, but I was too afraid to unzip the tent and look. After what felt like forever, the sound stopped. I lay there, drenched in sweat, until sunlight finally started to filter through the fabric. When I got out, Mike was already packing, his face pale, eyes wide. He had heard it too. We didn't talk much as we tore down camp. We just wanted to leave. As we hiked back to the car, though, I noticed something that made my stomach twist. All along the trail, in the mud and soft earth, were footprints, bare feet, dozens of them circling our camp, following our path. Some were small, like a child's. Others were larger than any I'd ever seen. And not one set looked fresh. They looked old, weathered, as if they had been stamped into the ground long before we ever arrived. But the leaves had fallen over them recently. That meant something, or someone had uncovered them. We didn't stop walking until we reached the car. We threw everything inside and drove back down that broken road as fast as we could. Neither of us said a word until we hit pavement again. Even now, years later, I don't have an explanation. I don't know if it was people or something else entirely. I just know that when the sun goes down and the woods get quiet, I can still hear that whistling in the back of my head. I never went camping that deep again, and I don't think I ever will. Story: the end. The first time I heard about the old forest out near the edge of town, it wasn't from a friend or even from a news story. It was from a man I barely knew, sitting on a wobbly stool in the corner of a rundown gas station just before dusk. I had been driving through back roads, chasing the fading light on a late September evening, when I stopped for gas and a coffee. The man had weathered skin, the kind that looked like it had spent decades baked under the sun, and a beard so overgrown it seemed to grow in all directions. When I asked him if there were any good camping spots nearby, his eyes shifted toward the stretch of pine trees past the edge of the highway, and he just shook his head. "Don't go in there," he muttered, almost as though he was tired of repeating himself. I laughed, thinking he meant it in that small town, outsiders don't belong here way. But he didn't look away. He didn't smile either. His face hardened, and in the dim glow of the gas station's single buzzing light, I could see the seriousness behind his words. "What's wrong with it?" I asked, curiosity outweighing his warning. He spat into a paper cup and said, "People go in there, they don't always come out." At the time, I thought it was just another one of those local scare stories, the kind that gets recycled to keep kids from sneaking off into the woods at night. But as I would later find out, he wasn't exaggerating. He wasn't warning me just for the sake of spooking a stranger. He was trying to keep me alive. I didn't listen. The next morning, I packed up my gear and drove toward those woods. The sun was bright, the air sharp with that early fall crispness, and the road that led me there was nothing more than a cracked ribbon of asphalt overtaken by moss and weeds. My plan was simple: hike a couple of miles in, set up camp, maybe fish at one of the creeks I'd read about online, and spend the night under the stars. I was used to being alone in nature, had done countless solo trips before. This one didn't feel any different. But when I crossed the tree line, the first thing that struck me was how quiet it was. I've been in plenty of forests, and there's always a sound: wind rustling the canopy, birds chattering, squirrels darting around. Here it was like stepping into a room where someone had sucked the air out. Every footstep of mine crunched too loudly, and the longer I walked, the more aware I became of my own breathing. About 2 hours in, I started to get that creeping feeling that someone was behind me. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but nothing was there. Just endless rows of trees, all standing tall and stiff like soldiers. Still, it didn't shake the sensation. I found a decent clearing by late afternoon, a small patch where the sunlight managed to break through. I pitched my tent, gathered some dry branches for a fire, and tried to shake off the unease. Once the fire was going, I cooked a can of beans and sat there listening, waiting for the forest to come alive with nighttime creatures. But it didn't. Even as the darkness bled into the woods, there were no crickets, no owls, just that heavy silence pressing down on everything. By midnight, I was wide awake inside my tent, the fire having died down to glowing embers. I hadn't heard a single thing move around me, not even a branch snapping in the distance. Then, as I started to drift off, I heard something faint. It wasn't the howl of a coyote or the patting of a raccoon. It was humming. A low, steady hum that seemed to weave through the trees like it was coming from everywhere at once. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I thought maybe I was half asleep, my brain filling in the silence with something imagined. But the longer I listened, the clearer it became. It wasn't just humming, it was a tune, slow and deliberate, like someone was singing to themselves. I sat there in the tent, gripping my flashlight, debating whether I should call out, but something in me said not to. Something deep and primal told me to stay still, stay quiet. The humming lasted for maybe a minute more, then it faded into nothing. When morning came, I almost convinced myself I'd dreamt it. I stepped outside, stretched, and brewed coffee over the fire, trying to ground myself. But then I noticed something strange in the dirt about 20 feet from my tent. Footprints. Bare footprints. They weren't mine. I'd been wearing boots since I got there. These prints were small, almost child-sized, and they led out from the trees before circling my campsite in a wide loop. Then they disappeared back into the woods. My stomach dropped. The memory of that humming slammed back into me, and suddenly the silence of the forest wasn't just unsettling, it was suffocating. I should have packed up then and there, but some stubborn part of me wanted answers. I told myself maybe it was some local kid messing around, though deep down I knew no kid would be wandering barefoot through these woods in the middle of the night. Still, I decided to stay another night, against every instinct screaming otherwise. I hiked further out during the day, following the creek until I found an old wooden bridge barely hanging together. The thing looked decades old, half rotted, with moss eating away at the planks. Beneath it, the water ran black and slow. Carved into the railing of the bridge were names, dozens of them, etched deep with knives or nails. Most were so weathered they were unreadable, but a few stood out. Ellen, 1992. Derek, 2004. Rachel, 2011. Seeing those names chilled me in a way I can't fully explain. They weren't memorials, not like the crosses you see by the roadside. They felt more like marks, like signatures left behind by people who had been here, who maybe never left. That second night, I tried to stay awake, determined to catch whatever had been circling me. I stoked the fire higher, sat with my flashlight in hand, and listened. Hours dragged by. Midnight came and went. The woods stayed oppressively still. Then, sometime past 2, the humming returned. It was closer this time, clearer. A woman's voice, soft and lilting, carrying a melody I didn't recognize. My blood ran cold as I realized it wasn't coming from all around me anymore. It was coming from a specific direction, just beyond the edge of my firelight. I raised my flashlight and shined it toward the sound. At first, I saw nothing but trees. Then, my beam caught movement. A figure standing just far enough that I couldn't make out details. What I did see made my stomach twist. The figure was pale, almost unnaturally so, and it wasn't moving toward me. It was swaying, back and forth, like it was dancing to its own song. I shouted, "Who's there?" But the figure didn't respond. It just kept swaying, the humming never breaking. That's when I noticed something worse. Around me, on the ground, more footprints had appeared. Small, bare prints circling the camp again. Only this time, they hadn't been there minutes earlier. It was like they'd formed while I was staring into the trees. Panic took over. I bolted inside my tent, zipped it up, and gripped the flashlight like a weapon. The humming grew louder, closer, until it felt like the voice was right outside the thin fabric walls. I held my breath, my whole body trembling. Then, just as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The silence returned, heavier than before. I didn't sleep at all. At the first hint of dawn, I tore down my tent, stuffed everything into my pack, and started hiking back. But the forest wasn't letting me go that easily. The trail I'd come in on was gone. I swear I retraced my steps exactly, but every direction I turned led me deeper into the trees. My compass spun uselessly, the needle twitching like it couldn't decide where north was. I walked for hours, my legs aching, the weight of my pack digging into my shoulders, but I never broke free of the woods. By late afternoon, exhaustion set in. I stumbled back into the clearing where my camp had been, as if the forest itself had looped me around. Only now, the clearing wasn't empty. In the center stood that same pale figure. This time I could see her clearly. A woman, barefoot, her long hair hanging in tangled clumps, her face too pale, too still. Her eyes, when they met mine, were dark and endless. She didn't blink, didn't move, just stood there as though she had been waiting for me. My chest tightened, and I felt something I can only describe as pure dread. A feeling that went deeper than fear, deeper than logic. Something in me knew I was in the presence of something that wasn't human. I turned and ran, crashing through branches, tearing my arms and legs on thorns. I didn't care where I was going, only that I had to get away. Behind me, faint but unmistakable, I heard it again. That humming. It followed me, growing louder the faster I ran. I don't know how long I sprinted before I finally burst through the tree line, stumbling out onto the highway where my car was parked. My lungs burned, my vision swam, but when I looked back, the woods were just trees again, silent, unmoving. I didn't wait. I threw my gear in the car, peeled out onto the road, and didn't stop until I was 2 towns away. I never went back. But sometimes when I'm alone at night, I still hear it. That low, steady hum weaving through the quiet, reminding me that the forest isn't done with me, that maybe, when I least expect it, it'll call me back. Story the end. It was early October when I decided to head into the Allegheny National Forest in northwestern Pennsylvania for a solo camping trip. I had been working nonstop in Pittsburgh for months. Long hours, high stress clients, constant notifications on my phone, and I needed a break from the city, from people, from noise. I wanted silence and the kind of deep solitude that only comes when you are miles away from civilization, surrounded by nothing but trees, leaves, and sky. I had always loved the woods, ever since I was a kid, camping with my dad, but this time I was going farther in than I ever had alone. I left early Friday morning, my Jeep loaded with all the essentials: a tent, sleeping bag, portable stove, canned food, plenty of water, a first aid kit, compass, map, flashlight, and a small hatchet for protection. I told my sister where I'd be generally, but I didn't give her the exact location. I wanted to be completely off the grid. The drive north was quiet, the highways cutting through small towns and stretches of farmland before fading into dense forests. By mid-morning, I reached the small dirt parking lot marking the trailhead. The forest rose immediately, thick and green, the sunlight dappling the forest floor in golden patches. The first few miles on the main trail were easy and calming. The smell of pine, damp earth, and decaying leaves filled my senses, and the sounds of birds calling and squirrels rustling in the underbrush reminded me why I loved being outdoors. Deer darted through the trees from time to time, and the occasional squirrel stared at me from a branch before scurrying away. I felt at peace, almost meditative, moving steadily and enjoying the rhythm of my footsteps on the leaf-covered trail. Around noon, I came to a fork in the path. One trail was well-traveled and clearly marked, while the other was overgrown, narrow, and almost completely hidden under fallen leaves and branches. It looked like a game trail rather than a trail made for humans. The overgrown trail called to me. I wanted to see where it led. Pushing through branches and thorn bushes, I moved slowly, making sure to keep track of landmarks. The further I went, the quieter the forest became. The usual sounds of wildlife began to thin until the only noise was the crunch of leaves beneath my boots and my own breathing. After about an hour, I stumbled into a small clearing. Flat ground covered in pine needles and fallen leaves, shaded by a cluster of large oaks. It was perfect for camping. I set up my tent quickly, built a small fire pit with stones I found scattered around, and started a modest fire. The sun was dipping behind the trees and shadows stretched long across the clearing. I cooked a simple meal over the fire, leaning back against my pack and listening to the forest settle around me. It was the kind of peace I had been seeking, the deep quiet that makes the woods feel alive yet untouched. Night fell faster than I expected. The temperature dropped sharply, and the comforting sounds of the daytime forest vanished entirely. Around 11 p.m., I woke to a noise that immediately put me on edge, leaves crunching outside the perimeter of my firelight. I froze. The crunching was slow, deliberate, measured. It circled my camp in a pattern that didn't match the erratic movement of an animal. My heart began to pound, and I gripped my hatchet tightly, unzipping the tent just enough to peer outside. The flashlight revealed nothing. Shadows twisted between the trees, but there was no figure, no movement that could be identified. Still, the sound continued intermittently, circling my campsite throughout the night. I tried to rationalize it, a deer, a raccoon, but it was impossible. The pattern was too deliberate, the movements too calculated. I barely slept, dozing in short bursts and waking each time a branch snapped or a leaf shifted. By morning, I felt drained. I packed a small day bag with water, snacks, and my map, deciding to explore deeper into the woods, hoping movement would help me shake off the lingering fear. The trail became less defined as I moved further from my campsite, twisting through thick trees and undergrowth. The air grew colder and heavier, almost oppressive, and the occasional scratches on tree trunks, deep gouges that looked deliberate, made my stomach tighten. I told myself they were animal marks or natural damage, but I couldn't shake the unease. Around midday, I came across another clearing. It was smaller than my campsite and strangely circular. The grass in the center was flattened, as though someone had spent considerable time there, and a ring of stones surrounded it, blackened in place as though from fire. They were smooth, worn, and too perfectly arranged to be natural. I knelt to examine them, feeling a chill as I touched the cold stones. The silence in this clearing was unnatural, heavy, as if the forest itself were holding its breath. I didn't linger. I tried retracing my steps back toward camp, but the forest seemed to shift around me. Paths I thought I remembered vanished into dense undergrowth. Familiar landmarks disappeared. Hours passed. The sun dipped lower and shadows grew long and twisted. My compass and map didn't align with what I was seeing. Panic began to build, but I forced myself to keep moving, clinging to high ground in hopes of spotting a recognizable feature. Eventually, I stumbled back into what I hoped was my campsite. Relief hit me instantly, but it turned to dread when I saw the state of my tent. The flap was open. My sleeping bag had been dragged halfway out, partially across the ground. My pack had been unzipped and rifled through. Nothing was missing, but the meticulous nature of the search terrified me. Whoever or whatever had been here had been careful and deliberate. I scanned the surrounding trees, but saw nothing. Night came again, colder this time. I built a larger fire, keeping the flames high. Every crack of a branch or rustle of leaves made me flinch. Around midnight, I saw a figure at the edge of the firelight, tall, thin, completely still. I shined my flashlight, but it vanished instantly. Fear gripped me. I clutched the hatchet, whispering to myself to stay calm. Sleep was impossible. Every shadow seemed alive, every sound amplified in the darkness. Around 2 a.m., I heard footsteps circling my camp. Slow, deliberate, crunching over leaves and twigs. They moved closer, then farther, never leaving the perimeter of the clearing. I was frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. My mind raced, trying to rationalize the sounds, but deep down I knew no human could have found me here. The footsteps continued until the first light of dawn. When morning came, the forest returned to its deceptive calm. I knew I couldn't stay another night. Whatever had been stalking me was still out there, patient and aware. I packed my gear as quickly as possible, keeping my eyes on the tree line at all times. Every shadow seemed to shift unnaturally, every sound exaggerated in the quiet. I followed a faint trail for hours, navigating through thick undergrowth, tangled roots snagging my boots, and branches cutting at my arms and face. Occasionally, I thought I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, a dark figure slipping between the trees, but when I turned, nothing was there. The forest seemed alive in a way that was malevolent, aware, and watching. Late in the afternoon, I broke through the trees onto a gravel road. Relief washed over me. I collapsed to my knees, exhausted and terrified, but the sound of distant traffic and the sight of tire tracks reassured me that human presence was near. I didn't stop moving until I reached a main road where I flagged down a passing vehicle and accepted a ride into town. Even now, years later, the memory of that weekend haunts me. The sound of deliberate footsteps circling my camp, the tall shadow at the edge of my firelight, the unnatural silence of the deep forest, it has never left me. I no longer camp alone. I no longer hike in remote forests alone. And sometimes, late at night, I hear it. The faint crunch of leaves, the echo of deliberate footsteps as though something patient, aware, and malevolent is still waiting just beyond the edge of light. Story the end. The woods in northern Pennsylvania have a strange kind of silence that's unlike anywhere else I've been. I grew up in a small town there, surrounded by stretches of forest that seemed endless, and even as a kid, I always felt something off about being too deep in them. The air was thick, muffled, like the trees swallowed up every sound you made. People in town often joked about hunters or hikers going missing, saying they must have just gotten lost, but there was always a nervous edge to those conversations, as if everyone suspected there was more to it. In the summer of 2009, when I was 22, a buddy of mine named Kyle suggested we go on a camping trip a few miles into the state forest near Pine Creek Gorge. He had just gotten some new camping gear and wanted to try it out. I'd always been up for an excuse to drink beer around a campfire, so I agreed. We packed light, sleeping bags, a tent, some food, and a cooler of beer. We hiked in about 3 miles from where we parked, far enough away that we wouldn't hear or see anyone else. The spot we found was perfect, at least at first. It was a flat clearing near a small stream, surrounded by tall pines that blocked most of the sky. We set up camp, built a fire, and cooked a couple of hot dogs on sticks. As the sun went down, the forest got darker faster than I expected. By the time twilight set in, it was nearly pitch black beneath the canopy. The only light came from our fire. We sat drinking and talking until maybe midnight, and that's when I first noticed the silence. It wasn't the normal quiet of being away from traffic or people. This was the kind of silence where even the bugs seemed to stop. No crickets, no frogs, nothing. Just the crackle of firewood and the occasional hiss of a log collapsing into embers. I remember making a joke about it, saying maybe we scared everything off. But Kyle didn't laugh. He looked around with this uneasy expression and said, "It feels like something's out there." I shrugged it off at the time, but I couldn't shake that feeling either. It was like being watched. Not just watched, but studied. Every hair on the back of my neck stood up, and the fire suddenly felt too small, too weak to keep the dark at bay. Around 1 a.m, we decided to crash. We put out most of the fire, zipped ourselves into the tent, and tried to sleep. That's when things got worse. At first, it was small noises. Twigs snapping, leaves crunching, slow, deliberate sounds like footsteps moving around just beyond the edge of our campsite. Kyle whispered, "You hear that?" And I whispered back, "Yeah." We both tried to rationalize it, maybe a deer, maybe a raccoon, but the longer it went on, the harder it was to believe. Deer don't walk in circles. And whatever this was, it circled us for what felt like hours. The sound would move around to the back of the tent, stop, then pick up again on the other side. At one point, it came right up close, and I swore I heard slow breathing, heavy and raspy, just inches away from the thin fabric that separated us from the outside. My chest tightened, and I held my breath without even meaning to. Kyle whispered, "I've got my knife. If someone tries something." But his voice shook, and I knew he didn't believe his own words. We stayed like that until near dawn, when exhaustion finally pulled us into a restless sleep. When I woke up, sunlight was streaming through the trees, and for a moment I convinced myself we'd imagined it. Maybe it really had been a deer. But when we stepped outside the tent, I saw something that made my stomach turn. Around the clearing, in the soft dirt and pine needles, were footprints. Bare footprints. They weren't huge, maybe the size of a man's foot, but they were everywhere, circling the tent, stopping and starting in strange places. And the weirdest part was how deep they sank, as if whoever made them was pressing down with more weight than normal or stepping in a way that wasn't natural. Kyle and I just stared at them without saying anything. Eventually he muttered, "Let's pack up. I don't like this." And for once, I didn't argue. We hiked back to the car in tense silence, both of us glancing over our shoulders more than once. The whole way, I couldn't shake the thought that something had followed us. The forest felt heavier, like the trees were leaning in closer. A week later, though, I made the mistake of going back. It wasn't with Kyle this time. My cousin Mark had heard about our camping trip and wanted to go himself. I told him what happened, but he laughed it off, said I was just spooked from drinking too much. He was persistent, and against my better judgment, I agreed. We went deeper this time, maybe 5 or 6 miles in. The trail was overgrown, and at some point it stopped feeling like a trail at all. But Mark was stubborn and kept pushing. We set up camp by another stream, not as wide as the first one, but with enough open space for a fire. That night, the same thing happened. The silence, the sense of being watched. Only this time it started earlier, before the sun was even fully gone. The woods went dead quiet, and Mark finally admitted, "Okay, that's weird." I told him about the footsteps from before, and he tried to laugh, but I could tell he was nervous. Around midnight, the noises started. Again, twigs snapping, leaves crunching, the sound of slow, deliberate steps circling us. Mark actually worked up the nerve to shine a flashlight outside. I begged him not to, but he swept it across the trees anyway. For a split second, I thought I saw something. A pale shape darting behind a tree, too fast to really make out. But I swear I saw it. Mark whispered, "Did you see that?" His voice cracked. I nodded. We sat awake the entire night, clutching our knives, not daring to sleep. At one point, something brushed against the tent wall, just a soft drag, like fingers trailing across the fabric. I held my breath so hard my chest ached. By morning, we didn't even bother cooking breakfast. We packed up and left, practically jogging back to the car. The whole way, I kept glancing back, certain we were being followed. Once, I thought I heard something running parallel to us in the trees, but when I stopped to listen, it stopped too. When we finally reached the car, Mark turned to me and said, "Dead serious? We're never telling anyone about this. But I am telling it now, because it's been years and I still can't explain it. I still go into the woods sometimes, but never that deep, and never overnight. There's something in those forests, something that watches, something that waits. And I don't think it wants people there. Every now and then, late at night, I'll wake up in my house and swear I hear the same slow, deliberate footsteps outside my window." Story the end. The woods in the northern part of Maine have a silence that presses down on you, heavier than anything most people experience. Out there, where the pines grow so tall they blot out the sky and the ground is a mess of roots and wet moss, sound doesn't travel the same way. Even the wind seems swallowed up by the trees. That's where I was in October of 2009 when I went with my cousin Jared on what we thought was going to be a straightforward week of backcountry camping. I've been out in the woods most of my life, hunting, hiking, even guiding tourists once. But that trip is one I don't talk about much anymore. When I do, I keep it short. But tonight, I can lay it all out. Maybe it'll make more sense if I put everything in order, though I doubt it ever really will. Jared had just gotten back from a deployment overseas and wanted some time to clear his head. He said it half joking, but I could tell he meant it. He wasn't the same kid I used to ride bikes with, but that was expected. War changes people. I figured a trip into the deep woods might be good for him. I told him we could take the old trails I knew near the Allagash Wilderness, far enough that you wouldn't run into weekend campers or noisy groups of college kids. Just us, the trees, and a campfire. That was the plan. We set out early in the morning with our packs heavy but manageable: tent, food, water filter, rifle, and the usual gear. Jared didn't talk much on the hike in. He had this restless look, like he kept checking the trees for something. I didn't say anything about it at first because I thought he was just on edge from being back home. We hiked about 7 miles before setting up near a creek where the water was clear enough to see the stones glinting under it. The woods there were thicker than I remembered, almost choking the trail in some places, but we got through. That first night was quiet, nothing out of the ordinary. We built a fire, cooked some beans and jerky, and tried to relax. Jared sat there staring into the dark beyond the firelight. At one point he asked, "You ever feel like the woods are watching you?" I chuckled and said, "That's kind of the point. Deer, coyotes, maybe a bear, they're always watching." He didn't smile. He said, "No, I mean something else, something that knows you're here." The way he said it made me uneasy, like he wasn't joking or exaggerating. The second day, we hiked deeper. No paths, no markers, just the compass and my memory of old hunting routes my uncle showed me years back. Around midday, Jared stopped suddenly and told me to be quiet. He crouched down, scanning the trees. I didn't hear or see anything. The forest was still, almost too still. No birds, no squirrels, nothing. "You hear that?" he whispered. I shook my head. "That's the problem," he muttered. We stood there for a while before he finally shrugged it off and kept moving, but his nerves rubbed off on me. I found myself glancing behind us more than usual. That night, things got strange. We had just settled in by the fire when we heard movement out beyond the circle of light. At first, it sounded like a deer, branches snapping, heavy steps in the underbrush. But then it stopped. Dead quiet. Jared had his rifle across his lap and was staring into the dark, his whole body tense. "That's not a deer," he said flatly. I wanted to argue, but I couldn't shake the feeling he was right. The steps had been too deliberate, too careful, like something trying not to be noticed. We stayed awake a long time, listening. Eventually the fire burned down, and whatever was out there seemed to move off. The third day, we debated going farther or turning back. Jared insisted we push on, and I didn't want to look like a coward, so we did. The woods grew denser, and the ground sloped up into a ridge covered in mossy rocks and tangled roots. It was slow going, and both of us were on edge. At one point, Jared stopped and pointed at a tree. On the bark, about shoulder height, there were deep scratches, 3 long grooves. Could have been a bear, but the thing was, the grooves were too even, too straight. I said as much, and Jared nodded grimly. That night, we didn't make a fire. Jared insisted it would give away our position, which struck me as paranoid, but by then I was spooked enough to agree. We sat in the cold, listening to the night sounds. Around midnight, we heard it again, the slow, deliberate steps circling the edge of our camp. Closer this time. I gripped my knife, and Jared had the rifle ready. At one point, I swore I saw a shadow move between the trees, taller than a man, but when I blinked, it was gone. We didn't sleep much at all. By the fourth day, I wanted out. I told Jared we should head back. He didn't argue, but he looked troubled. "I don't think it wants us to leave," he said. That chilled me. "What do you mean it?" I asked. He just shook his head, muttering something about feeling followed since the second day. We started retracing our steps, but it felt different, like the woods were shifting around us. Trails I thought I recognized didn't look the same. Trees seemed unfamiliar. I chalked it up to exhaustion and nerves, but deep down I wasn't sure. Then we found something that made my blood run cold. On the ground near a stream was one of our food wrappers, the kind we had burned the first night. But this one was whole, not burned, and it was placed neatly on a rock, like someone had set it there. Jared picked it up and turned it over in his hand, his face pale. "We didn't leave this here," he whispered. He dropped it like it burned him. That night, the footsteps came again, only this time they didn't circle. They came straight toward us. We backed up, weapons ready, my heart pounding so loud I thought it would give us away. The steps stopped just beyond the trees, maybe 20 feet away. Then there was breathing, slow, heavy breathing, like a man trying to stay quiet but failing. I wanted to shout, to demand whoever it was show themselves, but my throat locked up. Jared raised the rifle, whispering, "Say something, please, say something." But nothing answered, just that awful breathing. Suddenly a branch snapped, and Jared fired. The gunshot echoed through the trees, deafening. We scrambled to relight the fire, desperate for the comfort of light. Nothing came into the camp, but the rest of the night was torture, listening to the forest settle after the shot. At dawn, we packed up and moved fast. Neither of us spoke much. We just wanted out. But the deeper we tried to retrace, the less sense the woods made. I knew this land, but it felt like we were being turned around. Then, late in the day, we found something that made Jared curse under his breath. Hanging from a branch, tied with rough twine, was a rabbit, dead, gutted, swinging gently like it had just been placed there. The blood was fresh. Whoever or whatever was following us wanted us to see it. That night, we didn't sleep at all. We huddled together by the fire, weapons in hand, jumping at every sound. Around 3 a.m, we heard it again, the steps, the breathing, closer than ever. This time, there was something else, a low, guttural sound, almost like words, but not in any language I recognized. Jared whispered, "It's talking." I shook my head, but I'd heard it too. The sound was human, but wrong, distorted somehow. When the first light of dawn broke, we didn't waste time. We moved as fast as we could, following the creek downstream, figuring it would lead us out eventually. By mid-afternoon, we finally stumbled onto an old logging road. Relief hit me so hard I almost cried. We followed it until we reached a ranger station late that evening. The ranger gave us a look when we told him where we'd been. "Shouldn't have gone in that far without letting anyone know," he said. We didn't argue. We just wanted to leave. Jared never spoke of it again, at least not to me. But I know what we felt out there wasn't just the woods playing tricks. Something was watching us. Something followed us. Even now, when I walk in the woods, I sometimes get that same crawling feeling, like eyes are on me from just beyond the trees. And I'll tell you this, I've never gone back to that part of Maine, and I never will. Story the end. The first time I really felt how deep the woods was in the summer of 2009. I grew up in a small town in northern Pennsylvania, a place where trees outnumbered people 100 to 1, and if you drove 15 minutes in any direction, you'd find yourself swallowed up in forest. My friends and I were used to it, hiking, fishing, building forts, messing around at night with flashlights like we were in a horror movie. But the older I got, the more I realized that the woods weren't just a backdrop. They had a presence. And when I was 21, I learned just how dangerous they could feel. It started with a camping trip. My buddy Nathan had an uncle with some property out near the Allegheny National Forest. It wasn't a cabin, not really, just some land with an old trailer on it, but it backed right up into miles of dense woods. We were restless, young, and a little stupid. So naturally, we decided we'd head out there for the weekend, pitch a couple tents, drink cheap beer, and maybe hunt if the weather held out. There were four of us: me, Nathan, our friend Kyle, and a guy named Rob, who I didn't know well but had gone to high school with. Rob was the kind of guy you could never get a read on. He didn't talk much, and when he did, it was usually short sentences that didn't tell you much. But Nathan liked him, so we let him tag along. The first night was fine. We drove out late Friday, bouncing along a dirt road until Nathan pointed out a clearing where we could set up camp. The trailer sat rusting about 50 yards away, its windows broken, weeds choking the steps. None of us were eager to sleep in it, so we left it alone. We built a fire, set up our tents, and drank until the woods seemed friendly instead of dark. I woke up in the middle of the night to silence. The kind of silence that presses in on you. No crickets, no wind in the trees, nothing, just blackness. I lay there, trying to breathe quietly, and that's when I heard it, crunching. Not close, but not far either. Heavy, deliberate footsteps in the woods. I held my breath, waiting for one of the guys to unzip a tent, but no sound came. Just more crunching, moving slowly like something circling the camp. Eventually it stopped. I don't know how long I lay awake, listening, until sleep took me again. The next morning, nobody else mentioned hearing anything. I almost brushed it off until Kyle walked back from the tree line holding something. "Check this out," he said. It was a branch, thick and freshly snapped in half. "Looks like a deer or something came through here last night." I tried to act casual, but my stomach tightened. That hadn't sounded like a deer. We went about the day as planned, fishing, hiking, and eventually cooking what little we caught over the fire. Rob barely said a word the entire day, just stared into the trees with this blank look. I figured he was stoned or something, but when I asked if he was good, he just nodded. That night, we built the fire bigger, maybe because I wasn't the only one feeling uneasy. The woods seemed too quiet. We joked around, but after a while the conversation dried up. Nathan suggested a night hike, but nobody was too eager. Eventually, we called it and went to bed. It happened again. Around 2 a.m, I woke up to footsteps. This time, they were closer and heavier. I could hear twigs snapping, leaves crunching. My heart hammered. I reached for the flashlight but didn't turn it on. Then came the breathing. Slow, heavy breathing right outside my tent. My whole body went rigid. I could see the shadow of something tall cast faintly against the fabric. I wanted to call out, but I couldn't make my throat work. I lay there frozen, counting each breath outside my tent until finally it moved away, back into the trees. When morning came, I stumbled out, pale and shaky. Nathan and Kyle were already by the fire, looking just as rough. Before I said anything, Nathan muttered, "Did you guys hear it too?" We all had. Even Rob, who finally spoke up. "It was watching us." That's all he said, but the way he said it made my skin crawl. We debated leaving, but Nathan argued it was probably just an animal. "A bear, maybe," he said, though none of us had ever heard a bear walk circles around a camp like that. Still, we convinced ourselves to stay one more night. That day, we stuck closer to camp. Nobody wanted to wander far. The woods felt different, heavier somehow. Every now and then, I'd catch movement between the trees, but when I focused, nothing was there. As night fell, we built the fire higher than ever. The silence pressed in, and even the crackling flames didn't feel like enough to hold it back. We tried to laugh, to drink, but it all felt forced. Around midnight, Nathan excused himself to take a leak in the woods. He didn't come back. At first, we thought he was messing with us. Kyle called out, cursing, but no answer came. After 10 minutes, Rob grabbed a flashlight and went after him. Kyle and I followed. The beams of our lights cut through the dark, but the woods felt endless. "Nathan!" we shouted over and over, but the only reply was the echo of our voices. Then we found his flashlight. It was lying on the ground, still on, its beam pointing up into the trees. The dirt around it was disturbed, like something heavy had been dragged. Kyle panicked. He wanted to run back to camp, call someone, but Rob crouched down, studying the ground. "Tracks," he said flatly, pointing to impressions in the soil. They were human, barefoot, large, and deep. Deeper than Nathan's boots would have made. That was enough for me. "We're leaving. Now." We sprinted back to camp, hearts pounding. But when we got there, our tents were slashed open. not torn by claws or wind, slashed like with a blade. Our gear was scattered and the fire was out, though none of us had put it out. We didn't stay to argue. We grabbed what little we could and bolted for the car. The woods around us seemed alive, every snapping twig sending us into a frenzy. At one point, I swear I heard running behind us, fast and heavy, but I didn't dare look back. We reached the car and tore down that dirt road, tires skidding on the gravel. Nobody spoke. Not when we hit the highway, not when we reached town, not even when we realized Nathan's seat was still empty. We called the cops, of course. They searched, brought in dogs, helicopters, the works. They found nothing. No sign of Nathan, no tracks, no slashed tents. Just an abandoned campsite like we'd imagined the whole thing. But I know what I heard. I know what I saw. And sometimes late at night when the wind dies and the woods go silent, I can hear that slow, heavy breathing outside my window. Story, the end. I grew up in a small town tucked near the edges of the Allegheny National Forest in Pennsylvania, where the tree lines seemed to stretch on forever and the night could swallow you whole. The woods were more than just a backdrop. They were part of life. People hunted there, kids went four-wheeling, and campers came through in the summer. But for us locals, the forest wasn't something you treated lightly. Everyone knew someone who had gotten turned around, gone too deep, and ended up walking in circles until they either stumbled out exhausted or needed to be found by search teams. My dad always told me never to go alone past the logging roads, and especially not at night. I listened, mostly, until I was about 24 and thought I was too old to be scared of the same woods I'd grown up around. That October, my friend Kyle came back from working out west. We hadn't seen each other in almost 2 years. He was restless, itching for something to do, and suggested a night out in the woods like when we were teenagers. He had this idea to hike out past the old hunting cabins and camp for the night. I wasn't enthusiastic. I worked early mornings and didn't have the energy I used to. But the thought of sitting around a fire, drinking beer, and catching up on old times sounded good. We packed light, just sleeping bags, a tent, some food, and a cooler. He borrowed his dad's truck, and we headed down an old gravel road that led into the backcountry. The spot Kyle wanted to camp at wasn't on any trail map. It was a clearing he swore he'd found years ago while hunting. He said it was perfect, flat ground, a ring of birches, and far enough from any road that we wouldn't hear engines or see headlights. I trusted him. He was always the one who knew his way around the woods better than anyone. By the time we parked and started walking, the sun had already dipped low, painting the trees orange and then fading to deep purple. The crunch of leaves under our boots was the only sound for a long while, and as the light disappeared, the forest around us felt heavier, pressing in. It took us almost an hour to get to the spot, and I started to wonder if he really remembered where it was. But just when I was about to say something, the trees opened up into a small clearing, exactly like he'd promised. The ground was soft with pine needles, and sure enough, there was a rough circle of white birches. We dropped our gear, got a small fire going, and settled in. For the first couple hours, it was easy. We cracked open beers, joked about old classmates, and told stories from when we were kids sneaking around these same woods. The fire popped and spit sparks, and the darkness outside the circle of light felt normal, the way it always had on camping trips. But sometime around midnight, the air shifted. It wasn't a noise at first, more like a change in pressure. The night had been still, but suddenly it felt like the forest was holding its breath. The crickets went quiet. Even the wind died. I noticed it before Kyle did. I stopped mid-sentence, realizing how wrong the silence felt. He looked at me, confused, then glanced around. "Hear that?" I whispered. He frowned, then said, "I don't hear anything." And that was exactly the problem. For a minute, we just sat there, staring into the trees. The firelight only reached so far, and beyond it was pure blackness. My mind started to fill in shapes, shadows moving between trunks, though I couldn't tell if it was real or just my imagination. I told myself it was nothing, just animals gone quiet because of us. But then came the sound, faint at first, then clearer. Footsteps, not the light scurry of a raccoon or the snap of a deer breaking branches. These were deliberate, heavy, slow steps, pacing just outside the fire's glow. My skin went cold. Kyle grabbed the flashlight from his pack and clicked it on, aiming it toward the sound. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating trees and underbrush, but nothing else. The footsteps stopped. "Probably a deer," Kyle said, but his voice didn't sound convinced. We sat back down, both trying to act normal, but the tension never left. The silence stretched on until I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. Then, just when I thought maybe it was over, the sound started again. This time, it circled us. A slow, deliberate path around the clearing, just far enough that the light couldn't catch it. I stood up, holding the hatchet we'd brought for firewood, my eyes darting between the trees. "Who's out there?" Kyle shouted. His voice cracked. The footsteps stopped again, and then, God help me, something answered. It wasn't words, it was a low, drawn-out sound, almost human, but twisted, like someone trying to mimic speech without knowing how. It carried through the trees in a way that made my stomach drop. It wasn't an animal. I know what bears sound like, what coyotes sound like, even the way owls can mimic strange noises. This wasn't any of those. This was something else. Kyle's face went pale. "Pack up," he muttered. "We're not staying here." We scrambled, shoving things into bags without bothering to fold them. The whole time I felt eyes on us. The sound didn't come again, but the silence was worse. Every crack of a twig under my boot sounded like a gunshot. When we killed the fire, the darkness was absolute, and my hands shook so badly I nearly dropped the flashlight. We started back the way we came, moving fast. The beam of light swung wildly, catching nothing but endless trees. After a while, I wasn't sure if we were even on the same path. Everything looked different in the dark, unfamiliar and endless. And then the footsteps started again, following us. This time they were closer. We didn't talk, just kept moving, half jogging through the underbrush. My lungs burned and my legs ached, but the thought of stopping made me sick. Every so often I glanced back, certain I'd see someone or something just behind us. The flashlight batteries began to dim, the light shrinking, and panic set in. When the truck finally came into view, I almost cried. We sprinted the last stretch, threw our bags in the bed, and dove inside. Kyle turned the key, and the engine roared to life. He peeled out onto the gravel road so fast the tires spit stones. Only when we were miles away did he finally slow down. Neither of us spoke for a long time. The adrenaline was still crashing through my veins, and I kept looking in the side mirror, half expecting to see something chasing us. Finally, Kyle whispered, "You heard it too, right?" "Yeah," I said. "I heard it." We never went back to that clearing. Hell, we never camped in those woods again. Every once in a while, when I'm out driving late and I pass a stretch of unbroken forest, I think about that night. I wonder what would have happened if we hadn't left, if we'd stayed by the fire and waited. And sometimes, late at night when everything is quiet, I swear I can still hear those slow, deliberate footsteps circling just out of sight. But the strangest part came a week later. I ran into an old neighbor, a man named Henry, who'd lived in the area his whole life. He asked me how I was doing, and I don't know why, but I told him about that night. His face went still, and he shook his head. "You boys shouldn't have gone out there," he said. "That land isn't right. My granddad used to say there's things in those woods that ain't meant to be seen. They'll let you know when you've gone too far. Best thing you did was leave." He wouldn't say more, and I didn't push, but I've carried his words with me ever since. And no matter how much time passes, I know one thing for certain. There are places in the deep woods where people don't belong, and something out there knows it. Story the end. The woods have always had a strange pull on me. Growing up in rural Pennsylvania, I spent most of my childhood running through the trees behind our house, climbing over mossy logs and building forts out of branches. As a kid, the woods felt like a living playground. But as I got older, I realized there was a side to them that didn't feel so inviting. A side that reminded you how small and fragile you really were compared to the endless sprawl of trees and silence. My dad used to say that people underestimate how easy it is to get lost in the woods, how quickly the world can swallow you whole if you don't pay attention. I never really believed him until years later, when I was in my late 20s, and I found myself in a situation that I still have trouble talking about. It was during the fall of 2014. My buddy, Brian, and I had planned a weekend camping trip deep in the Allegheny National Forest. It wasn't the first time we'd gone out there, but this time we wanted to push farther in than usual to really get away from other people. We both had stressful jobs. He worked construction, and I was stuck in a miserable office gig. And the idea of 2 days without cell service, traffic, or other people sounded like paradise. We loaded up the truck with all the usual gear: tents, sleeping bags, a cooler of food, propane stove, lanterns, and some cheap whiskey to keep warm at night. We arrived late Friday afternoon, parking near a service road that was rarely used and hiking several miles into the dense part of the forest. The trees were tall and close together, and the deeper we walked, the more the sounds of the modern world faded away. It felt good, freeing, almost like stepping back in time. We found a nice flat clearing by a creek and decided it was the perfect place to set up camp. By the time the tent was pitched and a fire going, the sky was streaked with fading orange and purple. That first night was uneventful in the best way. We cooked sausages over the fire, drank, and told old stories. At some point, Brian mentioned how quiet the woods felt compared to our last trip. I noticed it too. Normally you hear owls, crickets, the occasional rustle of small animals in the underbrush, but there wasn't much of that this time. Just the crackle of our fire and the water flowing in the creek. We laughed it off, assuming it was because of the chill in the air, and turned in around midnight. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up to what sounded like heavy footsteps. My first groggy thought was that it was a deer, maybe a black bear. I held my breath and listened, but the sound stopped as soon as I was fully awake. The forest went silent again, oppressively so. I glanced over at Brian, who was still snoring, and told myself I was imagining things. It took me over an hour to fall back asleep, my ears straining at every faint creak or snap of a twig outside. The next morning, we both admitted to feeling a little off. Brian said he had weird dreams, though he couldn't remember what they were. We tried to shake it off and spent most of the day hiking around, exploring ridges and following deer paths. The sun filtered down through the canopy, and for a while, everything felt normal again. By late afternoon, we returned to camp and noticed something strange. A stack of rocks, maybe 6 of them, had been carefully balanced right at the edge of the clearing. Neither of us had put it there. We joked about it, saying maybe some Boy Scouts or hikers had passed through while we were gone. But deep down, it unsettled me. We were miles off the main trail, and it seemed unlikely someone would have come all the way out here, found our camp, and left without a word. Still, we didn't talk about it much, choosing instead to eat dinner and drink until the fire burned low. That night was worse. Around 2 a.m, I woke to the sound of what I thought was whispering. At first, I told myself it was the wind, but when I held my breath and listened closer, it sounded almost like voices, low, hushed tones just outside the tent. I couldn't make out any words, and the more I strained to hear, the less it sounded like actual language, just a soft, deliberate murmur circling the tent. I reached over and shook Brian awake. He groggily sat up, confused, until he heard it too. We both froze, staring at each other in the dim light of the lantern we'd left on. The whispering stopped abruptly, like whoever, or whatever, was out there realized we were awake. Then came the sound of slow, deliberate footsteps retreating into the woods. We didn't sleep the rest of the night. We sat there in silence, clutching a hatchet and the camp knife, waiting for something else to happen, but nothing did. At dawn, we stumbled out of the tent, exhausted. There were no footprints, no signs of anyone, just the same eerie stillness, broken only by the creek. We should have packed up right then, but stubbornness got the better of us. We convinced ourselves it was probably some drunk locals messing with us. The forest wasn't private property, after all. Still, both of us were jumpy that entire day. We didn't wander far, staying close to camp. By evening, we were tense and restless. I tried to make light of it, cracking jokes and pouring more whiskey, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I glanced toward the trees, it felt like something was just beyond sight, waiting. That night was the breaking point. Around midnight, we were both still awake, listening to the fire crackle, when we heard it again. Not whispering this time. Laughter. A low, distorted chuckle that drifted from somewhere in the woods. My blood went cold, and I could see from Brian's expression that he'd heard it too. The laughter came again, closer this time. Then a voice called out in a sing-song tone, though the words didn't make sense. It sounded like a child trying to mimic speech, the cadence all wrong. Both of us stood up, hearts pounding, clutching the hatchet and knife. The fire threw flickering light across the clearing, and for a split second, I swore I saw a figure standing just beyond the trees. Too tall, too thin. By the time I blinked, it was gone. We didn't wait around. We grabbed what we could, our backpacks, the weapons, and abandoned the rest of the gear. We didn't even bother putting out the fire. We just ran, following the beam of our flashlights through the dark forest. Branches whipped against my arms, and more than once I nearly tripped on roots. Behind us, I thought I heard footsteps, fast and heavy, keeping pace. It felt like hours before we burst out onto the service road where the truck was parked. By some miracle, we hadn't gotten lost. We piled into the cab, locked the doors, and sped off without looking back. When we finally stopped at a diner a few towns over, both of us were shaking. Neither of us spoke for a long time. Finally, Brian said, "We don't tell anyone about this. They'll never believe us." We never did go back for the rest of our gear. I don't know what was out there. I don't know if it was a person or something else entirely. All I know is that it didn't want us there, and I'll never set foot in those woods again. Even now, years later, I sometimes wake in the middle of the night, certain I can hear that same distorted laughter just outside my window. Story the end. The first time I ever went into the deep woods by myself was in late October in upstate New York, near the Adirondacks. I'd grown up hiking and camping with my dad, so being in the forest wasn't new to me. But this was the first time I'd gone alone, really alone, away from campgrounds and the faint safety of other people's voices. I'd always imagined that going solo into the woods would feel freeing, peaceful even. What I didn't expect was how quickly the silence would turn heavy, almost suffocating, and how every sound out of place could make your stomach twist. I had parked my truck on an old logging road that was barely marked anymore. You wouldn't know it was there if you weren't looking. My plan was simple. Hike in about 7 or 8 miles, find a clearing near the small lake I'd spotted on an old topographic map, and set up for 2 nights. I packed light, just a tent, food, and some basic survival gear. My friends thought I was a little crazy. They teased me, saying I'd probably get eaten by a bear or end up as some missing person story people read about online. I laughed it off, but their words lingered more than I'd admit. The first few miles were fine. The trees were dense, tall pines and maples, the leaves mostly gone, carpeting the ground in a thick, crunchy layer that gave the whole place that damp, earthy smell I've always loved. The deeper I went, the less sign there was that people had ever been there. No trash, no old fire pits, no cut logs, just forest. By the time I reached the lake, the light had started to shift, that kind of dimming where you're not sure if it's the clouds or the coming sunset. I set up my tent, built a small fire, cooked some instant noodles, and felt a little proud of myself. That first night, the woods felt different. In campgrounds, you still hear people. Footsteps, music, maybe a distant car on a road. Out there was none of that, just the sound of wind moving through the trees, the occasional crack of something in the distance, and the silence between those sounds was louder than anything else. I tried to sleep, but every time I drifted off, I'd wake to something. A snap of a branch, a crunch in the leaves. I told myself it was deer, raccoons, maybe a fox. But it didn't sound like that. It sounded slower, heavier, almost purposeful. At some point deep in the night, maybe around 2 or 3 in the morning, I heard footsteps, clear, deliberate steps, circling near the edge of my camp. I froze, my hand gripping the knife I kept by my sleeping bag. I told myself it couldn't be a person. No one would be this far in, but the steps sounded human. They crunched on the leaves, paused, and then moved again. I held my breath, waiting for them to pass. After what felt like forever, they stopped completely. The silence after that was unbearable because I couldn't tell if whoever or whatever it was still out there, watching. When daylight finally broke, I was exhausted. The fire had long gone out, and the ground was frosted over. I stepped out of the tent and checked the area. Nothing. No tracks that I could see, no sign that anyone had been there. The leaves were disturbed, sure, but I told myself it was probably just deer after all. I almost packed up to leave, but my pride kept me there. I didn't want to admit to myself or to my friends later that I got spooked and bailed. I spent the day fishing in the lake, reading and trying to enjoy the stillness. And for a while, I did. But as the sun lowered again, that knot in my stomach came back. It felt like the trees themselves were pressing in on me, like they were holding their breath, waiting. I built a bigger fire that night, thinking maybe light would keep animals or people away. Sometime after midnight, the noises started again. This time it wasn't just footsteps. It was a low, drawn-out sound. Not quite a whistle, not quite a moan. It carried through the trees, faint but deliberate, rising and falling like someone trying to call out but not using words. I sat up straight in my tent, heart pounding, knife in hand again. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe wind through the trees. Maybe an animal call I didn't recognize. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that. It sounded human. I got maybe an hour of sleep, broken into pieces. In the morning, I checked again. Nothing. No sign. I walked the perimeter of my camp, circled the trees. Still nothing. By then, I was starting to feel more angry than scared. Angry at myself for being rattled, angry at whatever it was for making me feel hunted. That day, I decided to cut my trip short. I packed up and started the long hike back to the truck. The forest felt different in daylight, not safer, just more deceptive. It was too quiet, even for that time of year. No birds, no small critters darting through the underbrush, just the crunch of my own boots. And then, halfway back, I heard it again. That same low, rising sound. Closer this time. It was behind me, but when I spun around, there was nothing. I don't know how long I stood there, staring into the trees. It felt like something was right there, just past where I could see. I forced myself to move, walking faster, then faster still until I was almost jogging. The sound followed me. Not constant, but every so often, just when I thought I'd imagined it, it would rise again, closer, always closer. By the time I saw my truck through the trees, I was nearly running. I threw my gear in the bed, climbed in, and slammed the locks down. My hands shook so badly I had trouble starting the engine. I didn't look back. I didn't want to. I drove until I hit the main road, then another 30 miles before I finally pulled into a gas station. When I went inside to grab coffee, the cashier looked at me funny and asked if I was all right. I lied and said I was just tired from hiking. But inside I was still shaking. I didn't tell my friends the whole story, not then. I didn't want to hear them laugh or accuse me of imagining things, but I know what I heard. I know what it felt like. Someone or something was out there, watching me, following me. And what scares me most isn't what happened, but the thought that whatever it was didn't follow me back to the road because it couldn't. It stopped because it didn't need to, because it already knew exactly where I lived. Weeks later, I was in bed at home, trying to convince myself I'd left that fear in the woods. But just as I drifted off, I heard it. That same low, drawn-out sound, rising and falling. Not outside in the woods this time. Closer. Just beyond my window. Story the end. The first time I went deep into the woods alone, I thought it would be a peaceful escape. I had grown up in a small town in northern Arkansas, and the Ozark Mountains were always a playground for me. But that weekend in late September, everything changed. I had planned a solo camping trip, telling myself it would be simple. Pack my tent, a few supplies, and some food, and get away from the noise of life. My friends had warned me it was risky, especially going alone, but I had always been reckless in my youth. That recklessness would haunt me for the rest of my life. I arrived at the trailhead mid-morning, the sun already high enough to scatter gold across the leaves. The parking lot was empty except for a lone truck in the corner, rusted and dented like it had been sitting there for years. I didn't think much of it, figuring the owner was probably just hiking the same trail as me. I slung my backpack over my shoulders and started walking, letting the forest close in around me. The smell of damp leaves and pine needles filled my nose. The path narrowed quickly, and I had to duck under low-hanging branches. By the time I reached the small creek I planned to camp near, the sky was streaked with orange and pink. The water babbled over the rocks, a calming sound in the otherwise still woods. I set up my tent on a small rise above the creek, gathered firewood, and built a modest fire. I sat there for a while, listening to the water, feeling like I was the only person alive in the world. The first night was quiet, the kind of quiet that feels heavier than silence. Around midnight, I woke to a noise I couldn't identify at first, a soft rustling, like someone walking through dry leaves. I froze, straining my ears. It didn't sound like an animal. It was deliberate. Someone or something was moving through the woods toward me. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it into the darkness. The beam cut through the shadows, illuminating nothing but trees. I told myself I was imagining it, that the sound had come from a deer or some small animal. I couldn't sleep after that. Every crack of a branch or snap of a twig made my heart leap. I started hearing the rustling more frequently and always closer. By 3 a.m., I was certain I wasn't alone. I wanted to leave, but the idea of walking through pitch-dark woods by myself terrified me more than whatever was out there. By dawn, I convinced myself to keep calm and pack up. I thought I might have been just paranoid. Maybe it was a hiker who had set up camp nearby and I hadn't seen them. But as I walked back toward the trailhead, I started noticing things that didn't make sense. Footprints, human footprints, appeared where I hadn't noticed anyone before. They were fresh, crisp in the soil, leading and sometimes disappearing entirely, as if whoever it was had teleported or vanished into the forest. I pressed on, moving faster, my chest tight with fear. The sounds didn't stop. Twigs snapping behind me, the occasional rustle, and sometimes a whisper that sounded like my name. I told myself I was losing it, but the feeling of being watched didn't leave. Around noon, I reached a fork in the trail I didn't recognize. I hadn't planned to go this far. Both paths disappeared into dense thickets of trees, and the sun was high, casting confusing shadows that made it impossible to tell which way led back to the trailhead. I tried to retrace my steps, but the forest seemed to shift around me, paths I thought I knew becoming unrecognizable. That's when I saw the cabin. It was small, made of weathered wood, looking abandoned for decades. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, which made no sense. There hadn't been any signs of civilization for miles. I approached cautiously, my flashlight clutched in one hand, my backpack ready to use as a shield. The door was ajar, creaking softly in the wind. Inside it was empty, but the smell hit me immediately. Wet soil, rotting wood, and something metallic underneath. I couldn't place it, but it made my stomach turn. Then I noticed the wall. Marks, scratches, deep and frantic, lined the interior when, as if someone had tried to claw their way out or in. My stomach dropped. On the floor I saw footprints, wet, fresh, and unmistakably human. They led to the back door, and then nothing. I didn't stay to investigate. I ran back into the woods, trying to find the trail, but the forest felt alive, watching, moving. The shadows stretched unnaturally, twisting and shifting when I wasn't looking directly at them. I ran until my lungs burned, until I collapsed near a stream, too exhausted to go any further. That's when I saw him. A man, or something like a man, stood on the other side of the stream. He was tall, unnaturally thin, with long limbs that bent in ways that didn't look human. His face was hidden in darkness, but I could feel his gaze, heavy and unblinking. I froze. He raised one hand, slow and deliberate, and pointed at me. A shiver ran down my spine. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. I stumbled backward, falling over a tree root, and scrambled to my feet. The thing didn't move, but I knew it was following me. Every step I took, I felt its presence. The forest seemed to close in, branches reaching for me like fingers. I ran blindly, crashing through underbrush, falling multiple times, cutting my hands and face. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. I couldn't tell. Time lost meaning. Eventually, I stumbled into a clearing I recognized, the creek where I had camped. My tent was gone. Everything I had brought with me vanished. In its place was the truck, same rusty vehicle I had seen at the trailhead. And in the driver's seat, the man, face still hidden, staring straight ahead. I didn't stop to look. I didn't hesitate. I ran to the edge of the woods, tripping over roots, tearing my clothes on branches. I reached the road, and a passing car's headlights blinded me. I ran into the beam, waving my arms like a madman. The car stopped. The driver asked if I was okay, but I couldn't speak. I just got in and told him to drive. We didn't speak until we reached the town. I tried to explain what had happened, but words failed me. Even now, I struggle to describe it without shaking. I never went back to those woods. I moved away from Arkansas shortly after, unable to stay near the forest that had nearly consumed me. Years later, I found a news article about hikers who had gone missing in that same region. The description was vague, but the location, the time of year, even the weather matched my experience. They were never found. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever I had seen in those woods was still out there, waiting, watching. Sometimes when I close my eyes at night, I hear the rustle of leaves, a snap of a twig, and the whisper of a name I can barely recognize. I can't explain it. I can't rationalize it. I only know that the deep woods of the Ozarks are alive in ways we'll never understand. And I learned that some corners of the world are not meant to be explored alone. Story the end. It was a late September morning when I drove out to the Allegheny National Forest, just north of Warren, Pennsylvania. I had been planning this trip for months, craving the kind of solitude that only a deep, remote section of the woods could provide. My life in Pittsburgh had grown increasingly chaotic. Long work hours, constant noise, the city buzzing even when I was supposed to be at rest. I wanted nothing more than to disappear for a weekend, to hike into the backcountry where few humans ventured, and to set up a campsite where the forest felt like it belonged to me alone. I arrived at the trailhead around 10 a.m., the September sun already cutting through the morning fog. My Jeep was packed with the essentials: a tent, sleeping bag, portable stove, canned food, water, a first aid kit, and a flashlight. I had been on solo hikes before, but this time I was aiming for the deeper sections, the parts of the forest so overgrown and isolated that even experienced hikers rarely found them. I told my sister where I'd be generally, but I didn't give her the exact location. I wanted complete isolation. The first few miles on the main trail were easy. Fallen leaves crunched beneath my boots, and the smell of damp pine and earth filled the air. The forest seemed alive in a way that was almost hypnotic. Birds calling from the canopy, squirrels leaping from branch to branch, and the occasional deer moving quietly through the underbrush. I felt that familiar, comforting sense of being exactly where I belonged. Around midday, I reached a fork in the trail. One path was well marked and frequently traveled. The other was narrow, overgrown, and barely visible. The overgrown trail drew me in. It looked more like a game trail than a human path, winding into a dense stand of oak and hemlock. I pushed through branches and thorny undergrowth, my pace slowing as the trail became less defined. After about an hour, I came across a small clearing. It was the perfect spot for a campsite. Flat ground covered with pine needles, shaded by towering oaks. I set up my tent quickly, built a small fire ring from stones I found nearby, and started a modest fire. The afternoon light filtered through the trees, casting long, shifting shadows across the forest floor. I cooked some beans over the fire, ate slowly, and leaned back against a tree, letting the quiet of the woods settle around me. As night fell, the forest changed. The temperature dropped sharply, and the familiar daytime sounds, birds, squirrels, insects, fell silent. The darkness seemed thicker than usual, almost suffocating. Around 11 p.m., I woke to the sound of leaves crunching just beyond my firelight. At first, I assumed it was a deer or a raccoon, but the steps were deliberate, slow, and measured. They circled my camp in a pattern that no animal would follow. I gripped the handle of my hatchet and shined my flashlight into the trees. Nothing. Just shadows, shifting slightly as the wind moved through the branches. I tried to convince myself it was paranoia, that my mind was playing tricks, but the crunching continued intermittently throughout the night. I barely slept, dozing in short bursts, and each time I woke, the sound of movement seemed closer. By morning, I was on edge. I ate a granola bar, packed a small day pack with water and essentials, and decided to explore further into the forest. I wanted to see more of the terrain and maybe find a creek or another clearing. The trail led me deeper, and soon the forest felt almost alien. The trees were oddly spaced, with twisted roots and trunks that seemed unnaturally contorted. Occasionally, I would notice scratches in the bark or gouges in the trees, marks that looked deliberate, almost ritualistic. Around noon, I found another clearing. This one was strange. The grass was pressed flat as if someone had spent significant time there, and in the center was a ring of stones, blackened as though from fire. The stones were smooth and round, perfectly arranged. I knelt to examine them. Cold, heavy, deliberate. My stomach tightened. I felt a wave of dread that made my skin crawl. I stood quickly, scanning the tree line. The forest seemed to hold its breath. I backed away, trying not to look too long, and started retracing my steps toward camp. The forest had other plans. Trails that I thought I remembered twisted into thickets, familiar landmarks disappeared, and the sense of direction I had relied on failed me. By late afternoon, I realized I was completely disoriented. The sun was dropping, and shadows grew long, stretching across the dense undergrowth in confusing angles. I tried to remain calm, following my compass and consulting my map, but the trees seemed to shift subtly as if the forest itself were reshaping around me. Hours later, I stumbled back into what I hoped was familiar ground. My heart sank when I saw my campsite. The tent flap was open. My sleeping bag had been pulled halfway out and dragged across the ground. My pack had been unzipped, contents sifted through. I froze, scanning the surrounding trees. Nothing moved, yet I felt the presence of someone or something watching. I was certain no human could have found me. The area was remote, and I had taken pains to avoid marked trails. Night fell again, colder this time. I built a larger fire, keeping the flames high. Every flicker of shadow made me tense. At one point, I saw a figure at the edge of the firelight. Tall, thin, standing perfectly still. I shined my flashlight, but it vanished instantly. My heart pounded. I gripped the hatchet and whispered to myself to stay calm. I didn't sleep again that night. Every sound, a snap of a branch, a rustle of leaves, making me flinch. Around midnight, I heard footsteps circling my camp, slow, deliberate, crunching over leaves and twigs. I held my breath, frozen. The footsteps moved closer, then farther, but never left the clearing entirely. I couldn't see anything through the darkness, yet I felt the eyes of something enormous upon me. Fear rooted me in place until the first hints of dawn. When morning finally came, the forest returned to its deceptive calm. I knew I couldn't stay another night. Whatever had been out there, watching, following, was still present. I packed everything as quickly as possible, leaving nothing behind, and started moving toward the nearest known trailhead. I didn't dare look back. As I walked, I felt that same unnerving sensation. The forest was aware of me. Every crack of a branch, every rustle in the undergrowth seemed like a deliberate signal. Around mid-morning, I came across a faint trail and followed it as fast as I could. By late afternoon, I reached a gravel service road. Relief washed over me. The sight of tire tracks and distant vehicle sounds meant human presence. Even now, years later, I can't shake the memory of that weekend. I sometimes wake at night, hearing whispers in my name just beyond my bedroom door. The forest wasn't just trees and shadows, it was something else, something patient, watching, waiting. I have never returned to that section of the Allegheny National Forest, and I never will. But the memory lingers, a shadow in the corners of my mind, a reminder that some places in the woods are not meant to be alone. Story the end. It started as one of those weekends where everything seemed simple, easy, and routine. My friends and I had been living in Pittsburgh for a few years, bouncing between cheap apartments and long hours at jobs we didn't love. By the end of September 2013, we were desperate for a break. That's when Sam suggested a camping trip in the Allegheny National Forest. He said he'd found an old logging trail deep in the woods, far from any main road, that led to a clearing by a stream. The idea was appealing. No cell service, no tourists, no distractions. We wanted to disappear for a few days. There were 4 of us: me, Sam, Claire, and Justin. We had known each other since college, though over the years our lives had scattered across the state. Still, we were comfortable together, the kind of friends where long silences didn't feel awkward. We packed our tents, sleeping bags, and food, grabbed some beer, and threw in a couple of rifles just in case. The drive to the trailhead took hours, and by the time we arrived, the sun was low, filtering red and gold through the trees. The road was a mess of mud and gravel, barely wide enough for Sam's old Chevy Blazer. Eventually, we had to park and continue on foot. The trail itself was overgrown, nothing like the marked paths we were used to. Branches scraped our arms and legs, and the leaves were slippery from the early fall rain. After nearly an hour of hiking, we arrived at the clearing Sam had promised. It was perfect. The stream ran clear, glinting in the last rays of sunlight, and the clearing was large enough for our tents, fire, and supplies. We set up camp, started a fire, and cooked dinner. For a moment, it felt idyllic, like a page out of a magazine. That first night, though, I began to notice things. Around midnight, just as we were settling into our tents, a faint sound reached us from the woods. At first, I thought it was the wind, or maybe a distant animal. But it wasn't. It was a whistling sound, slow and uneven, rising and falling like a melody someone couldn't quite get right. "Did you hear that?" I whispered to Sam. He nodded, flashlight in hand, scanning the darkness. Yeah, probably some hunter messing around. Don't worry about it. But I did worry. The whistle wasn't casual, it had purpose. It lingered, as if someone was moving deliberately around our campsite, just beyond the reach of the firelight. Then it stopped. Absolute silence. A beat later, it started again from another direction. Claire shivered and pulled her jacket tighter around her. It's probably just some drunk guy out for a late-night walk, she said, though her voice lacked conviction. Justin, ever the skeptic, laughed. Or maybe it's a fox. I've heard foxes whistle sometimes. We tried to ignore it, telling ourselves it was harmless, but none of us slept well. I kept hearing the faint crunch of leaves outside my tent. Rhythmic. Deliberate. It wasn't wind. It wasn't an animal I recognized, and it was always there, circling, never staying in one place. The next morning, the forest seemed innocent again. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, the stream glistened, and the air was crisp. We hiked a little, trying to find deer tracks or just explore. The woods were beautiful, and for a few hours, we almost convinced ourselves nothing was wrong. But when night fell, the unease returned. By that second night, the whistling had escalated. It wasn't distant anymore. It was close, so close I felt like someone was watching me from the tree line just a few yards away. The tune was clearer now, broken, almost like someone struggling to breathe as they tried to maintain it. I whispered to Sam, who grabbed his rifle instinctively. Should we just leave? I asked. He shook his head, though his eyes were wide. Not yet. Let's just wait and see. We tried to stay calm, sitting by the fire, but the sound was relentless. Then we heard laughter, low, distorted, carried on the wind from deeper in the woods. Not a friendly laugh, but one that made your skin crawl. We jumped to our feet, shining flashlights toward the sound, but all we saw were shadows and trees. The laughter faded, leaving silence heavier than before. Around 2 a.m, I woke needing to use the bathroom. As I stepped out, fog had rolled in from the stream. Everything was muted, ghostly. The whistling began again, but this time right behind my tent. I froze, heart hammering. I spun around, scanning the darkness, but no one was there. The sound circled me, moving as if it had a mind of its own. I ran back inside, shaking Sam awake. He grabbed his flashlight, and together we stood outside the tents, scanning, calling, demanding to know who was there. The whistle stopped immediately, then resumed from another angle, taunting. The rest of the night was a blur of fear and sleeplessness. By morning, we argued quietly about what to do. Sam wanted to stay, thinking it was just someone messing with us. I wasn't so sure. Whoever it was had gone out of their way to terrify us. We agreed to pack up first thing in the morning. That third night was worse than the first two. The whistling began early, and it didn't stop. Every time we thought it had moved on, it returned, sharper and closer. Then the dragging began, a low, guttural sound, like someone pulling something heavy over the leaf-covered ground. It circled our camp, paused, and resumed, stopping occasionally near the tents before moving on. I didn't sleep that night. Every creak, every whisper of the wind, every snapped twig made my heart leap. When dawn finally came, we tore down the camp silently, moving as fast as possible. On the way back to the car, we saw footprints in the mud. Bare footprints, some small, some impossibly large. They circled our campsite, followed our path through the woods, and then disappeared. They looked old, weathered, but the leaves had been disturbed recently, as if someone or something had been deliberately exposing them. We didn't talk much on the drive home. The forest faded behind us, but the unease didn't. I never returned to those woods. I haven't been back near that area, not even on marked trails. But sometimes when I'm lying in bed, I hear it again, the broken whistle, the faint laughter carried on the wind, and I remember that weekend how close we were to something that wasn't just human, something that had been waiting, watching, and enjoying the fear it caused. Even now, 10 years later, I still can't explain it. Whatever it wasn't just someone playing a prank. And whatever it was, it's still out there, deep in those Pennsylvania woods, whistling, circling, waiting for the next campers to wander too far in. Story the end. The dense pines of the Ozarks had always been a refuge for me, an escape from the noise of the world. Spent countless weekends hiking, camping, and sometimes just sitting in silence, letting the forest speak to me. Boo et al. Changed one weekend in late October. It a crisp Friday afternoon when I pulled into the trailhead parking lot near the Mark Twain National Forest. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the gravel lot. I was, as usual. My friend Dial bailed on the trip, citing work or family obligations, but I didn't dend. The solitude part of the appeal. I should haven something was off when I noticed the old pickup truck parked at the edge of the lot. It was rusty, with Ealing paint and a dented fender. The kind of truck belonged to someone who didn't care much for appearances. But what caught my attention was the man sitting in the driver's seat. He was staring straight-eyed, unmoving. I tried to shake off the knees creeping up my spine. Maybe he was just waiting for someone. Maybe he was just tired. When I grabbed my pack and head down the trail, I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder. The truck was still there. It was still sitting in the position. I pushed the thought from my mind, focused on the trail ahead. The woods were quiet, save for the occasional rustle of leaves underfoot. The air smelled of pine and damp earth was the kind of peace I sought. As I edged deeper into the forest, the tree narrowed, and the canopy above thickened, casting the path in shadow. The sun was setting, and I knew I needed to FD a good spot to camp before dark. I'd been on this trail before, so I knew there was a clearing up ahead that made for a perfect campsite. When I reached the clearing, I set up my tent, gathered firewood. The sky was a deep purple by the time I had a fire rattling in front of me. I sat back on my camp chair, sipping from my therm, and watched the flames dance. That's when I heard it. A twig snapped behind me, the usual sound of an aniel scurrying through the arbrush, but the deliberate crunch of a human footstep. My heart skipped a beat. I turned quickly, but there was Ing there, just the dark G woods stretching out behind me. I stood up, scanning the trees. "Hello?" I called out, my voix sounding small and unsure in the vastness of the forest. No answer. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it into the woods. All I saw were shadows. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. But down, I knew it wasn't. I sat back down, trying to shake the feeling of being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and every rustle in woods made me jump. Hours passed, and the fire burned low. I was exhausted, but sleep would come. I kept hearing that same sound, the crunch of footsteps in the leaves. Always stayed out of sight. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed and decided to head back the trailhead. Maybe I'd find a rang station or a campsite with other people, anything to feel again. As I packed up my gear, I noticed something strange. Old pickup truck was gone. Parking lot was empty. I hadn't heard it leave. I hadn't heard anything. I shook trying to dismiss the tea. Maybe I had imagined. Maybe I was just spoo from being alone in the woods. But as I made my back down the trail, Odin shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that someone or something was following me. I quickened my pace, my breath coming in short gasps. The bedeeds seemed to close in around me, the trees sing in from all sides. Then I heard it again. A snapped, a footstep. Close. I spun around, but there was nothing there. The empty trail stretching out behind me, kept walking fast out, my mind racing. Had I imagined the whole on? Was I just tired and scared? Then I saw a figure standing in the middle of the trail ahead of me. Tall, thin, with hooded jacket that obscured face. It didn't just stood there, blocking my path. I stopped dead, wide tracks. My heart pounded in my chest. I opened my mouth to speak, but Nards came out. The figure didn't speak. Just stood watching me. I took a step, then another. My mind screamed at me to run. My legs wouldn't obey. I was frozen. Without a sound, the figure hurried and disappeared into the woods. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, trying to assess what happened. Was it a person? A hallucination? I didn't know. Finally, I found my voice. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling. No answer. I waited a few minutes, then Ned and ran. I'd care about gear. I didn't care about a thing bedding out of those woods. I did stop running until I reached the parking lot. The old pickup was back. The man was staying in the driver's seat, staring straight ahead. I didn't cat him. I didn't look at anything. I just got in my cat and drove away. I never went to those woods, never hiked alone again, and I never forgot the feeling of being watched. Story the end. It was early October when I decided to take a solo trip into the Allegheny National Forest in northwestern Pennsylvania. I had been working long weeks at my office job in Pittsburgh, staring at computer screens, dealing with clients, answering emails that seemed to multiply no matter how many I cleared, and I needed a break from it all. I wanted to disappear for a few days, to be deep in the woods, away from civilization. I wasn't inexperienced with the outdoors. I had grown up camping and hiking with my father, but I'd never ventured this far alone, not for more than a night or two, and certainly not into the areas most hikers never reached. I left Friday morning driving north through quiet highways and small towns, the trees slowly taking over the horizon. By midday, I arrived at the trailhead I had scouted online. It was a small dirt lot tucked beside a creek with barely enough space for a few vehicles. The forest stretched out in every direction, dense, dark, and inviting. I double-checked my gear: a tent, sleeping bag, portable stove, canned food, plenty of water, a first aid kit, compass, map, flashlight, and a small hatchet for protection. I told my sister where I would generally be, but I didn't give her any specifics. I wanted solitude, complete isolation. The first few miles on the main trail were easy. The forest smelled like damp pine and decaying leaves, and sunlight filtered through the trees, painting golden patterns on the ground. Birds called overhead, squirrels leaped between branches, and the occasional deer darted quietly through the underbrush. I felt that familiar, comforting sense of being exactly where I belonged. After about 3 miles, the main trail split. One path continued as a well-traveled, clearly marked trail, while the other was overgrown, narrower, and less defined. It called to me. It felt like the sort of path someone or something hadn't walked in years. I took it. The trail quickly faded into what looked more like a game path than a human trail. Branches clawed at my arms and face, thorn bushes tore at my pants, and the ground underfoot became uneven and slick with fallen leaves. The air grew heavier and colder, damp with a musty smell that seemed to cling to my clothes. And the sounds of the forest, birds, insects, the occasional rustle of a small animal, began to thin. The deeper I went, the quieter it became, until the silence pressed in on me. About 2 hours later, I came across a small clearing that seemed almost perfect for camping: flat ground, shaded by towering oaks, with a mix of grass, leaves, and pine needles covering the earth. I set up my tent quickly and built a small fire pit with stones I found scattered around. The sun was beginning to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows that stretched and shifted in the dim light. I cooked a simple meal over the fire, canned beans heated slowly on the stove, and leaned back against my pack, taking in the forest around me. It was the kind of peace I had been craving. Night fell fast. The temperature dropped sharply, and the forest transformed. The comforting daytime sounds had vanished entirely. I tried to sleep, but around midnight I woke to a noise that set my nerves on edge. Crunching leaves. Someone or something was moving outside my firelight. The steps were deliberate, slow, and careful. They circled my campsite, too measured to be a deer, too soft to be a bear. I gripped my hatchet and unzipped my tent just enough to peer out. Shadows twisted between the trees, but I could see nothing. I flicked my flashlight toward the sounds, sweeping across the underbrush, and still nothing. The movements continued intermittently, circling the campsite throughout the night. I tried to convince myself it was a trick of my imagination, but the fear gnawed at me relentlessly. Every few minutes, I would hear a snap of a branch or a shift of leaves that made my heart hammer in my chest. When morning came, I forced myself to relax. Sunlight filtered through the trees, and everything seemed normal again. I ate breakfast and decided to hike deeper into the forest, hoping that movement would help shake the tension. I packed a small day bag with water, snacks, and my map, leaving the main camp untouched. At first, the hike was peaceful. The trail led me deeper into the woods, denser, darker, more tangled. The trees were strange here, thick, gnarled, and twisted, with roots that jutted out like claws. Every so often, I noticed scratches in the bark, deep gouges that looked deliberate, almost ritualistic. I told myself they were made by bears or falling branches, but the pattern unnerved me. By midday, I found another clearing. It was strange, small, nearly circular, and the grass in the center was pressed down as if someone had spent considerable time there. A ring of stones encircled the flattened area, blackened in places as though from fire. They were smooth, worn, and too perfectly arranged to be natural. I crouched down to examine them, feeling a chill as I touched the cold stones. My stomach tightened. The air felt heavier here, and the silence was thicker. I didn't linger. When I tried to retrace my steps, I realized I was disoriented. Trails I had passed before were gone, and the landmarks I thought I remembered had vanished. Hours passed. Sunlight faded, shadows stretching unnaturally, twisting across the forest floor. My compass and map didn't seem to line up with what I saw. Panic began to build, but I forced myself to move, sticking to higher ground where I hoped I could spot a familiar feature. Eventually, I stumbled back into what I hoped was my campsite. Relief was immediate, but it turned to dread when I saw my tent flap open. My sleeping bag had been dragged across the ground, partially pulled out of the tent. My pack had been unzipped and rifled through. Nothing was missing, but the meticulousness terrified me. Whoever or whatever had done this had been careful. I scanned the trees, but saw nothing. That night, I built a large fire and kept it burning high. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves made me flinch. Around midnight, I saw movement at the edge of the firelight, a tall, thin figure standing perfectly still. I flashed my light on it, but it vanished immediately. The fear was suffocating. I clutched my hatchet, whispering to myself to stay calm, but sleep was impossible. Every sound echoed like a threat. Every shadow seemed alive. Around 2 a.m., I heard it, footsteps circling my camp, slow, deliberate, crunching over leaves and twigs. They moved closer, then farther, but never fully left the clearing. I was frozen, paralyzed by fear. My mind raced, trying to rationalize the sounds, but I knew deep down that no human could have found me here. No one knew exactly where I was. The footsteps continued until dawn. Morning brought no comfort. The forest was eerily quiet, almost oppressively so. I knew I couldn't stay another night. Whatever had been stalking me was still nearby, patient and aware. I packed my gear as quickly as possible, never taking my eyes off the tree line. Every shadow seemed to shift unnaturally. My heart pounded with every step, every crack of a branch underfoot. I followed a faint trail, hoping it would lead me back to a service road. Hours passed, and I had to push through thick undergrowth, roots snagging my boots, branches cutting at my arms. Every so often, I would think I saw movement in the corners of my vision, flashes of dark figures slipping between trees, but when I turned, nothing was there. Finally, in the late afternoon, I broke through the trees onto a gravel road. Relief washed over me. I collapsed to my knees, gasping, exhausted, terrified. The sound of distant traffic and the sight of tire tracks reassured me that humans were nearby. I didn't stop until I reached a main road where I flagged down a passing car and accepted a ride to the nearest town. Even now, years later, I can't shake the memory of those nights. The feeling of being watched, the deliberate circling footsteps, the tall shadow at the edge of the firelight, it has never left me. I don't camp alone anymore. I don't hike in remote forests alone anymore. And sometimes when I close my eyes at night, I hear it. The faintest crunch of leaves, the echo of deliberate footsteps, as if something is still circling, waiting, patient. Story, the end. It started as a weekend trip, just me and 3 friends, heading into the deep woods of northern Vermont. The kind of woods you don't really find on Google Maps, dense, ancient, with the kind of silence that feels heavier than any city street. We had planned this trip for months, mostly as a getaway from work, from the constant hum of everything. My friends, Jake, Tom, and Sarah, were all avid hikers, and I like to think I could keep up. None of us had any real experience in deep, isolated forests beyond the usual trails that end up back at a parking lot. This was different. We left on a Friday morning, the air crisp but not cold, a little mist hanging over the mountains. Our target was an old logging area that none of us had ever been to, something Jake had read about in a forum on abandoned places. According to the posts, the logging roads were mostly unused, and there were supposedly old cabins scattered throughout, though no one seemed to know who owned them or when they were built. It sounded like a perfect adventure. The drive was long. We passed small towns that looked frozen in time, boarded-up diners, and gas stations that smelled like diesel and wet wood. The last 20 miles were over rough gravel roads that twisted endlessly through the mountains. By the time we parked at the trailhead, the sun was low, dipping behind the trees, painting everything in deep shades of orange and gray. The forest felt alive, more alive than I expected. Even the wind seemed to whisper, like it was moving through shapes that weren't entirely natural. We started hiking, our backpacks heavy with tents, food, and supplies. The path was narrow and overgrown, roots twisting like snakes, and the air smelled of wet pine and earth. There wasn't much talking at first. Part of it was exhaustion, but mostly it was the forest. It demanded a kind of quiet respect, and none of us wanted to break it. By the time we found a clearing to set up, darkness was falling fast. The kind of darkness that feels like it's swallowing you whole. We pitched our tents and lit a small fire, enough to see each other's faces. The forest around us was dense, trees pressing in on every side. At first, we laughed, telling stories about ghost sightings and mountain legends, but the laughter felt hollow. There was something in the way the shadows moved, subtle but wrong, like the trees themselves were watching. After dinner, Jake suggested we explore a little, just to stretch our legs. I wanted to stay by the fire, but I didn't want to be the buzzkill, so we took flashlights and wandered into the woods. The beams of our lights cut through the darkness in thin lines, barely illuminating the trunks and the leaf-covered ground. That's when we first heard it, the snapping of a branch, far off but unmistakable. Probably a deer, Tom said, though his voice was tight. Deer don't usually walk on two legs, Sarah muttered, half joking, half serious. We laughed nervously and kept walking, but every now and then we'd hear it again. Branches snapping, leaves rustling, but no shape appeared. It didn't feel random. It felt deliberate, like something was moving toward us without stepping on the ground. We decided to head back. That's when the first real panic hit. One of us, I think it was Jake, swore he saw movement just beyond the tree line, something tall and impossibly thin. It vanished before anyone could get a good look. We tried to convince ourselves it was a trick of the light, but the feeling of being watched didn't leave. Back at camp, we kept the fire going longer than usual. I tried to brush it off, but every crackle of the flames sounded like a warning. Around 11 p.m., we heard it, a low, guttural hum, almost like singing, drifting through the trees. It was faint at first, distant but unmistakable, the kind of sound that doesn't belong in nature. Jake grabbed a flashlight and pointed it into the woods. "Who's there?" he called, trying to sound brave. The hum stopped instantly. The silence that followed was suffocating. We tried to sleep, but none of us could. Every small noise, twig snapping, wind rustling, made us jump. Around 2 a.m., I woke to the sound of someone, or something, walking near our tents. The crunch of leaves and twigs was deliberate, slow, methodical. My flashlight was in my bag, and I didn't dare reach for it. I whispered to the others, and Tom poked his head out. There was nothing. But then Sarah screamed. Something had grabbed her ankle. When we all lunged toward her, there was no one there. Her pants were torn, and she had deep scratches, like claws had dug into her skin. We grabbed our gear and ran, running blindly through the forest, branches tearing at our clothes, roots trying to trip us. We didn't stop until we reached the old logging road, where the gravel met the edge of the trees. We tried to start the car, but the engine wouldn't turn. That's when we saw them, or it. A figure, impossibly tall, standing at the edge of the road, not human. Its limbs were unnaturally long, and it didn't walk. It hovered, almost gliding toward us. The head tilted in ways it shouldn't, eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. We finally got the engine to turn and drove off without looking back. The forest stayed behind us, silent again, like nothing had ever happened, but we could still hear that hum in our ears. We didn't go back for a long time. Months later, I learned about missing hikers in that region, cases that went back decades. Most disappeared without a trace. Some were found, badly mutilated, but no one ever saw what did it. Local legends spoke of the Watcher, a forest spirit, or maybe something older that lived in the mountains, feeding on intruders who dared to enter its domain. We never returned, and none of us ever went deep into the woods again. But sometimes, when the wind is right, I can still hear it. The low hum, the sound of deliberate steps in the dark, and the feeling that something is watching me, just beyond the trees, waiting. Over the years, I've tried to rationalize it. Bears, cougars, or someone playing a prank. But the scratches on Sarah, the figure on the road, the impossible way it moved, there's no explanation that fits. A year later, Tom decided he wanted to go back. He said he had to prove it was nothing, that it was all in our heads. We begged him not to. He went anyway. 3 days later, his truck was found at the trailhead, engine running, doors open. He was gone. No footprints, no signs of struggle. Just gone. Jake and I swore we'd never return, and we didn't. But every time the wind blows through the pines, I hear it. The hum, the steps, the impossibly long limbs moving silently behind the trees. I know it's still out there and I know it remembers us. Even now, I can't drive through northern Vermont without feeling eyes on me. I can't camp in the woods. I can't hike alone. And I never, ever go near the logging roads lead deep into those ancient trees. The forest is patient. It waits. It doesn't forget. And sometimes, when the darkness is right, I swear I can hear it whispering my name, reminding me that I was never meant to leave. People tell me I'm exaggerating, that I let fear get the better of me, but I've seen it, I've felt it. And I know that out there, in those deep woods, there is something that defies explanation, something that watches and waits and never sleeps. And sometimes when I close my eyes, I see it just beyond the firelight, its long limbs reaching, its glowing eyes fixed on me, always watching, always patient, always ready. I can't say why it didn't take us that night. Maybe it was curious. Maybe it enjoys the hunt more than the kill. But I know one thing for certain. If you ever find yourself in the deep, unmarked forests of northern Vermont, stay on the road. Don't stray into the trees. Don't ignore the warnings in the wind. Because once it decides you've entered its domain, there's no telling what happens next. And if you hear a low hum in the middle of the night, don't look for the source. Don't try to run. Just pray it hasn't noticed you yet. Because the moment it does, you're already gone. I still have nightmares. Jake and I talk about it sometimes, though carefully, like mentioning it might summon it. We both sleep with the lights on. Every creak, every shadow makes us jump, and every year, when the leaves start to fall and the air turns crisp, we remember what's out there, waiting. We never speak of Tom. Saying his name feels like calling it, but I know it remembers him, and one day it might remember us again, too. The forest doesn't forgive. The forest doesn't forget. The forest waits, and when we're deep in those trees, something is still watching. Story the end. It started as a last-minute decision. I had been driving back from visiting my cousin in West Virginia when I realized that if I didn't take a shortcut through the Monongahela National Forest, I would be stuck on Route 33 until well past midnight. My GPS, which I usually trusted implicitly, assured me it was the fastest route. I didn't know the area well, but I had driven through West Virginia plenty of times, and I told myself it would be fine. I was tired, but not so tired that I couldn't handle a few hours on the road. The sun had set an hour ago, and the sky was a deep, bruised purple, with slivers of clouds lit by the fading light. The entrance to the forested route was nothing more than a narrow, two-lane road, flanked by towering oaks and maples. The asphalt was cracked in places, roots pushing through like the veins of the earth itself. I remember noticing how quiet it was. Not the typical late-night quiet you expect on a road, the wind through the trees, the distant hum of wildlife, but a heavier, almost oppressive silence. Even my radio seemed hesitant, only crackling with static when I tried to turn it on. I shrugged it off, telling myself it was just the trees interfering. About 15 minutes into the drive, I noticed the first sign that something was off. There were tire tracks along the edge of the road, but they didn't look recent. In fact, they seemed to be partially overgrown with moss and leaves, like they hadn't been traveled in years. I slowed down to get a better look, but as I did, I noticed the tracks weren't consistent. They twisted and doubled back on themselves in impossible ways, as if whoever, or whatever, had been driving didn't want to leave the road. A shiver ran down my spine, but I chalked it up to nerves. I was alone in the woods, after all. The GPS, which had been my guide until now, suddenly blinked and went dead. The screen went black, and for a second I panicked. I slammed my hand against it a few times, muttering under my breath, but nothing worked. I glanced at the rearview mirror and realized I hadn't seen another car since I entered this stretch of road. That's when I noticed movement at the edges of the forest. Just shadows at first, flickering between the trees. But then I saw shapes. Tall, unnaturally thin figures standing perfectly still. I couldn't tell if they were human or not, but they were too upright, too rigid to be animals. I told myself I was imagining things. Exhaustion plays tricks on your eyes. I tried to focus on the road, but then I saw a figure step out from between the trees onto the road itself. My car's headlights illuminated it just long enough for me to see it clearly. It was impossibly tall, thin, and pale, with limbs that bent at wrong angles. Its face, or what I assume was its face, was featureless, smooth like porcelain. I slammed on the brakes, tires screeching, but it didn't move. It just stared. Then, without warning, it ducked and vanished into the trees. I accelerated, heart pounding, and tried to rationalize it. Maybe a deer? No deer moved like that. Maybe some crazy hiker? But there was no trail, no backpack, no sign of a person. Just the trees, dark and looming. I wanted to turn back, but the road behind me looked the same, just a dark tunnel through the forest, and I was afraid whatever I'd seen might still be there, waiting. After another 10 minutes, or maybe 20, time seemed distorted. The road opened into a small clearing. My headlights revealed an old cabin, or what looked like a cabin. The wood was rotting, windows broken, the door hanging off its hinges. Smoke curled from a chimney, thin and dark against the night sky. I should have kept driving. I know that now, but something drew me closer. Maybe curiosity, maybe the hope of finding someone who could explain what I had just seen. I parked cautiously a few feet from the cabin and stepped out, the air immediately heavy and damp with the smell of decaying wood and moss. The forest around me was quiet, too quiet. Even the wind had stopped. I remember feeling like I had crossed into another world. As I approached the cabin, I heard it, a soft, almost inaudible whisper, like someone exhaling my name. I froze, telling myself it was the wind, but then I heard it again, clearer this time. Get out! I spun around, flashlight sweeping the trees, but there was no one. My rational brain screamed that it was a prank, that maybe some teenagers had built this cabin and were messing with me. I was about to turn back when I heard the sound of footsteps coming from inside. Heavy, deliberate, slow. They stopped. I waited, holding my breath, every muscle in my body tensed. Then from inside, a voice called out, low and hollow, "Come in." Against every instinct, I did. The door creaked as I pushed it open, and I was hit by the stench of mold, rot, and something else, something metallic, like blood. The cabin was small, maybe 20 feet by 20 feet, filled with broken furniture and dust. On a table in the center was a notebook, its pages yellowed, and scrawled across the first page were words that made my stomach twist. They watch, they wait, never leave the path. I should have left then. I know that now. But something compelled me to read further. The entries were sporadic, written in a hand that trembled with fear. The author described seeing figures in the forest, tall, thin, pale figures that mimicked human movements but were not human. They were patient, the writer said, always waiting for travelers who strayed from the road. Once you see them, one entry read, they never let you go. They follow you, even when you think you're alone. I felt my chest tighten. My instincts screamed at me to run, but my eyes kept scanning the room. In the corner, I noticed a mirror propped against the wall. I approached it slowly, feeling my heart hammer in my chest. The reflection staring back at me wasn't just me. Behind me, barely visible in the mirror's dim light, was a tall figure, thin, featureless. My breath caught. I spun around, but the cabin was empty. The mirror showed it clearly, though, standing just behind where I had been seconds before. I bolted. I don't remember thinking, only running, tripping over broken floorboards and debris, slamming the door behind me. The forest outside felt different somehow, like it had swallowed the moon and left me in permanent darkness. I could hear the whispers now, dozens of them, surrounding me. Names, words, half-formed sentences. I ran blindly down the road, headlights barely cutting through the night until I thought I saw another car's headlights in the distance. I flagged it down, a beat-up pickup truck driven by a man in his 60s. I jumped in without asking questions, telling him to drive anywhere. As we sped down the road, I glanced back. The forest was silent again, unbroken. No figures, nothing. Just the road, winding endlessly. The man asked if I needed to call the police, but I didn't want to. How could I explain what I had seen? He didn't press, only nodded, as if he already understood. He told me he had lived in the area all his life, and sometimes the forest claimed people. Not in a conventional way. People just disappeared, drawn in by curiosity or foolishness. He didn't use the word monsters. He didn't have to. I understood. By the time I reached the next town, the sun was just starting to rise, casting light over the mountains. I thanked the man and drove the rest of the way home, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. For weeks afterward, I noticed shadows moving at the edges of my vision, fleeting glimpses of tall, thin shapes that disappeared when I tried to focus on them. Sometimes, late at night, I would hear whispers outside my window. Names, urgent and soft, calling me back. I don't go near forests anymore, not even small ones, not even parks with trails. I avoid shortcuts, roads I don't know, and anything that feels too quiet. I've tried to tell people, but no one believes me. They say it's stress, fatigue, paranoia. Maybe it is, but I know what I saw. I know the things are out there. They wait for the curious, the careless, the foolish. And if you ever stumble across a path that seems empty, with tire tracks that twist like they have a mind of their own, just remember, they're watching. They wait. And once you see them, you may never truly be alone again. The truth is, I'm not sure I've ever really escaped. Some nights when the wind blows through my neighborhood and rattles the windows, I hear them again. The whispering, the footsteps outside, the sense that something is just beyond the trees, tall and patient, waiting for the moment I slip up, the moment I stray from the path. And I know, deep down, that one day, I will. Story. The end. It started as a typical late summer weekend for me and my friends. There were 4 of us: me, Ryan, Lisa, and Matt. We had all grown up in a small town in northern Michigan, and the woods behind our neighborhood had always been a playground of sorts. We'd spent countless hours exploring, building forts, and even camping out for the night when we were younger. But we were adults now. Well, 19 and 20. But the thrill of the deep woods was still appealing. That's why, when Ryan suggested we do a weekend hike and overnight camp deeper than we ever had before, no one hesitated. The plan was simple: drive out to the farthest trailhead in the Manistee National Forest, hike about 10 miles into the woods, set up camp near a creek Matt had found on a map, and spend the night before hiking back Sunday. We weren't inexperienced. We all had some camping experience, and we had maps, compasses, and cell phones, even though we knew coverage would vanish once we were deep enough. What none of us anticipated was how quickly that sense of safety could dissolve. We arrived at the trailhead around 8:30 a.m. on Saturday morning. The forest was already thick with green, the trees stretched impossibly tall, and the sunlight barely touched the forest floor. Ryan, who always had a camera in hand, started snapping pictures immediately. Lisa and Matt were unpacking backpacks, checking water bottles, and joking about who would get eaten by a bear first. I laughed along, though I kept an uneasy feeling in my stomach that I couldn't shake. There was something about the silence of the deeper woods that made the air feel heavy, almost watchful. The first few miles were uneventful. The trail was narrow, often overgrown, and we had to push through branches and tall grass. The sounds of birds and insects filled the air, and it was easy to forget that we were miles from the nearest road. Around mid-morning, we came across a fallen tree that blocked the path. We climbed over it, and that's when Lisa noticed something strange. "Hey, look at this," she said, pointing to the ground. Scrawled in the dirt, almost like someone had dragged a stick to write it, were the letters "Leave." We all froze. It was childish, but deliberate. I tried to laugh it off. "Probably some kid messing around," I said. Ryan snapped a picture, though even he looked uneasy. Matt shrugged. "Yeah, maybe. Let's just keep moving." I nodded, but I couldn't shake the thought that no one was supposed to be this deep in the woods without a reason. By early afternoon, the trail became less defined. The map indicated we were approaching the creek, but the thick underbrush and fallen logs slowed us down. Around 2 p.m., we came to a clearing, a small meadow surrounded by towering pines. It looked untouched, almost too perfect. That's when Matt noticed footprints, not ours, not animal tracks, human footprints. They were large, deep, and led from the tree line to the edge of the meadow. "These are fresh," he said quietly. No one spoke for a moment. Then Lisa joked, "Maybe Bigfoot lives here." The laughter was hollow. I had read horror stories about campers in these woods. The missing hikers articles where the last trace was a trail leading into a clearing, sometimes with footprints that no one could explain. The thought made my stomach twist, but I didn't say anything. We finally reached the creek around 3 p.m., a small trickle surrounded by mossy rocks and dense trees. It was beautiful, but an eerie silence hung over the area. We set up camp and decided to rest for a while. As the afternoon turned into evening, the woods seemed to grow darker, though the sun was still high. That's when the first noises began. It started as twigs snapping, not the usual sound of animals, but deliberate, as if someone or something was stepping carefully behind the trees. At first, I thought it was Matt wandering off to collect firewood, but he was right there, chopping sticks. Ryan noticed it too, and his camera lens swiveled toward the tree line. Nothing, just shadows. Probably deer, Ryan said. Yeah, or a raccoon, Matt added, though his voice lacked conviction. Lisa and I exchanged glances. Something wasn't right. We decided to ignore it, chalking it up to nerves. Night fell around 8:30 p.m. We had a small campfire, enough to keep us warm and cook hot dogs. The woods around us were pitch black, and the fire cast flickering shadows. That's when the sounds came back, closer this time. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling. Then a low, guttural growl that seemed too deep for a coyote, too deliberate for a deer. We froze. Lisa whispered, "What was that?" Ryan tried to laugh it off again, but I could see the tension in his shoulders. Probably just a bear. Keep calm. Don't move. I didn't feel calm. Then we saw it. At the edge of the firelight, just barely visible, a figure. Not a person. Not entirely. It was hunched tall, limbs long, and strangely twisted, face obscured in shadow. Its eyes, if you could call them that, glimmered in the firelight, too high up on its head to be human. It didn't move toward us, not yet. It just watched. Time slowed. I could hear my own heartbeat, rapid and panicked. The others froze too. Ryan whispered, "Do you see that?" Lisa nodded, whispering, "I don't like this." Matt swallowed audibly. The creature didn't make a sound, just stood there, eyes fixed on us. Then it moved. Not like a human would walk, but like it was sliding, shifting unnaturally between the trees. We didn't wait to see where it went next. I grabbed Lisa and Ryan grabbed Matt, and we bolted. The fire died behind us as we ran blindly through the woods. Branches lashed at our faces, roots tripped us, but adrenaline kept us moving. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes, we reached a wider trail, one we recognized from the map. We slowed, trying to catch our breath. "Did anyone else see that?" Lisa panted. "Yes," Matt said flatly. "We all did." Ryan looked pale. "We need to leave," he said. We packed up in record time, abandoning the campsite. The hike back was tense. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig made us jump. We kept calling out for each other, afraid someone or something would get separated. Around midnight, we finally reached the trailhead. Cars were in sight, headlights cutting through the darkness. Relief washed over us, but it didn't last. As we were loading up, Ryan noticed something on the side of the car, a handprint. Large, wide, smeared in mud, right on the driver's door. "What the hell?" he muttered. We checked the surrounding area. No footprints leading away, nothing. Just that handprint. We didn't talk much on the drive home. The roads were dark, the silence oppressive. By the time we reached town, the sun was coming up. We tried to brush it off as a hallucination, stress, or exhaustion, but the feeling didn't go away. In the days that followed, strange things happened. At night, I would hear scratching at the windows, slow and deliberate. Ryan said his camera had taken hundreds of pictures we hadn't seen. Shadowy figures lurking in the woods, blurry shapes that moved unnaturally. Matt swore he saw a tall, hunched figure outside his bedroom window. Lisa started having nightmares, waking up screaming about something watching her in the dark. A week later, we found a post on a local forum about hikers going missing in that exact part of the Manistee Forest. The descriptions matched what we saw: twisted limbs, glowing eyes, and an unnatural silence before they disappeared. No bodies were ever found. We never returned to the deep woods. We tried to forget, but every time one of us drove past the forest, the memories came rushing back. The handprint, the growl, the figure watching from the shadows. It was real, more real than anything we had experienced before. Something is out there, and it waits. We were lucky, we think, but lucky doesn't mean safe. Some nights, when I'm alone, I still hear it, the snapping of twigs, low guttural breathing, watching. And I know deep down that the deep woods didn't want us there. It's not just a story we tell to scare each other. It's a warning. Some places in the woods aren't meant to be walked. Some things in the shadows are too old, too hungry to be understood, and if you go too deep, they will see you, and sometimes they follow. Every time I close my eyes, I see those eyes in the darkness. The memory doesn't fade. It lingers like the silence after a scream in a forest where no one is around to hear it. I keep thinking about the handprint, so large, so deliberate, with no one to leave it. We never went back, but I know someone else will. And when they do, they'll hear the snapping twigs, see the figure in the shadows pop, and feel the cold weight of eyes that aren't human watching. They'll run. Some might not make it out, and the forest will remain patient, waiting for the next curious soul who thinks they're safe among the trees. Because nothing human lives there, nothing human survives there, and the deep woods remember everyone who dares to trespass. Story the end. It started on a late September morning, when the air had a sharp, almost electric bite to it, and the sun barely penetrated the thick canopy of the Appalachian woods. I had decided, on a whim and stubborn sense of adventure, to drive up to a section of forest I'd never explored. My friends had warned me, as they always did when I got these ideas, that the area was notorious for being off the map. But I didn't care. I needed the isolation, the kind of solitude that only the deep woods could provide. I parked at the edge of a narrow gravel road, where the forest swallowed everything beyond the fading sunlight. My old Jeep, covered in mud from previous hikes, groaned as I shut the door and slung my backpack over my shoulder. It wasn't particularly heavy, just a tent, some food, water, a flashlight, and my camera. But every item felt like it had a purpose for the kind of trip I had in mind. One night, no phone service, no distractions, just me and the woods. The trail I picked was faint, more like a deer path than anything maintained for hikers. It wound in and out of thick underbrush, forcing me to duck under low-hanging branches and step over gnarly roots. Birds scattered as I walked, their calls echoing eerily through the forest. Every so often, a rustling in the distance made me stop mid-step, heart pounding, until I convinced myself it was nothing more than a squirrel or a fox. As afternoon turned into evening, the woods grew heavier. The canopy above me thickened so that the last light of day barely touched the forest floor. I set up my camp near a small creek, its water running cold and clear. I started a small fire and unpacked my dinner, enjoying the way the forest seemed to close in around me. Everything felt normal, peaceful even, until the first night came. I woke to a sound soft at first, almost imperceptible, the crunch of dry leaves underfoot. At first I thought it was an animal, maybe a deer or raccoon, but the steps were deliberate, slow, circling my camp. My heart began to thump loudly in my chest. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it into the darkness. Nothing. The beam of light cut through the black, revealing only the silhouettes of trees. I called out, "Hello?" My voice sounded thin, swallowed by the vastness of the woods. No response. Then I heard a whisper, almost like wind, but it had a cadence that sounded distinctly human. "You shouldn't be here." I froze. The words weren't close, but not far either, somewhere between the trees. I swung my flashlight in every direction, but I didn't see anyone. I told myself it was the wind, that the woods were playing tricks on me. But deep down, a pit of fear had opened in my stomach. I tried to sleep, but the noises didn't stop. Crunching, whispering, now and then a sharp snap like a branch breaking underfoot. Every time I rolled over, my flashlight would catch the glint of something between the trees. Sometimes a shadow, sometimes just darkness moving differently than it should. Eventually exhaustion won, and I drifted into a fitful sleep. Morning came, though reluctantly, with a gray, overcast sky. I packed up quickly, desperate to leave. The trail seemed longer in the light, winding in confusing loops. I realized that despite following the general direction I thought was correct, I wasn't sure which way led back to my Jeep. Panic started to creep in. I tried retracing my steps, marking trees with small scratches, but every turn seemed to lead me deeper into the same dense forest. By late afternoon, hunger and thirst were setting in. The forest was quiet now, almost oppressively so. No birds, no rustling animals, nothing. It felt like the world had been stripped away and left only the trees and me. Then I heard it again, a voice, clear this time, calling my name. Alex. My stomach dropped. There was no one with me. I dropped my backpack and spun in a circle, shining my flashlight frantically. Still nothing. That night, I tried to keep moving. I didn't set up camp because I was terrified I might not wake up if I stayed in one spot. I moved blindly through the forest, guided only by instinct and the fading light. That's when I first saw him, or it. At first I thought it was a man, tall and hunched, standing still between the trees. I froze. He, or it, didn't move, didn't blink, just watched. And then, slowly, it raised its arm and pointed in a direction, almost as if it was guiding me. My instincts screamed at me to run the other way, but curiosity, stupidity, or maybe survival made me follow. Hours passed. The forest felt endless, but eventually I stumbled onto a clearing. In the middle of the clearing was an old cabin, rotting and half collapsed. Smoke curled lazily from its chimney, though the place looked abandoned. Hesitant, I approached. The door creaked open with a push, revealing a single room filled with old furniture, thick dust, and shadows that seemed to move on their own. And then I saw the walls. Names were carved into the wood, dozens of them, layered on top of one another like some grim history. Some names were scratched out, others fresh. And then I saw the latest one, Alex, carved deep, raw, as if someone had done it moments ago. My heart nearly stopped. I stumbled back, tripping over debris, and ran straight into the forest again. The night was worse. Shadows moved around me, whispering in voices I recognized from my own life, friends, family, strangers I'd passed on the street. Every step I took felt guided, herded by something unseen. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs ached and I couldn't tell up from down. By morning, I was lost, completely, utterly lost. The forest had changed somehow. Trees that should have been familiar were twisted. Paths I had walked before were gone. And yet I felt watched, tracked, as if the forest itself had teeth and eyes. I tried shouting, but my voice felt small, swallowed by the immense, oppressive silence. Then I found the creek again, the one near my original camp. Relief surged, but it was short-lived. At the water's edge, I saw footprints, not animal prints, human, too large, spaced strangely. They circled the creek, then stopped abruptly. I shone my flashlight along the bank and saw it, the same figure from the first night, hunched and still, barely moving, yet somehow always in my peripheral vision. Fear turned to panic, then to a strange clarity. Whatever it was, it wanted me to leave, but not by choice. I had to run. I followed the creek, ignoring the pain in my legs, ignoring the scratches on my arms from the underbrush. Every now and then a branch would snap behind me, but when I turned, there was never anyone there. The next hours are a blur. Hunger, thirst, exhaustion, and fear combined into a haze that made time meaningless. I remember seeing another cabin, smaller this time, almost entirely hidden by trees. Inside, I found a notebook, pages filled with scrawled notes about the Watcher and the woods that move. The handwriting was frantic, erratic, desperate. One passage stood out, "Do not look back. Do not stop. If it sees you hesitate, it will take you. It is patient. It is always patient." I didn't stop. I couldn't. Eventually, the trees began to thin. I emerged onto a service road, paved and familiar. I ran the last mile to my Jeep, slamming the door and locking it. My hands shook as I started the engine, and I didn't stop until I was back in town, lights from houses and cars a welcome relief. Weeks passed. I tried to forget it, but the memories clawed back every time I closed my eyes. Friends didn't believe me. "You probably just got lost," they said. "It's easy to imagine things when you're alone in the woods." But I knew what I had seen, what I had felt. Something in those woods wasn't human. It wasn't animal. It was something else, something patient, something that had watched me, tested me, and let me go only because I ran. I didn't go back. I never will. But sometimes when the wind whistles through the trees outside my house, I hear it, faint, patient, almost like a warning. And I wonder how many others the woods are waiting for, how many get lost and never return, and whether the forest itself remembers them. I think about the way it guided me to that cabin with my name carved into it, and I shiver because it could have been the last thing I ever saw. Months later, I received an anonymous message on social media. No words, just a single image, a blurry photograph of a hiker's path through dense woods, the sunlight cutting through the trees, and in the corner, carved into a tree, faint but unmistakable, my name. I sold the Jeep. I stopped hiking. I avoid the woods entirely now. But every so often, I feel it. The same weight of being watched, followed, tested. I see shadows in the corner of my vision, hear whispers on the wind that carry my name. And deep down, I know that the forest hasn't forgotten me. It never forgets. I still wake up at night, drenched in sweat, hearing the rustle of leaves outside my window. And sometimes when the night is quiet enough, I hear a single word, again. Story the end. It had been years since I last set foot in the backwoods of northern Maine, but something about that stretch of dense, unbroken forest called to me. I was in my late 20s then, a city dweller turned amateur outdoorsman, And I had convinced myself that a week alone in the woods would be a way to reconnect with nature. And honestly, myself. I had no cell service, no one to check in with, just a map, a compass, and the vaguest notion of where I could find a clearing to set up camp each night. It was supposed to be simple, freeing. Instead, it became something I'll never forget. I parked my old Subaru at the edge of a logging road, its tires crunching the frost-coated gravel, and double-checked my pack. Tent, sleeping bag, water filter, fire starter, a small stove, canned food. Everything was in order. The sun was beginning its slow descent behind the towering pines, casting long shadows across the road. The air smelled of damp earth and pine needles. A sharp but invigorating scent that made me breathe a little faster than usual. I hoisted the pack over my shoulders and set off down the road, my boots making rhythmic thuds against the hard ground. For the first few hours, it was perfect. The sound of birds settling in for the evening, the whisper of wind through the treetops, and the crunch of fallen leaves underfoot created a hypnotic sort of comfort. I followed the map toward a clearing near a small stream I had marked as a potential campsite. As daylight waned, I noticed how quiet it had become. Not just the typical forest quiet, but a hush that felt deliberate, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. I brushed it off, blaming my imagination. After all, this was wilderness. Things got quieter in the woods when the sun went down. By the time I reached the clearing, the sun had dipped behind the horizon completely, leaving the world in a gray-blue twilight. I set up camp quickly, using the headlamp to pitch my tent and gather firewood. The crackling fire gave me some comfort, the flames dancing against the trunks of nearby trees. I cooked a small dinner, listening to the stream gurgle nearby. At first, everything seemed normal, even soothing. I reminded myself that being alone in the woods wasn't the same as being lonely. The forest was alive, vibrant, but not inherently threatening. That would change. It started with a noise, a faint, rhythmic tapping somewhere deep in the trees, almost like someone walking with heavy boots, but slower, deliberate. I froze, listening, but after a few minutes, it stopped. I chalked it up to a deer or some other wildlife and returned to my dinner. But the feeling that someone, or something, was watching me had crept in. My skin prickled in a way I couldn't shake. Later that night, after I had crawled into my sleeping bag, I thought I heard voices. Barely audible, but human-sounding murmurs, just beyond the firelight's reach. My rational mind told me it was impossible. I was alone. Yet I couldn't ignore the subtle rhythm of movement in the darkness. I pressed my back against the tent wall, trying to convince myself I had imagined it, but sleep refused to come. Around 2 a.m, I woke to the sound of my tent flap rustling. I sat up, heart hammering, straining my ears. There was no wind. Nothing should have been moving. I fumbled for my flashlight and shone it toward the opening, catching only a shadow that vanished behind a tree. I wanted to tell myself it was a raccoon or a large bird, anything plausible, but instinctively I knew it wasn't. Whatever it was aware of me. Watching. I stayed awake the rest of the night, listening to distant snaps and rustles that seemed too intentional to be random wildlife. My mind wandered through every horror story I'd ever heard about the woods, tales of men disappearing, campers never found, strange figures glimpsed from the corner of the eye. Every shadow outside my tent seemed to twist and elongate, forming human shapes. By dawn, I was exhausted but alive, my nerves frayed and tense. Determined not to let fear ruin my trip, I packed up quickly and continued deeper into the forest, following a narrow, unmarked trail that the map suggested would lead to a larger clearing near a pond. The trail wound tightly between moss-covered trees, the ground damp and slick with recent rain. The further I walked, the denser the woods became. Sunlight barely reached the forest floor, and every step seemed to echo unnaturally, as though the trees themselves were amplifying the sound. By mid-afternoon, I had reached a point where I realized I might be lost. The trail had vanished, or at least merged into a mess of undergrowth. I double-checked my compass and map, trying to orient myself. That's when I noticed the first signs. Broken branches arranged unnaturally, small piles of stones in seemingly random spots, and what looked like a crude, shallow trench running along the edge of the forest. My heart skipped. These weren't typical wildlife behaviors. These were markers, deliberate, maybe even territorial. I paused and scanned the trees, the hairs on my neck rising. Something felt off, a pressure in the air that made my skin crawl. I decided to backtrack toward the last known trail marker. That's when I heard it. A low, guttural humming vibrating through the trees, so soft at first that I thought it might be my imagination. But it grew louder, more insistent, and seemed to move with me. I stopped and shone my flashlight into the thick undergrowth, but saw nothing. Whatever it was, it stayed just at the edge of visibility, always hidden, always just out of reach. Panic began to set in. I kept walking, deliberately loud, breaking branches underfoot, hoping to announce my presence. The humming stopped abruptly, replaced by silence. The forest seemed to lean in around me, watching, waiting. I stumbled into a small clearing just as the sun disappeared behind thick clouds, casting the woods into early evening gloom. That's when I saw it. A figure tall and impossibly thin, standing perfectly still among the trees at the far edge of the clearing. Its skin, or whatever covered its body, was pale, almost luminescent in the failing light, and it had no discernible features, just a blank, smooth surface where a face should be. It didn't move, didn't breathe, and yet I could feel its gaze on me. Every instinct screamed to run, but my legs refused to obey. I blinked, and it was gone. The clearing was empty, but the oppressive sense of being watched remained. I didn't stop to investigate. I turned and ran blindly through the undergrowth, my flashlight swinging wildly. Branches clawed at my jacket and face, thorns tore through my jeans, but I didn't care. All I wanted was to get out of that area. The forest seemed to stretch endlessly, paths looping back on themselves. Every time I thought I recognized a tree or a trail marker, it wasn't there. My compass spun oddly in my hand, as if the earth itself was disorienting me. Night fell fully while I was still running, and I realized I would have to set up camp again in the pitch black. Exhausted, I found a small depression in the ground and pitched my tent as best I could, ignoring the creeping sense of dread that had taken hold. I stayed awake the entire night, fire dwindling to embers, listening to movement outside, feeling the presence shift closer and farther, always just beyond reach. By the third day, I had no sense of direction. The forest had consumed the trail entirely. My food was running low, and the water from the stream tasted foul. I kept thinking I heard whispers behind me, distant laughter, and the faint shuffle of footsteps. Sometimes I would turn, convinced I saw the thin and faceless figure following me, only to see nothing. My fear was no longer rational. It had become a constant, gnawing panic that settled deep in my chest. That evening, I stumbled into a new clearing, and this one was different. The trees were twisted and gnarled, their bark blackened, almost burned, though the ground was untouched. Scattered across the clearing were crude symbols etched into stones and the trunks of trees. Circles with lines, shapes that didn't make sense, but somehow conveyed a warning. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. Something about the arrangement of the stones and the carvings screamed danger. I wanted to leave, but I was exhausted, lost, and every instinct told me that moving would draw attention. I crawled into the farthest corner of the clearing, huddled against a tree, and tried to sleep. At around midnight, I awoke to the sound of something moving near the edge of the clearing. My flashlight was dead. My fire was gone. Panic rose in my chest. I could hear breathing, slow, deliberate, uneven. My head swiveled toward the noise, but darkness made it impossible to see. Then I felt it. A pressure on my chest, like someone or something was standing just behind me, close enough that I could feel the heat radiating off it, even through the cold night air. I froze. The air smelled foul, like rotting leaves and iron. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. A whisper, soft and sibilant, slid past my ear. "You shouldn't be here." I bolted upright, tumbling backward and scrambling to my feet. The figure was gone. No sound, no movement, just the oppressive stillness of the forest. My body shook, heart hammering. I grabbed my pack and ran blindly through the trees, praying for the faintest sign of the road or a recognizable landmark. Hours seemed to pass. The forest had become an endless labyrinth of shadows and twisted trees. Hunger, thirst, and exhaustion blurred reality. I began to lose track of time, moving more on instinct than reason. By the fourth day, I was hallucinating. I saw the thin, faceless figure standing in front of me. Over and over, always at a distance, always vanishing when I got close. I saw shapes in the trees that weren't there, and shadows that moved independently of any light source. My body was failing, my mind fraying, but I refused to stop. Somewhere deep in the back of my mind, I knew giving up meant never leaving this forest alive. Then, on the fifth day, I stumbled out of the trees and onto a logging road. It was almost surreal, sunlight cutting through the branches, birds chirping normally, and the forest behind me silent as if nothing had happened. I collapsed on the gravel, gasping for air, and could barely believe I had made it out. I flagged down a passing trucker, and he called the authorities after listening to my incoherent story about getting lost, strange figures, and unearthly whispers. They combed the area, but found nothing. No symbols, no figure, no trace of my ordeal. I never returned to those woods. I don't know if what I experienced was supernatural, or if exhaustion, isolation, and fear twisted reality into something unrecognizable. But I know what I felt, the constant, oppressive awareness of being watched, the deliberate, predatory intelligence lurking just beyond the trees. I know the terror of realizing the forest is alive in a way that isn't entirely natural. And I know the haunting certainty that whatever was there, waiting for me, is still there, waiting for the next person foolish enough to wander too deep. Story, the end. It was late October when my friends and I decided to go camping in the Appalachians, somewhere near the Tennessee-North Carolina border. The plan was simple: drive up Friday evening, set up camp, hike a few trails, and get back before Sunday evening. We were all college students at the time. Me, Jake, my cousin Sarah, and a guy from her dorm, Matt. We'd been friends for a couple of years, mostly from summer trips and weekend adventures. None of us were strangers to the outdoors, but this trip felt different from the usual weekend hikes and cabins. There was an unspoken anticipation, a curiosity about something deeper and darker than the trails we were used to. We started the drive late Friday afternoon. The highway was almost empty, the sun low on the horizon, casting a golden-orange haze over the mountains. Matt drove, Jake was navigating, Sarah and I sat in the back, passing a bag of trail mix around. The mountains grew taller as we approached the forest roads, the trees thickening, shadows stretching long across the road. There were signs warning of wildlife and a few older, abandoned cabins that looked like they hadn't been touched in decades. Even joking about it felt a little off. There was an eerie quietness, the kind that made you instinctively look over your shoulder. By the time we reached the dirt trail leading into the woods, it was just barely dusk. The sky was a mixture of deep purple and faint red streaks, the kind that almost feels like it's warning you. We parked the car, unloaded our gear, and started hiking about a mile in to find a good spot to set up camp. The woods were dense here, the canopy thick enough to block most of the remaining light. The air smelled like wet leaves and damp soil, a heavy, earthy scent that hung in your nostrils. Birds were still calling in the distance, but there was a noticeable silence among the smaller critters. No squirrels, no rustling underbrush. It was too still. We found a small clearing that looked like it had been used by hikers before, a flat patch of earth with a few old fire rings. We set up the tents quickly, tossing the sleeping bags inside and arranging our supplies. Sarah suggested we start a fire, so Jake gathered wood while Matt and I helped. Once the fire was crackling, we sat around it eating sandwiches and telling stories. It was typical campfire stuff, exaggerated encounters with bears, tales of people getting lost, the usual horror stories meant to make you shiver but still feel safe. As night fully fell, the forest transformed. The darkness was total, almost suffocating, and the sounds changed. The wind rustled the tops of the trees, branches snapping now and then, and the occasional distant howl of a coyote cut through the night. Around midnight, I noticed it first, a faint scratching noise coming from the perimeter of the clearing. It was subtle, like nails on wood, but off in the distance, somewhere behind the trees. I assumed it was an animal at first, maybe a raccoon or a bear, and mentioned it to the others. They shrugged, saying they hadn't heard anything. The scratching came again, a little louder this time, closer. We all sat up listening. Jake whispered, "Probably just a raccoon. They can get pretty bold at night." But there was a strange cadence to the sound, deliberate almost, like something or someone was circling us. The hairs on my neck stood on end. Matt, ever the skeptic, grabbed a flashlight and shone it toward the noise. The beam cut through the trees, illuminating nothing but dark trunks and fallen leaves. "See? Nothing," he said, though even his voice sounded tense. We returned to the fire, trying to ignore it. But over the next hour, the scratching became accompanied by another sound, a low, almost guttural hum. It wasn't human, not exactly, but it had a rhythm, like a chant that belonged in some old folklore horror story. Sarah started to whisper about old mountain legends, things her grandfather used to tell her about the woods. I tried to laugh it off, but the sound was impossible to ignore. At some point, we decided to turn in for the night. Matt and Jake slept in one tent, Sarah and I in the other. I stayed awake for a long time, listening. The sounds never stopped. At times, they grew so close I thought I could see shadows moving beyond the edge of the firelight. I told myself it was an animal, maybe someone else camping nearby, but the feeling in the pit of my stomach was pure fear. Something wasn't right. Around 3 a.m., I woke to the sound of breathing. Not our own group, but someone or something outside the tent. I froze, heart pounding, straining to hear over the wind and my own pulse. The breathing was shallow, deliberate, circling the tent slowly. I tried shaking Sarah awake quietly, but she was deep in sleep. I considered waking Jake and Matt, but something told me not to. The fear was almost paralyzing. Then I saw it. A shadow, taller than a man, moving between the trees just at the edge of our flashlight's reach. I couldn't make out features, but it had long limbs, almost unnaturally long, moving with a fluid, silent precision. My first instinct was to scream, but I couldn't. I just stared as it paused, as if observing, and then disappeared into the darkness. The rest of the night was a blur of unease. Every sound felt amplified. The snapping of branches, the rustle of leaves, even the creaking of our tents. At first light, we emerged cautiously. The fire had burned down to embers, and in the clearing there were strange markings on the ground. Not footprints. Too large for a human, too elongated, claw-like. I pointed them out and Jake scoffed, but the others saw it too. They didn't fit any animal I knew, not even a bear. We decided to pack up and hike out. The forest seemed different in daylight, oppressive in a new way, heavier somehow. The path back to the car felt longer, every shadow suspicious, every tree suspiciously twisted. We didn't speak much, all of us consumed by the same quiet dread. Halfway back, we found something else. A small structure, no bigger than a shed, camouflaged with leaves and branches. It hadn't been there when we arrived. There was no door, just an opening facing the woods. Inside, we could see remnants of old bones. Animal, probably, but broken and arranged in a way that felt deliberate, ritualistic. The smell was strong, metallic, and rotten. We didn't linger. By the time we reached the car, none of us spoke. The drive back was silent, Jake blasting music to drown out the tension. None of us wanted to talk about what we'd seen or heard, not yet. Weeks later, I learned from a local ranger that the area we camped in had been the site of numerous disappearances over the decades, mostly hikers who ventured too far off the trails. The ranger didn't offer much detail, just a vague warning to stick to main paths and never camp in that section of the woods. A Google search turned up similar stories, people reporting strange sounds at night, shadows that moved against the wind, and footprints that didn't match any known animals. I never went back. Neither did the others. Occasionally, I'll catch myself thinking about that night, the tall shadow circling our tent, the strange hum that had no source. It was real, I know it was. And somewhere deep in those Appalachian woods, it's still out there, waiting for the next group foolish enough to wander too far. Years later, I heard a story from another hiker who ventured into the same section. He described something incredibly similar. The sound of circling, low guttural humming, scratches just beyond the firelight, and shadows taller than men moving between the trees. He got out, but he swore he felt watched the whole time. The ranger confirmed he'd had multiple reports like this, but with no evidence, there was nothing that could be done. The forest seemed to guard its secrets jealously, and whatever was living there was patient, careful, and undeniably intelligent. I keep a map now, marking every trail I've hiked in the Appalachians. That night is marked with a big red X, and I make sure never to go near it. But sometimes when the wind is just right, I swear I can hear it, scratching, circling, waiting, and I know it remembers us. The deep woods have a way of changing people, of leaving pieces behind you can't retrieve. That night, I left part of myself there in the shadows, something primal and terrified that refuses to be ignored. And I've realized that sometimes what's real isn't what you see. It's what you feel. The woods taught me that, and I'll never forget it. Even now, I think about it when I'm alone at night. The memory of that shadow, the guttural hum, the marking on the ground, they haunt me, a reminder that the world has corners we were never meant to explore. Some things in the forest are older than us, smarter than us, and far more patient than we could imagine. And if you ever hear scratching in the dark, keep moving. Don't look back. Whatever it is, it's not done watching. I never told this story to anyone outside our group. Friends and family assumed we just had a bad night, maybe paranoia or the stress of being alone in the dark. But I know the truth. And I know that somewhere in the deep woods of the Appalachians, it's still out there, waiting. Years passed. Sarah moved away. Jake joined the military. Matt kept chasing adrenaline in other ways. But I remained close to the area, always careful to avoid that section of the forest. Until one evening, about 5 years later, I got a call from Sarah. Her voice was shaking, barely above a whisper. She'd been hiking near the border of that same area, and she heard the hum again. She described shadows moving against the light, the circling, the unnatural movements. She ran. That was all she would say. It hit me then that whatever had been there that night didn't forget us. It had remembered. And in those woods, memory and patience are infinite. I can't say why it didn't come closer, why it allowed us to survive that first night. Maybe it was testing us. Maybe it was curious. Whatever the reason, it doesn't matter. We were lucky, or maybe unlucky enough to see it and live to tell the tale. Because most who wander that deep don't. I still avoid the forest now, sticking to populated trails and well-marked parks. But sometimes in the fall, when the wind blows just right and the forest grows quiet, I swear I can hear it again. A faint scratching just beyond the tree line and that low, deliberate hum that chills my blood. It's real. More real than anything else I've ever known. And I don't think it will ever stop waiting. Story the end. It was the kind of late summer evening that always made the forest feel alive, the air heavy with the smell of wet earth and pine. I had been driving along a backcountry road in western North Carolina, winding my way through stretches of dense forest that seemed to stretch on forever, when I saw a small, almost hidden trailhead sign. It was weathered, the letters barely legible, but it promised a loop trail that cut deep into the woods. I'd been itching to hike alone for weeks, craving that kind of isolation, so I parked my car in a small pull-off and hoisted my pack onto my shoulders. The trail was narrow at first, overgrown with low bushes and tree roots that threatened to trip me with every step. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in pale shafts, and for the first hour or so, everything felt perfectly normal. Birds called to each other from above, and somewhere in the distance, I heard the faint rush of a creek. I passed what looked like old hunting camps, rusted cans and a half-collapsed lean-to hidden in the trees, but there was no one else around. I felt the familiar thrill that comes with being entirely alone in the woods, far from any other humans. As afternoon began to slide into evening, I realized the trail started to narrow, twisting in ways that made it almost impossible to keep track of direction. I had my phone and a map, but the GPS was unreliable and the paper map was no help in these thick, winding paths. That's when I first noticed it. Footprints. Not deer or raccoon tracks, but human. They were large, booted, and deep in the soft soil, following the trail just ahead of me. My stomach turned slightly, but I told myself it was just a hunter or another hiker. There wasn't a road for miles, so whoever it was had to be on foot. Night fell faster than I expected. The woods changed in subtle ways. The air became colder, and shadows seemed to move independently of the trees. I stopped to set up a small camp near a clearing I found beside a creek, thinking I'd have enough light to cook dinner and rest before heading back in the morning. That's when the noises started. At first it was subtle, a branch snapping in the distance, the crunch of leaves underfoot, but it quickly grew more deliberate. I froze, listening. The steps moved closer, circling my campsite. My pulse hammered in my chest as I grabbed my flashlight and swept the beam around. Nothing. The beam of light cut through the darkness, but I couldn't see anyone or anything. Then I heard a voice, quiet and almost too far to make out, whispering my name. Jeremy? I spun in the direction of the sound, but there was only darkness, thick and unbroken. I tried to tell myself it was my imagination, that being alone in the deep woods made the mind play tricks. I kept my flashlight on, shining it in every direction, but the darkness seemed to absorb the light. I stayed up much later than I should have, my ears straining, my body tense, every shadow feeling like it might step out of the trees at any moment. Eventually, exhaustion took me and I dozed off fitfully. I woke to silence, but not the kind of silence that is comforting. The forest was eerily still, as if it had held its breath. My first thought was to get moving, back to my car, back to civilization. I packed quickly, trying to follow the faint trail I had marked with small scratches on trees, but nothing looked familiar. The forest had shifted somehow. Trees that should have been there weren't. Paths that I thought led one way twisted into confusing loops. I realized I was completely, utterly lost. I walked for hours trying to retrace my steps, but every turn seemed to put me deeper into the forest. Hunger and thirst started to gnaw at me. The creek I had camped beside had vanished, replaced by thick brambles and tangled roots. That's when I started hearing it again, the voice. Clearer this time, though still not close. It called my name in a measured, deliberate way, almost like it was testing me. Jeremy. Jeremy. I stopped and whispered back. Who's there? No answer. But the feeling of being watched intensified. Every few minutes I caught glimpses of something moving just beyond the trees, too fast and fleeting to identify. A dark shape, hunched, almost humanoid, always disappearing when I turned my flashlight on it. I began to run, panic overtaking me, hoping to find some sign of the road, a car, anything that meant I was getting out. Hours turned into a blur. My legs were scratched and bleeding from the dense underbrush, my shirt torn, my flashlight's battery nearly dead. I stumbled into a small clearing and froze. Ahead was an old cabin, entirely hidden by thick vines and overgrown trees. Smoke rose lazily from the chimney, though it looked abandoned. I approached cautiously, the floorboards creaking under my weight. Inside, dust and decay reigned. Old furniture sagged under years of neglect, and a thick layer of grime covered every surface. But then I noticed the walls. Names had been carved into the wood, dozens of them, layered on top of each other, some crossed out, some fresh. And at the center, the newest carving, raw and deep. Jeremy. My own name. I stumbled back, heart racing. Whoever or whatever had left it was watching me, had been watching me the whole time. I ran again, not daring to look back. The forest seemed alive, shifting under my feet, reshaping itself around me. Every sound, twigs snapping, leaves rustling, felt deliberate. I didn't stop, didn't rest, following the only instinct I had left, to keep moving. The night seemed endless. Shadows flickered at the edge of my vision, always just out of reach. I saw shapes moving through the trees, always hunched, always silent. Once I thought I caught the glint of eyes reflecting my flashlight, too high for a deer, too cold for a human. I ran until my legs gave out and my lungs burned. At one point, I found another cabin, smaller, more hidden. Inside, I discovered a notebook filled with frantic scrawled writing. Someone had been here before me, someone else who had seen whatever haunted these woods. The entries spoke of the Watcher, a presence that lingered just beyond sight, patient and cunning. One line made my blood run cold. Do not hesitate. If it sees you falter, it will take you. It never forgets. I kept moving, guided by desperation. The forest seemed endless, yet somehow, eventually, I found a faint trail that led to a service road. Relief surged through me as I emerged into the open. I ran the last mile to my car, collapsing behind the wheel, heart hammering, sweat and tears mingling. I didn't stop until I reached the nearest town, headlights from other cars and the hum of electricity in the streetlights a balm for my frayed nerves. Weeks passed. I tried to rationalize what had happened. Perhaps I had gotten lost, disoriented, and exhausted. Maybe the carvings and voices were my imagination. Friends and family didn't believe me. You were just alone in the woods, they said. It's easy to imagine things. But I knew what I had seen, what I had heard. Something in those woods wasn't human. Something had watched me, followed me, tested me. I avoided hiking for months, staying in town, sleeping with lights on. But every so often I felt it, the same presence, patient, waiting, just out of sight. Shadows in the corner of my vision would flicker unnaturally, the leaves rustling outside my window at night in patterns that seemed deliberate. I began having nightmares, dreams where the woods closed in around me, where shadows whispered my name. One evening, I received a message from an unknown number. No words, just a photo, a path through dense forest, sunlight cutting through the canopy, and in the corner, carved into a tree, faint but unmistakable, Jeremy. My stomach turned. The woods had remembered me. They had never forgotten. I sold my car, moved to another state, and never went back near anything resembling that trail. But sometimes, when I am alone, when the wind whistles through the trees outside my apartment, I feel it, patient, waiting, watching, and I know, deep down, that one day it will find me again. Story the end. It was supposed to be a weekend trip like any other, a brief escape from the cluttered noise of Atlanta into the still, quiet expanse of the Appalachian wilderness. My friends and I had been planning it for months. Myself, Ryan, my younger sister Elise, and our mutual friend Mark. We wanted to hike, camp, maybe fish if we had the patience. I was a little hesitant. My fear of getting lost had been well documented, but the lure of leaving our phones behind, even if just for 2 days, was enough to convince me. We arrived late Friday afternoon, the sun already dropping low behind the mountains, casting elongated shadows through the dense stand of pines. The air was cooler here, crisp, carrying a scent of pine resin and damp earth that was intoxicatingly fresh. Our campsite was in a small clearing, barely more than a patch of flat land beside a narrow stream, its banks mossy and slick. The place was isolated enough that I knew we'd see no one, but the first thing that struck me was just how quiet it was. Too quiet. There was the occasional bird call, the gurgle of water over stones, the distant rustle of something moving through the underbrush. But the deeper sound, the constant white noise of human life, was gone. That absence itself was unsettling. We set up camp quickly, Elise fussing over the small details, while Ryan and Mark carried in the heavier gear. Night was approaching fast, and the forest was already taking on an eerie quality. Trees becoming darker shapes, shadows moving where shadows shouldn't. I tried to shake off the creeping unease. We had flashlights and lanterns, and I was sure the forest was just a bit more intimidating than I remembered from childhood hikes. Dinner was a simple affair: canned beans, hot dogs, and a fire. The firelight danced across our faces, revealing nervous laughter and stories from the past, trying to mask the tension that none of us wanted to admit. I noticed, though, that Mark kept glancing into the trees, not just once or twice, but repeatedly, as if expecting something or someone to emerge. When I asked him if he was all right, he gave a non-committal shrug, muttered that it was probably just the woods messing with him, and laughed it off. I wanted to believe him. After dinner, we decided to take a short walk along the trail that ran parallel to the stream. Our flashlights cut through the darkness in narrow cones, illuminating roots and rocks, the occasional low-hanging branch that threatened to scrape our faces. As we moved deeper into the trees, the sounds of the stream faded, replaced by a different sound, a sort of rhythmic crunching underfoot, but not ours. At first I thought it was an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but the pace was uneven, deliberate, human-like. I called out, trying to make it casual, "Hello, anybody out here?" The silence that followed was unsettling, not even an animal sound in response, just the wind through the trees. We turned back toward the camp, trying to convince ourselves that our eyes were playing tricks on us, that the forest had a way of making ordinary sounds sound threatening. But when we returned, something had changed. The campfire had dimmed significantly, though I knew we hadn't left it unattended for more than 10 minutes. The logs were cold in the center, though the outer edges still smoldered. My stomach sank. I looked at my friends. Ryan had the same wary expression I felt creeping over myself, and Elise's usual chatter had gone silent, her face pale. We tried to shrug it off, convincing ourselves that the forest had just sucked the warmth from the fire faster than usual. Mark, though, refused to sit by it, wandering to the edge of the clearing as if drawn by something we couldn't see. He didn't speak for a long time, just stood there, staring into the trees. Then he whispered, almost to himself, "Did anyone else hear that?" We hadn't, but then faintly we did. A soft, scraping sound, like nails dragging across wood, coming from the dense thicket at the far edge of the clearing. My heart started hammering. "It's probably a tree branch," I said, my voice trembling more than I realized. But Elise shook her head. "No, it's not," she whispered. "It's someone." The sound stopped, as if whoever or whatever was making it had paused to listen to us. We tried to get some sleep, huddling together in our tents, but none of us slept. The forest seemed to close in around us, shadows stretching impossibly long under the moonlight. And then, around 2 a.m., it started, scratching at the edges of our tents, faint at first, then louder, more insistent. Elise screamed. I grabbed her, shaking her awake, but even as we unzipped the tents and shined our flashlights into the darkness, there was nothing there. Nothing except the trees, swaying gently in the night wind. But I knew we weren't alone. I could feel it, the presence of something just beyond the light, watching, waiting. Ryan suggested we pack up and leave immediately, but Mark argued that it would be dangerous to navigate the trail in the dark. We compromised. We stayed awake until first light, watching for movement, trying to calm ourselves. Every time a branch snapped, our hearts leapt. Every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps. And then, just before dawn, we saw it. A figure, pale and thin, standing at the edge of the clearing. At first, we thought it was one of us playing a prank, but its head tilted unnaturally, and it didn't move like a human. Its eyes, or where the eyes should have been, glowed faintly in the dim light, fixed on us. We didn't speak. None of us could. And then, almost as suddenly as it had appeared, it vanished into the trees, leaving only silence. We didn't linger. We packed everything with trembling hands and started down the trail, following the stream out of the clearing. Every shadow seemed alive. Every sound felt like a signal, a warning. By the time we reached the car, the sun was just rising and we were shaking, exhausted, and utterly terrified. When we got back to Atlanta, we tried to rationalize it. Exhaustion, stress, our imaginations running wild. But the forest had left something with us. Phones and flashlights didn't erase the memory of the figure, the dragging nails, the cold, unnatural silence. And over the next few weeks, strange things started happening. Elise insisted that she saw someone standing outside her bedroom window at night watching her. Ryan heard scratching at his front door. Mark's apartment was broken into, but nothing was taken, just long, deep scratches on the walls, as if something had been trying to claw its way in. I kept quiet about the figure I saw, but it haunted me. Dreams at first, vague and unsettling, soon became vivid, almost memories. Standing alone in the woods, feeling eyes on me, hearing whispers in a language I didn't understand, dragging me deeper into darkness. One night, I woke up to find scratches across my bedroom door, fresh, raw, as if something had been trying to get in while I slept. The worst part is the waiting, the sense that it's still out there, somewhere, in the woods, or perhaps closer, watching, learning, waiting for the next time we make the mistake of thinking we are alone. Sometimes I drive past the mountains on the outskirts of the city, and I swear I see movement along the tree line, too fast, too deliberate for an animal, too human to be normal. And I wonder if it's still the same one, waiting for the next group of unsuspecting hikers, the next weekend getaway. We never returned to that clearing. None of us have. And yet I can't shake the feeling that it hasn't left us, that whatever it is has followed us out of the woods into our lives, because the woods don't forgive. They don't forget. They wait, patient and unrelenting. And sometimes when I lie awake at night, I can still hear it. Faint scratching, barely perceptible, just beyond the reach of the light, reminding me that the forest is not just a place, but a presence, a predator that never sleeps. It's been years since that weekend, but the terror hasn't faded. Sometimes I drive late at night along rural roads, past stretches of forest, and I feel that familiar icy sense of being watched. I've started to carry a flashlight in the car now, almost obsessively, shining it toward the tree line when I pause at intersections. I don't know why, I haven't seen it again, but the instinct is primal, a warning drilled into me in that small clearing where the sun couldn't reach. My friends feel it too. We've stopped taking trips, stopped hiking, stopped even mentioning the woods. We joke about our fears, try to laugh them off, but none of us can forget. I've done research, tried to find any stories that match what we saw. There are accounts in local folklore about spirits in the Appalachian woods, some malevolent, some just watchers. But the consistency of detail is chilling. A tall, thin figure, unnaturally pale, sometimes glimpsed at the edge of campsites or trails, always silent, always watching, moving in ways that defy normal human behavior. People disappear after encounters. Some who return are never the same, haunted by nightmares, scratches appearing on walls or furniture, whispers that seem to come from the shadows. We've shared our story only in fragments with those who will listen, always met with skepticism. But I know what we saw. I know what followed us. And I know that the forest doesn't care about disbelief. It doesn't need it. The creature or presence or whatever it is exists outside of explanation. It feeds on fear, on isolation, on the quiet places where humans think themselves safe, and it waits. Last spring, Elise called me in a panic. She had gone camping with her boyfriend not far from the same region. She laughed nervously at first, insisting everything was fine, but the sound of her voice was tight, tense. Then she said it. I saw it again, the same thing, standing at the edge of the trees, just watching. Her boyfriend hadn't seen it. She'd tried to convince herself it was imagination, until it started moving closer, just far enough to remain shadow, just close enough for her to feel it watching. She had run, leaving her things behind, and she hadn't returned. I haven't heard from her since. Ryan and Mark avoid talking about it. When pressed, Ryan admits to occasional nightmares, waking to find the sensation of eyes on him, scratching sounds that stop the moment he lights a lamp. Mark has moved several times, always further from any forested areas, yet he still reports odd encounters, fleeting glimpses of tall, thin figures from the corner of his eye, inexplicable chills, doors left unlocked with no explanation. None of us are the same. None of us will ever be the same. That weekend changed us forever. The forest was not just a backdrop for adventure. It was alive we didn't understand. Alive with something patient, something that waits for careless humans to wander too far from the world of light and warmth. I've tried to tell myself that sharing this story here is cathartic, a way to exorcise the lingering fear. But I know better. The moment you acknowledge it, the forest listens, and the eyes in the dark, whatever they are, turn toward you. I've begun leaving lights on at night. Flashlights are now a constant companion. Every shadow, every rustle, every night drive past wooded areas makes my skin crawl. Because I know it's there. Waiting. Patient. Silent until the moment it chooses to act. And if there's one lesson I learned from that weekend, it's that there is no escaping the woods once they've claimed you. It doesn't matter how far you drive, how many walls you build around yourself, how much you tell yourself it was imagination. The forest remembers, and whatever dwells within it never forgets. Every summer, every weekend, every unsuspecting hiker venturing too far into those shadows becomes a potential victim, a new witness to the watching, the waiting, the hunger. I don't know if it's supernatural or something else entirely, but I know this. It's real, and it's patient. And I know, without a doubt, that it's still out there. I haven't slept well in years. Every unfamiliar creak or rustle in the night sends me into a panic. Sometimes I dream of the clearing, the fire snuffed out, the figure at the edge, head tilting unnaturally, eyes glowing faintly, staring into nothing, yet seeing everything. I wake drenched in sweat, heart hammering, convinced for a few moments that it's still there in my room, just beyond the reach of my lights. My friends feel it too. The three of us have an unspoken understanding now. Never go back. Never speak of it unnecessarily, and never ever let anyone else know the true story. Because once the forest knows you're aware, it marks you. The watching never ends. Even now, writing this, I feel the old fear creeping back. The hairs on my arms stand on end. There's a shadow at the edge of my vision, a faint pressure, a sense that I'm not alone. I'm sure it's nothing, just nerves, just memory, but a part of me knows the truth. The woods are patient. They wait. And one day, if we're not careful, they will return. Story the end. It was the kind of late September day where the sun barely made its presence known, slanting weakly through a thick layer of cloud that hung over the Appalachian ridges. The air smelled damp, like wet leaves and decaying pine needles. I had been driving for hours down narrow, winding roads, the kind that seemed to twist into themselves endlessly. My GPS kept rerouting me, insisting there was a faster route, which led me deeper into a tangle of woods that seemed older than time itself. I was chasing a story I had read online, a local legend about a lost logging town somewhere in the mountains of West Virginia. Nobody seemed to know exactly where it was, and that was part of the lure. I parked at the edge of a barely noticeable dirt path. My truck sank slightly into the soft earth, and I could hear the distant groan of the engine as it cooled. I hoisted my backpack over my shoulder, the one loaded with camera equipment, a flashlight, a pocket knife, and a thermos of coffee that had long since gone lukewarm. The trailhead was marked by a rusted sign, half eaten by moss and lichen. It said nothing readable, just a chipped, faded wooden board. But I had read accounts of this path online. People talked about disappearing hikers, unexplainable footprints, and voices echoing where there should have been none. The first hour was deceptively normal. Sunlight managed to break through gaps in the trees, casting long stripes across the forest floor. The air smelled fresher here, though the humidity made it cling to your skin. Birds chirped occasionally, and a squirrel darted across my path, stopping to stare at me with beady eyes before vanishing into the underbrush. I kept my pace steady, telling myself that the legends were just stories made by bored locals. Still, an uneasy feeling had started to settle in the pit of my stomach, the kind of creeping dread that doesn't make sense but refuses to leave. Around mid-afternoon, the trail became less defined. I stumbled over roots, sidestepped fallen trees, and occasionally glimpsed old stone foundations half buried under ferns and ivy. The signs of a forgotten settlement were everywhere, but no buildings remained. It was as if the forest had swallowed the town whole, leaving only these silent remnants. I stopped to photograph a moss-covered well, imagining what life had been like here 100 years ago. The camera clicked, and the shutter seemed unnaturally loud in the thick hush of the woods. As the sun dipped lower, the woods began to change. Shadows lengthened and twisted in impossible ways. I heard something, maybe the wind, whispering through the branches, but it wasn't wind. It was more like a low, murmuring sound, indistinct but purposeful. My pulse quickened. I shook my head and forced myself to move forward, telling myself I was imagining it. By the time I reached a small clearing, the sky had gone dark gray, threatening rain. I could see a creek running through the center of it, the water moving sluggishly over dark rocks. It looked inviting, but there was something about the place that made me hesitate. I set down my pack and crouched near the creek to take some photos. That's when I noticed them. Footprints. They were fresh, human, and far too large to be mine. My heart sank. I spun around, but the clearing was empty. I tried to convince myself it was someone else on the trail. Maybe another hiker, though I hadn't seen anyone all day. The footprints led toward the far edge of the clearing, vanishing into the dense woods. I debated following them, curiosity gnawing at me, but a part of me screamed to turn back. Before I could decide, a sound came from the trees, a snap of a branch. I froze. Then it came again, closer this time. Something was moving through the underbrush, keeping pace with me, though I couldn't see it. My hands shook as I gripped my flashlight and camera. I whispered into the empty forest, asking if anyone was there. No answer, but the rustling continued, faster now. I turned and walked briskly back toward the path, trying to ignore the gnawing fear. That's when I saw it, a figure, just a silhouette at first, standing between two trees. It was tall, unnaturally so, and completely still. I thought it was a hiker at first, until it tilted its head in a way no human should. It seemed to be watching me. My stomach dropped, and I felt frozen, rooted to the spot. Then, without warning, it disappeared. I could see the leaves where it had stood, disturbed, but the figure itself was gone. Panic set in. I grabbed my pack and ran. The trail was no longer familiar. Every tree looked the same. I couldn't tell if I was moving in circles or deeper into the forest. The shadows seemed to follow me. I tried calling out again, but my voice sounded weak, swallowed by the dense air. That's when I heard it. Breathing. Not mine, something else's. Slow, deliberate, and close. I ran blindly, tripping over roots, scraping my hands against bark, until I stumbled into another clearing. Moonlight broke through the clouds just enough to illuminate a cabin, or what remained of one. It was small, dilapidated, and half-collapsed. Smoke curled lazily from a broken chimney, though the fire inside was long dead. I could see remnants of furniture, rotting and covered in mold. But that wasn't what froze me in place. On the far wall, scrawled in what looked like charcoal, were words, "You should not be here." I swallowed hard. My rational mind tried to explain it. Vandalism, pranksters, old warnings, but my gut told me differently. I edged closer to the cabin, trying to see if there were signs of life, and that's when I heard footsteps behind me. Not one set, but many. Circling, moving around the clearing. My heart pounded as I spun, flashlight swinging wildly. Nothing. But the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. Then the sound of whispers, barely audible like voices speaking just at the edge of hearing. My knees buckled. I stumbled into the cabin and slammed the door behind me, hoping it would hide me, hoping it would keep them out. The inside was worse than I imagined. The air was thick, musty, and smelled like decay. Old furniture leaned at impossible angles. I noticed a journal on the floor, pages yellowed and brittle. I picked it up and began to read. The entries were from a man named Elias, a logger from the late 1800s. He wrote about strange happenings in the forest, shadows moving against the wind, voices calling from nowhere, and people disappearing. The last entry was a single sentence scrawled in large, frantic letters. They watch when you think you're alone. They wait for the dark. A chill ran down my spine. I dropped the journal. The whispers outside became louder, forming words I couldn't understand. The footsteps, now unmistakably heavy, approached the cabin. I tried the door, but it was stuck. My flashlight flickered, then died. I was plunged into darkness, hearing nothing but the growing weight of movement outside and the soft, mocking whispers. I backed into a corner, knife in hand, heart hammering. That's when I saw it, emerging from the shadows near the far wall. Not human. Its shape was vaguely humanoid, but limbs were elongated, joints bending the wrong way. Its eyes glowed faintly, reflecting the moonlight through the broken roof. It tilted its head, watching me, and let out a low, rasping sigh like the wind itself had learned to breathe. I don't remember much after that. Something forced me out of the cabin, not violently, but with a compulsion I couldn't resist. I ran through the forest blindly, guided by fear alone. The shadows seemed to reach for me, whispering, but never touching. Eventually, I stumbled onto a logging road and saw the lights of my truck. I didn't stop running until I was inside, doors locked, engine roaring. I drove all night, never looking back. The sun rose over empty mountains, but the feeling didn't leave. Even now, I can't shake the images, the whispers, the glowing eyes, the figure that shouldn't exist. I've tried researching Elias and the town, but official records don't mention them. The forests there are called unsettled on some maps, and locals avoid them. If you ever find yourself driving through West Virginia and see a narrow path disappearing into the woods, don't follow it. Don't linger. They're still out there, watching, waiting for the dark. Months later, I returned, trying to make sense of it. I parked near the same trailhead, determined to retrace my steps, but this time the path was gone. The trees had closed ranks, leaving no opening. It was as if the forest had swallowed it entirely. No footprints, no cabin, no creek, nothing. Just the thick, ancient forest, silent but for the occasional whisper of wind through the leaves. I've since learned from others who claim to have ventured there that it's not a one-time experience. People vanish, sometimes for hours, sometimes never. They speak of the same whispers, the same shadows, the same feeling of being watched. Some call it a curse. Others call it a forest alive. I don't know what it is, but I know what I saw. I know the cold eyes in the dark, the unnatural shape that bent and twisted in ways a human body cannot. And I know the feeling, the suffocating certainty that the forest itself does not want you to leave once it has taken notice. I still dream about it sometimes. I wake in the middle of the night, heart racing, thinking I hear footsteps just outside my window. And when I close my eyes, I see that cabin, the scrawled warning on the wall, and the eyes, so many eyes, watching, waiting, patient and eternal. I've tried to warn others, but most laugh it off. Maybe they will learn the hard way, just as I did. The forest remembers you, I've realized. It waits, and when it chooses, it doesn't let go. Story the end. It had started as something harmless, the kind of adventure my friends and I always sought in our small Midwestern town. We were 5 of us, all in our early 20s, seeking an escape from the monotony of life. Long shifts at the diner, college courses that made us question our choices, and the slow, suffocating quiet of a town that had stopped growing decades ago. The lure of the woods had always been there, a boundary line where the world we knew ended and something else began. Most of the locals avoided the deeper parts, whispering about lost hikers, strange lights, and how the forest seemed to rearrange itself at night. We, of course, scoffed at all of it. Fear was for people who didn't want to explore. It was mid-October when we decided to do it, an overnight hike into the deep woods. beyond the marked trails, past the creek that split the forest into known and unknown territory. We loaded our packs with tents, sleeping bags, flashlights, and enough snacks to feel prepared, though none of us had ever actually planned an overnight in the backcountry. Jake, always the self-proclaimed leader, mapped out our route on a crumpled forest map he'd found online. "Trust me," he said, holding up the map as if it were a sacred text. "No one ever goes past this point. We'll have the forest to ourselves. It's perfect." Mia rolled her eyes, but didn't protest. "Perfect for what? Getting lost and eaten by bears?" she said, though her voice lacked conviction. I laughed nervously. There were bears, sure, but the closest one had been sighted miles away last month, and the forest had more stories than real danger. I reminded myself of that as we set off just after noon, the sun filtering weakly through the thinning autumn leaves. The first few hours were easy. We followed the old trail, passing under arches of red and gold leaves, the air crisp with fall. Birds called overhead, and the occasional rustle in the underbrush reminded us that we were not alone. We joked, took pictures, and made the kind of memories people who stayed in town never did. But as we pushed deeper past the creek and the last familiar trail marker, the forest changed. The trees grew older, their trunks thicker and darker, roots curling over one another like veins. The ground became uneven, and the silence, at first soothing, turned oppressive. Every snapped twig, every distant caw of a crow felt louder than it had any right to. The sky above the canopy seemed dimmer, even though it was still afternoon. We set up camp near a small clearing beside an old, dried-up stream. The fire was our first mistake, in hindsight. We needed light, but the flames cast shadows that seemed too eager, too alive, moving with a mind of their own. As we ate, we shared ghost stories, each one more ridiculous than the last, trying to laugh off the creeping unease. It started just after dusk. At first it was subtle, a sound like heavy breathing, too rhythmic to be the wind. We froze, exchanging looks. "Probably just a deer," Jake said, though his voice had lost some of its confidence. We tried to ignore it, but then came a series of thumps. Soft at first, like footsteps in dry leaves, then louder, closer, circling the clearing. Mia grabbed a flashlight, swinging it in wide arcs, but all we saw were trees, gnarled and shadowed, their branches swaying though there was no wind. "I swear I just saw something move," she whispered, gripping my arm. "I didn't see anything," I said, though my voice sounded hollow, even to me. My stomach had turned cold. Then came the whispering. Soft, almost imperceptible at first, like someone speaking behind a thick wall. We all froze. "Did you hear that?" Sarah, the quietest of our group, asked, her face pale in the firelight. "It's the wind," Jake said, his voice tight. "It's just the wind." But it wasn't the wind. The words were faint but unmistakable, a low, sibilant murmur that seemed to drift between the trees. I couldn't make them out, but it wasn't English, at least not any English I recognized. It felt like the sound of the forest itself, breathing around us, alive in a way that didn't make sense. By the time we decided to sleep, the whispering had grown. It circled our tent, moving from tree to tree. We argued about staying in the tent versus venturing back to the trail, but the forest seemed to tighten around us like a cage. None of us slept. Around 2 a.m, the fire had died. That's when we heard the footsteps closer, almost at the edge of our tent. Something heavy, deliberate, moving slowly. My flashlight had died hours ago, so all we had were the shadows. Then a voice. Clear this time. A child's voice, singing. Not a song I recognized, nothing familiar, just a low, haunting melody that made my teeth ache and my skin crawl. Mia screamed, and in that moment, I realized we were not alone. We had crossed a line we couldn't uncross. Jake grabbed a spare flashlight and shone it outside. Nothing. Just trees. But the singing continued, moving around the tent as if whatever it was could pass through the forest without touching the ground. We tried to convince ourselves it was some local kids playing a prank. But then Sarah pointed behind Jake, and we all turned to see a figure. Tall, thin, impossibly still, standing just beyond the firelight. Its face was pale, elongated, and its eyes dark, too dark to be human. The figure tilted its head at us, almost curiously, then vanished. Panic set in. We tore down camp in silence, fumbling with backpacks and tents, moving as quickly as the darkness allowed. We didn't talk. There was no point. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps chasing us. We tried retracing our steps, but the forest had changed. Trails we remembered were gone, replaced by undergrowth that hadn't been there. Landmarks were wrong. The creek we had crossed hours before seemed to have shifted, as if the forest itself had rearranged while we weren't looking. Hours passed, though it felt like days. We stumbled over roots, tore through thorny bushes, and argued in terrified whispers about which way to go. The sun never seemed to rise. The whispering followed us, now punctuated by soft knocks like someone, or something, tapping on trees behind us. Mia fell at one point, scraping her knee. When she looked up, she swore she saw dozens of figures standing in the distance, just beyond the reach of our flashlights. They didn't move, didn't breathe, just watched. And when we blinked, they were gone. At one point, Jake dropped his flashlight. We all froze. In the brief darkness, we could hear something moving closer, slower than us, but deliberate. Something that didn't sound human. A low growl, wet and throaty, rolled through the forest. Then the singing started again, higher this time, joined by whispers that now formed words. Leave now. We ran blindly, branches tearing at our clothes, roots tripping us. Eventually, the forest opened slightly, and we found what looked like a faint path. We followed it until, miraculously, the trees thinned and the outline of our car appeared. Headlights dim under the early morning sky. We didn't speak for the entire ride back. Not one of us did. The forest behind us was quiet again, benign, as if nothing had ever happened. But the feeling lingered, a weight pressing down on my chest for weeks afterward. I never went back. None of us did. A month later, the local police found something in the woods near where we had camped, a circle of disturbed earth, small footprints in the soil that were too thin and elongated to belong to any known animal. No bodies, no signs of a struggle, just the footprints and the feeling of being watched. People whispered about it, mostly dismissing it as kids or pranksters, but I knew better. The forest had something there, something patient, waiting. The memory of the eyes, the song, the whispering still comes back sometimes, though, especially on cold nights when the wind sounds too much like voices, when the trees sway without reason. I've told a few people cautiously about that night. Each time I see the disbelief in their eyes. I've learned not to argue. They wouldn't understand. They don't have to. But I can still hear the faint echo of that melody in the deepest, quietest moments, reminding me that some parts of the world are not meant to be explored, that some lines are drawn for a reason, and that the forest remembers. Even now, years later, I avoid the woods completely. The story spreads in whispers at bars or around campfires, each retelling slightly different, exaggerated, or softened. But I know the truth. I know what I heard, what we saw, what followed us. And I know that if anyone ever dares to wander too far, they might hear it too. The low singing, the whispers, the soft footsteps just beyond sight. Waiting. Patient. We never spoke of it again as a group. We drifted apart slowly, our bonds fractured by fear. I don't know if it's guilt or trauma or just an instinctive survival mechanism, but we all went our separate ways. I moved states, changed jobs, changed my routines. But that night will never leave me. Sometimes when the wind is right and the night is still, I swear I hear it again, faintly, like it's always been there, just beyond the limits of perception. And I know that somewhere in those deep woods it's still waiting, watching, singing, and it remembers me. Story the end. It started with something small, barely noticeable, but enough to make me uneasy. I had been hiking in the Allegheny Mountains for nearly a week, alone, carrying only my pack, a tent, and a stubborn sense of independence. The forest was dense, the trees so close together that sunlight barely reached the moss-covered ground. Most days, it was quiet, too quiet, but I chalked that up to being deep in the wilderness where human presence was rare. That sense of peace changed the moment I realized I was not entirely alone. It was the second night, and I had made camp near a creek that cut through a narrow valley. The water was icy and clear, running over smooth stones, and I felt relief at finally resting after hours of hiking uphill through thick undergrowth. I had a small fire going, enough to ward off the chill and the gnats, and I sat wrapped in my sleeping bag, listening to the crackle of flames and the constant murmur of water. The woods around me seemed to breathe, and I felt the comforting rhythm of solitude. Then I heard it. The first snap of a branch, crisp and deliberate, not far from my camp. At first, I told myself it was a deer or some other animal, But the sound repeated, slow, careful steps circling my fire at an unsettlingly measured pace. My gut clenched. I wasn't a city kid, but I knew enough about the wilderness to understand the difference between animal and human movement. This was deliberate, intentional. Something or someone was out there. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it into the darkness, the beam cutting through the night like a knife. Nothing. Only trees and shadows. I called out, my voice shaking more than I wanted. "Hello? Is someone there?" My voice felt absurdly loud, a fragile thing against the oppressive darkness. Nothing answered. The snapping of branches stopped. Silence swallowed everything. Sleep didn't come that night. I stayed alert, keeping my fire alive, listening for the slightest movement. Around 3 in the morning, I heard it again, but this time it wasn't from the trees. It was close, too close, just beyond the glow of the fire. A low, guttural sound, like someone or something clearing their throat. My heart froze. I shone the light directly into the darkness and caught a fleeting movement. A tall figure stepping just outside the radius of the firelight. I could barely make out its shape, but it was unnaturally thin, limbs that seemed too long, almost inhuman. I froze, hoping I had imagined it. Then it tilted its head, staring directly at me. I swear I felt it grinning. The figure didn't move closer. It just lingered, silent, watching. My mind raced. I had a small hatchet strapped to my belt and a can of pepper spray in my pack, but neither felt sufficient against whatever this was. Eventually, after what felt like hours, the figure slipped back into the shadows, leaving me shaking and paralyzed. I didn't sleep again that night. The next morning, I hiked faster than I had planned, hoping to put distance between myself and whatever had been lurking. The woods felt different now, menacing, alive in a way I hadn't noticed before. Every rustle, every bird call, every wind-chilled shadow felt like a warning. I kept checking over my shoulder, expecting to see the thin figure trailing behind me, but there was nothing. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was there, somewhere. By the third day, I found a small clearing with an old, crumbling cabin. Its windows were shattered, the roof sagging, and the door hanging from one hinge. I considered avoiding it entirely, but my curiosity got the better of me. Inside, the air was stale and thick with decay. Scrawled on the walls in something dark and sticky were words that made my stomach churn. "You are not alone. Never alone." The handwriting was jagged, frantic, like someone had been panicked when they wrote it. I left quickly, feeling watched, and continued deeper into the woods. It wasn't until the fourth night that I realized I was being hunted in a way I had never imagined. I had pitched my tent near a ridge, hoping elevation would give me safety. Around midnight, I heard the sound of something dragging through the underbrush. My stomach turned to ice. Then, outside my tent, I heard the unmistakable sound of someone, or something, knocking. Slow, deliberate knocks, like a person testing a door. My tent flaps rattled with each tap. I tried to convince myself it was an animal, but I knew better. My flashlight barely pierced the blackness, and I didn't dare step outside. Then came the whispering. Low, almost unintelligible at first, but gradually forming words. "Don't move. Don't look." My heart was hammering, every instinct screaming at me to run, but the voice was icy, commanding, and I froze. I could feel the presence outside, circling my tent. My mind raced through the horror stories I had read about people disappearing in the woods, never to be found. And now I thought, I understood the fear they must have felt. By dawn, the presence had vanished, or maybe it had been waiting for the night to cover it. I packed my things quickly, trying to stay calm, trying to convince myself it had been a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and isolation. But the marks on the ground near my tent told a different story. Elongated footprints, dragging marks, and what looked disturbingly like scratches leading into the woods. For the next 2 days, I stuck to higher ground and kept moving. I avoided the valleys and dense patches, fearing another encounter, but the feeling of being followed never left. Every time I stopped to rest, I heard the faint crunch of leaves, a whisper carried by the wind, or the rustling of branches just out of sight, and always that same sense of eyes on me. On the 5th night, I made a decision. I couldn't keep running blindly. I needed to confront this presence, figure out what it wanted, or at least mark some kind of boundary. I set up my camp near a thick grove of oaks, my back against a tree, fire roaring in front of me. I called out, my voice stronger this time, demanding, "I know you're there! Show yourself!" It answered, slowly stepping into the firelight. This time I saw it clearly. The figure was impossibly tall, thin, its skin pale, almost translucent, with dark, hollow eyes that seemed to burn with something ancient and cruel. Its limbs were jagged, moving in a way that made no sense for a human. And the grin, that grotesque, twisted grin, stretched impossibly wide. I felt something primal in my chest, a mix of terror and revulsion that froze me in place. It spoke in a voice that was both whisper and roar, echoing in my skull. You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't have come. My mind raced, and I tried to reason. I'm just hiking. I mean no harm. Please, just leave me alone. The figure tilted its head again, considering me. Then it laughed, a sound that made the hair on my neck stand up, vibrating through my bones. Slowly, it backed into the trees, disappearing with an unnatural speed, leaving only the faint echo of its laughter and a cold, suffocating chill. I didn't sleep. I didn't even eat. I packed and hiked as fast as I could, not stopping until I reached a dirt road that eventually led me back to civilization. When I finally saw a car, headlights cutting through the dark, I felt relief so intense it brought tears to my eyes. I didn't stop moving until I was safely back in my own home, the city lights and the hum of traffic, a comforting balm against the nightmare I had survived. But the memory hasn't left me. Months later, I still wake up in the night, hearing faint knocks or whispers in the dark, feeling the weight of eyes on me. I've read accounts of other hikers in the Alleghenies disappearing, never found, and I wonder if they encountered the same thing I did. Maybe it's always been there, watching, waiting, preying on those who wander too deep. I've tried to rationalize it, to call it a hallucination, sleep deprivation, or some unknown animal. But I know the truth. I felt its intelligence, its malice, and deep down, I know it hasn't forgotten me. Every shadow, every flicker of movement in the corner of my eye makes my heart race with the certainty that one day, if I ever venture too close to those woods again, I will see that thin, grinning figure standing just beyond the firelight, watching, waiting, patient as the trees themselves. The memory of its laughter echoing across the cold, still night is something I will carry forever. Story, the end. It started as one of those late summer weekends when the air was thick, almost sticky, and the kind of sunlight that slipped between the trees felt golden and unreal. I had driven up from the city with 3 of my closest friends, Jake, Melissa, and Carter, on a plan that seemed simple enough at the time. Hike a section of the Green Hollow Trail, camp for a night, and come back Sunday afternoon. We'd been planning it for months, mapping out the trail, checking weather forecasts, and obsessing over gear. None of us had ever gone this deep into the woods before, not even locals like Carter, whose family lived in a town barely 20 minutes from the trailhead. The drive up was filled with the usual mix of joking around and the kind of nervous energy you only get when anticipation meets mild fear. I remember Carter kept talking about a legend his grandfather used to tell, something about a man who went missing in these woods decades ago, and locals swore you could still see him sometimes, wandering, lost, eyes blank. We all laughed it off. I thought nothing of it. Who wouldn't? Stories like that were the kind you only told to scare kids or impress tourists. We arrived just as the sun was lowering itself behind the dense tree line, and the shadows grew long and tangled on the ground. The trailhead was narrow, overgrown, almost as if it hadn't been used much in recent years. The map said we'd reach a small clearing suitable for camping in a couple of hours. That was fine with us. We weren't in a hurry. At first, the hike was almost magical. The sunlight glimmered on the moss-covered trunks, birds darted from branch to branch, and the smell of pine and damp earth hung heavy in the air. We joked, played around with sticks like swords, and took turns leading the way. I noticed that as we went deeper, the forest seemed to change, subtly but unmistakably. The air grew cooler, the sounds of birds quieted, and the wind that whispered through the trees felt sharper, almost deliberate. I brushed it off as just being farther from the road. Around 2 hours into the hike, we found the clearing. It wasn't large, just enough room for 2 tents, but it was flat, free of roots and rocks. We set up camp, gathered firewood, and started a small fire to ward off mosquitoes. The sun was nearly gone, leaving a dusky twilight that turned the forest into an endless sea of silhouettes. As darkness fell, the atmosphere shifted. Shadows seemed deeper, heavier. Every crackle of the fire made us jump. Melissa, who was always the first to sense creepiness, kept looking over her shoulder, muttering out how quiet it had gotten. The laughter had faded. It started small, a rustle, maybe 10 feet away. Carter said it was probably a raccoon or some deer. I agreed, though even then, I felt that prickling sensation along my spine. Minutes later, we all heard it again. Something was moving closer. We shined our flashlights toward the sound, beams cutting through the darkness, but saw nothing. Probably just the wind, Jake said. I could tell he was trying to convince himself as much as us. We sat around the fire for a while, telling ghost stories in the dim glow, trying to mask the unease growing between us. That's when I first noticed the feeling that we weren't alone. Not in a "there's some animal nearby" way, but more in a way that made my chest tighten, like something was watching us from the shadows beyond the firelight. Hours passed. We eventually decided to sleep, ignoring the uneasy sensation. Our tents were pitched close together, and we tried to keep the fire smoldering for a while longer. I remember closing my eyes, feeling the forest press in around me, listening to every sound, the occasional snap of a branch, the distant call of an owl, and something else, faint but unmistakable, a slow, deliberate footstep that didn't belong to any of us. I thought I imagined it. I woke around 2 a.m. to the sound of whispering. At first, it was so faint I almost dismissed it, muffled by the rustle of leaves. Then I realized it wasn't coming from inside the tent. It was coming from outside, circling. The whispers weren't coherent, just low murmurs like voices trying to call to someone they couldn't reach. I nudged Carter. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. He froze. Melissa stirred. Jake rolled over, muttering, "What is it?" Melissa asked, voice trembling. I don't know," Carter said, though I could tell he was equally unnerved. We grabbed our flashlights and unzipped the tent, peering into the dark clearing. The light from our flashlights barely reached beyond the edge of the clearing, set where trees and undergrowth created shadows thick enough to swallow our beams whole. Nothing. Just the same empty darkness. And then I saw it. A figure. Not far, maybe 30 feet from the edge of the firelight. At first I thought it was Carter or Jake playing a prank, but the figure didn't move like a human. It was too tall, too thin, and it stood unnaturally still, almost blending in with the trees. Its eyes, or maybe just holes where eyes should be, glimmered faintly in the flashlight beam. I froze. The whispers stopped. "Do you see it?" I hissed. Melissa's gasp broke the tension. "Oh my God, what is that?" Carter took a step forward, flashlight shaking. It's not real," he said, but his voice was shaky too. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching. And then, impossibly fast, it disappeared. No rustle, no trace, just gone. We scrambled back into the tents, huddled together, the fire now just dying embers. Sleep was impossible. Every crack of a branch, every whisper of the wind made us jump. Hours passed. The whispers returned, faint and mocking, circling our tents, sometimes right at the edge of the light. We didn't speak. When the first faint light of dawn seeped through the trees, we were exhausted, barely coherent, and terrified. We packed as fast as we could, ignoring the beauty of the morning. Something had been there. We knew it. Something had been in the woods with us all night. We started hiking back toward the trailhead, trying to keep a brisk pace. The forest, in daylight, seemed normal again. Birds chirped, the wind rustled softly through the leaves, and the shadows were just shadows. I tried to convince myself we'd imagined it. We didn't talk much. None of us wanted to discuss what we'd seen, or thought we'd seen. But then the trail split, and Carter, who had been leading, stopped abruptly. "There's something here," he said. His voice was low, panicked. Ahead at the fork in the trail was a fresh set of footprints in the soft earth. Big footprints, too big to be ours, too big to be human. The pattern wasn't right, like the foot twisted at odd angles as it touched the ground. Melissa whispered, "That wasn't here yesterday, was it?" "No," Carter said. His face was pale. "We came this way. There's no way." The footprints led off the trail deeper into the woods. They disappeared as abruptly as they had appeared, as if whatever had made them had vanished into thin air. We didn't stop to investigate. We ran the rest of the way, adrenaline fueling us, hearts pounding. When we finally reached the trailhead and the sound of distant cars on the highway, relief washed over us. But none of us ever forgot those prints. That weekend, the woods didn't feel safe. Not then. Not after. And for months, every time I thought about it, I felt the same cold weight on my chest. Something had been watching us, following us, and it hadn't needed to hide. Years later, I went back, alone, this time, trying to rationalize what had happened. I wanted to tell myself I was imagining things, that fear had amplified shadows and sounds. But as I hiked deeper, I noticed signs I hadn't paid attention to before. The trees had strange scratches on them, deep, long, deliberate. There were piles of sticks arranged in odd patterns like markers, and the air itself felt wrong, heavy, almost alive. At one point, I heard a soft humming, low and melodic, coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. I froze, heart hammering, and then the humming stopped. From the corner of my eye, I caught movement. A thin, tall figure standing just beyond the tree line, eyes glimmering faintly in the dappled sunlight. I didn't stay to get a better look. I ran, branches whipping my face, tripping over roots, lungs burning. By the time I reached my car, parked at the edge of the trailhead, I was shaking, crying, and convinced that whatever had been in those woods, it hadn't left us alone that weekend. Even now, years later, I dream about it sometimes. I dream of being back in that clearing, the whispers circling, the figure standing silently just beyond the firelight, watching, waiting. Sometimes I swear I can still hear the faint scratching of nails on bark, the soft humming, and the feeling that something is following, even when I'm home in bed, far from the woods. People ask why I never went back with my friends, why none of us ever tried to camp there again. The answer is simple. You don't go back. Once something marks you, once it lets you see it, you don't forget. You carry it with you in the back of your mind, in the twitch of your heart when the wind rustles a tree outside your window at night. And the Green Hollow Trail, people still hike it, right? Still tell stories about the missing man, the strange shadows and the whispers that haunt the deep woods. Some laugh, some dismiss it. But those of us who have been there know. Some things in the woods are not meant to be seen, not meant to be chased, not meant to leave you alive. I don't tell many people the whole story. Most would call me crazy. I don't blame them. Sometimes I doubt my own memory, though the fear never fades. But the truth is this. There is something in those woods, something that watches, that waits, that moves in ways that are not natural, and it doesn't like intruders. I've learned to listen to the silence now. The quiet that falls over a forest in the late hours, the rustling of leaves that doesn't belong to wind or animal, the faint, mocking whispers that brush past your ears when you least expect it. And I have learned that curiosity can be deadly. I will never return. Story the end. It was mid-October when the leaves started turning and falling, the kind of crisp, cold air that made your lungs ache when you first inhaled it. I had been living in a small town in northern Wisconsin for a few months, working odd jobs and trying to escape the city life I'd left behind. Everyone warned me about the forests up there, the dense, endless stretches of pine, spruce, and birch that seemed to swallow sound and light. But I liked the idea of being alone, away from traffic and strangers, away from everything I knew. I wanted solitude, and the woods promised it. I had heard about the old logging trails from some locals at the gas station. They said a lot of people got lost out there, especially around dusk when the shadows stretched long and the fog rolled in. Most of it sounded like typical small-town scare stories, the kind meant to keep kids from wandering too far. Still, there was something about the idea of exploring that thrilled me. I bought a topographic map, packed some gear, and decided to hike deeper into the forest than I ever had before. I set out early on a Saturday morning, the sun still low, the mist curling around the base of the trees. The trail was narrow and overgrown in places, leaves crunching under my boots. Birds called occasionally, but it was mostly quiet, almost too quiet. The further I went, the more I felt like the forest was holding its breath. I told myself it was just the isolation, that the silence made my imagination run wild. About 3 hours in, I found an old clearing. It looked like it had once been a campsite, maybe for loggers or hunters. There was a crumbling fire pit, some rotted wood benches, and the faint remnants of a trail leading further into the trees. I decided to follow it, partly because I was curious, and partly because I wanted to see how far I could get. By mid-afternoon, the sun had dipped lower, and the woods were growing darker. I realized I should have turned back hours ago, but something compelled me to keep moving. The trail twisted and turned, narrowing until it was barely visible under the thick layer of fallen leaves. Then I saw something that made me stop dead. A small wooden cabin tucked in a depression between two hills. It looked abandoned, weathered, the roof sagging and windows boarded, but smoke was rising from the chimney. I froze. How could anyone be out here? There wasn't a road for miles, and I hadn't seen another person all day. My first thought was to leave, but curiosity rooted me in place. As I got closer, I heard a faint humming, low and uneven, like someone muttering to themselves. I called out softly, "Hello? Is anyone there?" No answer. The humming stopped abruptly. I circled the cabin, trying to find an entrance. One of the boards covering a window had fallen away, and I could see inside. The place was furnished sparsely, but it looked lived in. There were cooking utensils, a table with mismatched chairs, and a pile of blankets in one corner. Then I noticed something that made my stomach turn. There were dozens of small carvings in the wooden walls, some of them crude human figures, others symbols I didn't recognize. Some of the carvings had dark stains on them, and I couldn't tell if it was old or fresh. Before I could react further, I heard a branch snap behind me. I spun around, but there was nothing there. The air had gone cold, and I felt the hairs on my neck stand on end. I was about to leave when a door creaked open somewhere inside the cabin. I froze, heart pounding, and then the humming started again. This time, it was louder, more insistent. It sounded like it was coming from the basement. I debated running, but I felt like I couldn't move. Against my better judgment, I approached the door. It opened into a narrow staircase descending into darkness. I fumbled for my flashlight, flicked it on, and pointed it down. The light revealed a set of rough wooden steps worn smooth in the middle from years of use. The humming was clearer now, almost like someone chanting. I descended slowly, each step creaking beneath my weight. At the bottom, the air was damp and smelled of earth and something metallic. I shone the flashlight around and my stomach dropped. The basement wasn't empty. It was filled with dozens of cages, small ones and large ones, stacked haphazardly. Inside were shapes I couldn't immediately identify. Some were just old bones, some were animal skulls, and some, I don't want to even think about what they were. Then I heard it. Breathing. Not normal breathing, but ragged, wet, like someone or something was struggling. I swung the flashlight toward the sound, and my blood ran cold. In the corner, a man, or what looked like a man, was crouched, covered in dirt and scratches. His eyes were wide, staring directly at me, and he whispered, "You shouldn't be here." I didn't respond. My instincts kicked in, and I ran up the stairs, nearly tripping over the broken wood. I slammed the door behind me and didn't look back as I sprinted through the trees. The sun was gone, and the forest had swallowed what little light remained. I could hear branches snapping behind me, though I dared not look. Every instinct screamed at me to keep moving, and I did, running blindly until I stumbled onto the main trail. By the time I got back to my car, it was dark, and I was shaking. I locked the doors and sat there for a long time, trying to convince myself I had imagined it. But then I saw it. Carved into the side of my car, in mud from where I had driven over a wet patch of soil, was a crude symbol, the same as some of the ones I had seen in the cabin. I drove back to town without stopping, my hands white-knuckled on the wheel. I didn't sleep that night, thinking about what I had seen. I wanted to tell someone, but I didn't know who I could trust. And then I remembered the man in the basement. His eyes. That whisper. He had said, "You shouldn't be here." The next morning, I went to the gas station, hoping to run into someone who could help, or at least listen. The cashier, an older man with a kind face, looked at me curiously when I asked about the old logging trails. "You went in the deep woods, didn't you?" he asked. My heart raced. "How do you know?" He leaned closer, voice low. "People go in there. Some come back, some don't. That cabin, it's been abandoned for years, but folks say sometimes it's alive again. You should have stayed on the marked paths." I asked him what he meant, but he just shook his head and walked away. I felt like I was going to be sick. That night, I stayed in my apartment, lights on, checking every shadow. Around midnight, I heard scratching on my window. My apartment was on the third floor. The scratching grew louder, and I could swear I saw a figure moving outside, just beyond the glass, something hunched and too thin. I called the police, but when they arrived, there was nothing there. No footprints, no broken branches, nothing. I tried to convince myself it was paranoia. But every night after that, I heard whispers outside, scratching, faint hums. Sometimes it sounded like footsteps pacing beneath my window. The more I tried to ignore it, the worse it got. I stopped going into the woods altogether, and I started driving different routes to work, taking roads that kept me well away from any forest trails. But the fear followed me like a shadow. I began noticing small things: a symbol carved into a tree near my apartment, a branch broken in a way that looked deliberate, and once a small cage left on my doorstep with a dead animal inside. No note, no sign of who left it. Just the cage. Months passed, but the feeling never went away. I realized that whatever lived in those deep woods, it wasn't confined to the forest. It had noticed me. It knew where I lived. And no matter what I did, I could never be completely safe. I still drive by the forest sometimes, out of habit, or maybe some twisted need to see if it's still there. The trees look the same, unremarkable during the day, but I know better now. In the shadows, behind the fog, something waits, watching. I've told a few people bits and pieces of this story, but no one really believes me. They say I must have imagined it, that the isolation and fear got to me. Maybe that's true, maybe not. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And sometimes, when the wind is just right, I hear that faint humming in my apartment, like it's following me, waiting for the moment I slip up. Last week, I found another carving on my doorframe, deep in the wood, one I hadn't noticed before. The same symbol from the cabin. The same symbol from the cage. I don't know what it means. I don't know what it wants. All I know is that the deep woods aren't done with me. They never will be. And tonight, when I close my eyes, I hear it again. Not just the humming, but footsteps. Close, slow, intentional. Outside my bedroom window. I don't know how long I can last. I don't know if I'll ever be alone again. Somewhere in the endless dark of those woods, it waits. Watching. Patient. Hungry for anyone foolish enough to wander in, curious enough to see what shouldn't be seen. And I know with a sick certainty that I will never forget the eyes of that man in the basement staring at me, warning me, and I will never forgive myself for going too far into the forest. I don't sleep much anymore. I barely leave my apartment. Every creak, every rustle of wind, every shadow is a reminder. The woods aren't just a place, they're a presence, and it's always hungry. Last night I woke to the sound of scratching, not at my window this time, but at my door. It's slow, deliberate. I don't want to open it. I can't. I've realized now that it doesn't need me to go back to the woods. It just needs to be aware, to fear, to know that it's out there, waiting, always watching. The forest hasn't forgotten me. It won't let me go. Story the end. The first time I ever set foot in the Kettle River backwoods, I didn't think twice about the isolation. It was late September, one of those odd warm spells that sometimes sneak into Minnesota before the long freeze. My friend Aaron had invited me to join him on a weekend camping trip. He'd grown up in the area, just a couple of towns over, and he swore up and down that the trails there were some of the most underrated in the state. He was the kind of guy who could talk you into anything if he leaned hard enough. And at that time, I was looking for a break from my endless routine of work, cheap beer, and sleepless nights in the city. The plan was simple. We'd park Aaron's truck off one of the logging roads, hike a couple of miles into the woods, and set up camp near a stream that, according to him, was so clear you could see every rock at the bottom. The gear was basic: tents, sleeping bags, firewood, some jerky and ramen, and a cooler full of beer. Nothing fancy, just two guys escaping into the quiet for a few nights. I remember that drive out vividly. The further we got from the highway, the more the world seemed to close in. The road narrowed until it was basically just gravel, with thick pine and birch leaning toward each other overhead like they were whispering across the path. Every so often, Aaron would point out some random landmark. That's where my cousin wrecked his ATV, or I shot my first buck down that slope. I didn't say much, just stared out the window, feeling the air get colder as the sun dipped lower. When we finally parked, the only sound was the truck's cooling engine clicking in the silence. No cars, no voices, not even a distant plane. Just the woods. It felt like the trees were swallowing us whole. Aaron shouldered his pack like it was nothing, grinned at me, and said, "You're gonna love this." The hike-in wasn't bad, though the trail was more of a suggestion than anything official. Fallen leaves muffled our steps, and I noticed how uneven the ground was, scattered with hidden roots and rocks. A couple of times I caught myself stumbling, arms flailing, while Aaron moved like he'd done this 100 times. We didn't talk much, and after a while, I realized I was grateful for the silence. There's something about the woods that changes sound. You expect birdsong or critters rustling, but mostly it's just this deep, empty quiet broken only by the occasional groan of a tree shifting or the crack of a distant branch. We reached the stream just as the sky started to fade from pale blue to that dusky purple. Aaron hadn't exaggerated. The water was clear, almost glass-like, sliding over stones worn smooth. We pitched camp a few feet from the bank. I helped collect some wood while Aaron got the fire started, and soon we were sitting cross-legged in front of the flames, drinking cheap beer and swapping stories. It should have been perfect. The fire, the stars, starting to show, the smell of pine and smoke mingling, but something about the stillness pressed on me. Every time the fire popped, I felt my shoulders jump. I'd glance into the dark, half expecting to see something watching from between the trees. Aaron didn't seem to notice. He was too busy talking about high school football or how he used to sneak beer into the very woods we were in now. By midnight, we'd drained half the cooler, and Aaron stumbled into his tent. I stayed up, feeding small sticks into the fire, just listening. That's when I first noticed it, the distinct crunch of leaves that didn't belong to us. Slow, deliberate, maybe 30 yards out. I froze, staring into the tree line. At first, I thought it had to be a deer, but it wasn't random or skittish. It was steady, almost cautious, like someone pacing just out of sight. "Hello?" I called out, instantly regretting it. My voice sounded weak, thin. The crunching stopped. I waited, holding my breath. Nothing. Just the woods swallowing my words and tossing them back as silence. I told myself it was nothing, finally crawled into my tent and forced my eyes shut. But sleep didn't come easy. Every time I drifted close, I thought I heard faint steps circling, just at the edge of where the firelight faded. The next morning I woke groggy, throat dry. Aaron was already up, boiling water over the rekindled fire. "Sleep good?" he asked, handing me a cup of instant coffee. I lied and said I had. We spent most of the day wandering the woods. Aaron showed me an old deer stand nailed to a tree, a half-collapsed hunting blind, and what he swore were wolf tracks near the stream. The further we went, the more I realized how easy it would be to get lost out there. Nothing looked distinct. Trees, rocks, undergrowth, it all blended. Without Aaron, I wouldn't have known which way was back to camp. That night, the unease returned. Stronger. We'd eaten, drank some more, and by 11, Aaron was snoring. I sat alone again, watching the fire sink into embers. The sound came back. This time I knew I wasn't imagining it. Slow, measured steps in the dark. Not circling, but closer. My heart thudded so hard I could feel it in my throat. I grabbed the flashlight, snapped it on, and swung it toward the sound. Nothing. Just trees. My breath fogged in the beam. I stood there, listening, straining, when I caught something, a brief flicker of movement between two pines. Too quick to tell what it was, but too tall to be a deer. I called for Aaron, but he didn't stir. My voice cracked. I felt stupid, panicked, standing there with a beam of light cutting uselessly into the woods. Then came the whistle. Soft, high-pitched. A few notes strung together like someone trying to mimic a bird call, but wrong. It didn't rise and fall naturally. It was deliberate, human. I spun in a circle, the light jittering. "Who's out there?" My words felt swallowed again. The whistling stopped. That was the last straw. I stumbled back to my tent, zipped it shut, and sat clutching the flashlight like it was a weapon. Sleep didn't come at all. Every creak, every rustle felt magnified. Once, I swore I heard breathing just outside the nylon wall, so close I could almost feel it. When dawn finally broke, I spilled out of the tent, shaking. Aaron looked at me, frowning. "You look like hell," I told him what I'd heard. He laughed at first, said it was probably a hunter or some kids messing around. But when I mentioned the whistling, his smile faltered. He didn't say anything, just poked at the fire with a stick, avoiding my eyes. We packed up and left that afternoon. He said something about needing to get back early, but I could tell he was spooked too. On the hike out, I kept glancing behind us. More than once, I thought I saw a shape between the trees, keeping pace, never close enough to see clearly. I didn't mention it. When we reached the truck, I felt like I could finally breathe again. The open road never looked so good. Years have passed since that weekend, but sometimes when the night is especially still, I swear I hear it again, that faint, deliberate whistle drifting through the dark. And the worst part is, deep down, I know it wasn't just some hunter or a prank. Someone was out there, watching, waiting, and they knew we were alone. Story the end. The woods in northern Pennsylvania always had a strange pull on me. I grew up in a small town where the forest practically started at the edge of everyone's backyard. Kids would wander off the beaten path to build forts, hunt, fish, or just waste time. As I got older, though, the woods seemed to grow darker, almost pressing in with a weight I couldn't put into words. By the time I was in my late 20s, I found myself going there to clear my head, to escape from the noise of work and relationships. But one particular trip in the fall of 2014 made me question why I had ever set foot inside them at all. It started with a plan for a long weekend hike. I had 3 days off, and instead of spending them in my apartment with a pile of laundry and reruns, I packed up my old external frame pack, loaded it with food, a sleeping bag, and a tarp, and decided I'd make my way deeper into the Tioga State Forest than I ever had before. I wanted to go where cell service cut out completely, where the silence was so heavy you could hear your own heartbeat if you stood still enough. The first day was fine. The weather was crisp, with a bite in the air that hinted at her, but still warm enough to hike comfortably in just a hoodie. The leaves had mostly fallen, crunching underfoot, and the bare branches above rattled in the wind like dry bones. I stuck to an unmarked logging road for a while before veering off onto an old trail I'd read about on some local hiking forum. They called it the Hunter's Path, a rough, overgrown trail that supposedly went miles into the forest, eventually connecting to other game trails that no one really maintained anymore. By late afternoon, I found a clearing near a ridge that overlooked a small valley, and I set up my tarp between two trees. I cooked a simple meal of ramen and jerky on my camp stove, then settled in with a flask of whiskey and watched the stars push through the darkening sky. I thought I heard a few odd noises that night. Snaps of branches, what might have been a cough carried on the wind, but I told myself it was just the forest shifting around, the way it always did. The second day, I pushed further. I crossed streams slick with moss, scrambled over fallen logs, and noticed how the deeper I went, the less sign of human presence there was. No beer cans, no shotgun shells, no fire pits, nothing. Around midday, I stumbled across an old hunting blind, rotting and half collapsed. The boards were covered in green fuzz, and it looked like it hadn't been used in decades. I climbed up just enough to peek inside and found a rusted thermos and a mildewed jacket. Something about it unsettled me. It felt wrong, like whoever had left those things behind had done so in a hurry. That night, the woods felt different. Still, yes, but also watchful, the kind of silence that presses against your ears. I tried not to let it get to me, but I built my fire higher than usual and stayed close to it. I kept glancing out into the dark, certain I'd see eyes reflecting back at me. Somewhere in the middle of the night, I woke up to what I swore was the sound of footsteps. Not the quick, darting movements of an animal, but deliberate crunches of someone or something moving slowly through the leaves. My tarp was open on one side and the fire had burned low. I lay there in my sleeping bag, frozen, listening. The steps came closer, then stopped. I held my breath until my lungs screamed. Finally, I told myself I was imagining it, that my half-awake brain was confusing the sound of falling branches with footsteps. When I woke in the morning, though, I noticed something that turned my stomach. Around my camp, in the damp leaves, were prints. Not boots, not sneakers. Bare feet. They circled my fire pit and passed right by the edge of my tarp. Whoever it was had stood less than 3 feet from where I slept. I tried to laugh it off as some weird hiker or even a local messing with me, but the nearest road was miles away, and no one in their right mind would walk barefoot in the woods that deep. I thought about packing up and leaving, but pride and stubbornness got the better of me. I told myself I'd finish my planned route and head back in the morning. I didn't see or hear anything else that day, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. Every time I stopped to take a drink, the woods seemed to stop too. No birds, no squirrels, nothing. That night was the worst. I built my fire tall again, but it didn't push back the dark enough. Around midnight, I heard it again, footsteps. This time, I didn't stay frozen. I sat up, clutching my knife, and called out, "Who's there?" Silence. Then, from somewhere beyond the firelight, a low voice answered, almost a whisper, "You shouldn't be here." I don't think I've ever known fear like I did in that moment. My mouth went dry and my whole body locked up. I wanted to believe I'd imagined it, but deep down I knew I hadn't. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat by the fire, knife in hand, jerking my head at every sound until dawn. By morning, I'd had enough. I packed my gear as fast as I could and started back toward the main trail. My hands shook the whole time, and I kept glancing over my shoulder. Halfway through the day, I found something that made me break into a run. On a tree, carved deep into the bark, were the words, "Go back." I don't know how long those words had been there, but the cuts looked fresh. The shavings of bark were still curled at the base of the tree. Someone had carved that message recently, maybe even the night before. I don't remember much of the hike back, only that the sun was setting by the time I reached the logging road. My legs were like lead, and my brain was buzzing with exhaustion and panic. When I finally stumbled back to my car, parked at the trailhead, I nearly cried with relief. But the thing that haunts me the most happened when I opened the driver's side door. On the hood of my car, smeared into the dust and pollen, was a single handprint, bare, filthy, and unmistakably human. I drove home shaking, checking my mirrors every few seconds like I expected someone to be sitting in the back seat. When I finally made it to my apartment, I locked every door, every window, and sat in the corner with the lights sat in the con until the sun came up. To this day, I don't know who or what was in those woods with me. I haven't been back since, and I don't think I ever will. The woods used to feel like a place of peace for me, but now every time I think about stepping into them, I hear that whisper in my head again. You shouldn't be here. And I know whoever said it meant it. Story the end. Under the weight of autumn, the trees in northern Pennsylvania grew thick and oppressive, their branches closing overhead in a way that made even mid-afternoon feel like dusk. That was the thing about the deep woods. You could walk less than a mile from the road and already feel swallowed, as though you'd stepped out of the world people knew and into something older. That was the lure for me, and the danger. I had grown up in a small town where most of the land belonged to the state, crisscrossed with logging roads and forgotten trails that only hunters and old-timers seemed to know about. By the time I was in my late 20s, hiking deep into those woods was how I cleared my head after long shifts. I trusted the land, thought I understood it. That trust nearly cost me my life. It was late October when I decided to spend a long weekend camping alone. I had done it before, but never this far off trail. A coworker had mentioned an old fire tower out in the state game lands, abandoned for decades and supposedly inaccessible unless you knew the right logging road to start from. He said the area around it was bad luck country, which I thought was just small town superstition. Hunters sometimes said that about places where deer were scarce. The way he described it, though, low voice, eyes shifting, I felt a pull. I wanted to see it for myself. I packed light but thorough. Tent, sleeping bag, enough food for 3 nights, water filter, headlamp, and my old Remington 22 rifle, more out of habit than need. I parked my truck on a side pull-off along a dirt road that was more pothole than gravel, the kind of road only loggers and hunters ever bothered with. No other cars were around, which didn't surprise me. It was a weekday morning, and this was the sort of place you had to go looking for. At first, the woods were what I expected. Leaves had mostly dropped, covering the ground in a damp, rust-colored carpet that muted my footsteps. The air smelled of wet earth and pine. I followed the faint trace of a trail that quickly vanished, but I had studied maps and brought a compass. After an hour of walking, the road noise was gone, replaced by nothing but the wind threading through bare branches. I remember the first time I felt uneasy. It was subtle, no sound out of place, no movement I could see, just a prickling at the back of my neck, like being watched. I stopped and scanned the woods. Nothing. Still, I adjusted the strap of my rifle so it sat in my hands instead of across my back. The feeling didn't fade, but I pushed on. By late afternoon, I found the fire tower. It stood on a low rise, skeletal against the gray sky. The metal steps rusted through in places, and the cab above missing half its windows. No path led to it anymore. The brush grew thick all around. It looked forgotten in a way that was almost unnatural, as though the forest had been trying to erase it. I set camp about 100 yards downhill in a small clearing, far enough not to worry if the tower collapsed, but close enough that I could see its outline above the trees. That night, as I cooked a packet of noodles over my small stove, the woods felt quieter than they should have. Usually, the forest came alive at dusk, crickets, owls, the occasional rustle of deer. Here, nothing. Even the wind had died. My fire hissed softly, the only sound. Lying in my tent, I listened hard for anything familiar, but the silence pressed down like a weight. Just before sleep took me, I thought I heard something faint, a metallic groan, like old hinges shifting in the distance. The sound seemed to come from the tower. The next day I explored. I didn't trust the tower steps enough to climb, but I walked the perimeter, noting the deep gouges of rust, the way the bolts had half dissolved. I found no signs of recent human activity, no beer cans, no graffiti, nothing. That in itself was strange. Around here, even the remotest places usually bore some mark of hunters or teenagers. I hiked farther that afternoon, following a dry creek bed that led deeper into the hollow. The deeper I went, the darker the woods seemed, even though the sky was only partly cloudy. I saw no squirrels, no birds. Once, I thought I spotted movement, a pale figure between the trees. I froze, heart hammering. But when I blinked, it was gone. I told myself it was a trick of the light, maybe a birch trunk in the distance. Still, I turned back sooner than planned. That evening, as I sat by the fire, the silence returned, thicker than before. The feeling of being watched grew so strong I kept whipping around, rifle ready, certain I'd catch someone standing at the tree line. Nothing. The metallic groan came again after dark, longer this time, followed by a sharp clang. It sounded like something moving in the tower above, but the steps had looked impassable. I told myself it was the wind shifting the old frame, though the air was still. Sleep was shallow, broken by dreams of climbing the tower and finding someone already inside, watching me from the cab. Each time I woke, the forest outside was utterly quiet. On the third day, things changed. I woke early, the sky pale. As I unzipped the tent, I saw tracks in the damp leaves around camp. Not animal tracks, boot prints. They circled the tent once, then vanished into the trees uphill toward the tower. My chest went cold. I hadn't heard anyone approach in the night. Whoever it was had walked right up to me, stood outside while I slept. I packed my things fast, hands shaking. Every instinct screamed at me to leave, but some mix of stubbornness and fear kept me from bolting immediately. I needed to know who was out there. Rifle ready, I crept toward the tower. The prints led directly to its base. I craned my neck, half expecting to see someone peering down from the cab. Empty. The steps groaned when I tested them, but they held my weight. Slowly I climbed. Rust flaked under my boots. My palms stung from gripping the cold rails. Each step shrieked as though warning me back. When I reached the cab, my stomach dropped. Inside, on the floor, lay a pile of fresh pine boughs arranged like a makeshift bed. Next to it, a tin plate with scraps of food long rotted. The air smelled sour, damp. Someone had been living here, maybe still was. My eyes darted to the corners, but the place was empty. Yet scrawled into the wooden walls over and over were words carved deep. Stay out. Some letters were neat, others gouged frantically, layered on top of each other. The silence inside was unbearable. I backed out, heart racing, and hurried down. When I reached camp, my tent had been slashed open. Not torn by animals, the cuts were deliberate, straight lines through fabric. My gear was scattered, though nothing taken. It felt like a message. I didn't think. I shouldered my pack, left the tent behind, and started down the hollow toward where I'd parked. The woods seemed to shift around me, each tree suddenly unfamiliar. I walked fast, compass in hand, but the trail didn't look the same as when I came in. Landmarks were wrong, missing. At one point, I swore I saw the same fallen log 3 times, though I hadn't turned. Panic rose, but I forced myself to keep going. By late afternoon, shadows stretched long. My map said I should have hit the road hours ago. The silence pressed harder, broken only once by a sound behind me. Footsteps deliberate, matching my pace. I spun, rifle raised. Nothing, just trees. I pushed harder, lungs burning, until at last the road appeared through the trees. Relief nearly buckled my knees. My truck sat where I'd left it, but something was wrong. The driver's door was wide open. I froze, scanning the woods. Whoever had been out here, they'd found my truck. My first thought was to run, but where? Back into the woods? No. I gripped the rifle tighter and edged closer. The inside of the truck was empty, nothing, but the smell hit me immediately. Rot, mold, something long dead. On the passenger seat lay a bundle of damp pine boughs, tied with twine. My stomach lurched. I backed away, pulse hammering, then turned and sprinted down the road. I didn't stop until headlights appeared behind me, another truck rattling along the dirt. I waved frantically. The driver, an older man in hunting camo, pulled over, eyes wide at the sight of me. Between gasps, I tried to explain, pointing back the way I came. He glanced past me toward the trees, then shook his head slowly. "Shouldn't have gone near that tower," he said, voice low. "Ain't right out there." He drove me back to town. When I returned for my truck 2 days later after bringing a friend for backup, the pine boughs were gone. The door hung open still, but the smell had faded. We searched the cab, the bed, even under the chassis seat. Nothing. I sold that truck within the month. I haven't gone back to those woods since, but sometimes when the wind dies and the night grows too quiet, I swear I hear that metallic groan again, something shifting in an old tower, waiting. Story, the end. It was early October when I decided to go hiking out in the forests of northern Pennsylvania. I had been working long weeks at my job in Harrisburg and needed a break, some time away from the noise, away from traffic, away from people. I had always loved the woods, even as a kid when my dad would take me hunting in the fall or camping in the summer. There was something about the smell of damp earth, pine needles, and the silence that wasn't really silence at all. Wind moving through branches, distant bird calls, the crunch of twigs underfoot, that put me at ease. At least it used to. I left on a Friday afternoon with the back of my Jeep loaded up with camping gear. My plan was simple: hike about 8 miles into one of the lesser-used trails, find a clearing to set up camp, and stay through Sunday afternoon. I had a map of the area, but I wasn't planning on sticking to just marked trails. Part of the appeal was finding my own space, someplace away from even the occasional hiker or hunter. I wanted to feel like I was alone in the wild. The first few miles were easy. The trail was well worn, and even though the trees closed in thickly, the late afternoon light made everything glow gold. I walked past a creek that shimmered in the sunlight, stopped to take a drink of water, then kept moving. About 3 miles in, I found an unmarked path that looked more like a game trail than anything else. It sloped north deeper into the woods, away from the sound of the creek and any sign of people. That was exactly what I wanted. I followed it. By the time I'd gone another 5 miles, I knew I was somewhere pretty remote. The trail had faded out until it was just broken ground through thick undergrowth. My boots crunched on fallen leaves, and every so often I had to push through thorn bushes or duck under low branches. It wasn't exactly comfortable, but I liked it. It felt wild, untouched. I finally found a flat patch of ground between a cluster of massive oak trees and set up camp as the light dimmed. The air grew cooler, the forest shadows long and dark. I started a small fire, cooked some beans out of a can, and leaned back against my pack, staring up at the canopy overhead. No phone service, no noise, just flickering firelight in the woods. That first night, everything seemed fine. I heard some movement in the trees, probably raccoons or maybe deer. A couple of owls called out to each other. Typical woods stuff. But sometime around midnight, I woke up. I couldn't tell what woke me exactly. My fire had burned low, just embers. The forest around me was still. Not just quiet, still. That was the first thing that made me uneasy. Usually, the woods always had some kind of sound at night. Crickets, frogs, owls. But when I sat there in my tent, holding my breath, I realized I didn't hear a single thing. And then I heard it. A crunch of leaves. Slow, deliberate, like someone stepping carefully. I froze. My heart started pounding and I strained to listen. Another crunch, this time closer. I unzipped the tent just enough to peek out. The woods looked empty, shadows stretching in every direction. My fire had nearly gone out, so it was darker than before. I grabbed my flashlight and shined it into the trees, sweeping left to right. Nothing. Just thick trunks, brambles, and endless black between them. After a few minutes, I convinced myself it must have been a deer. They could sound heavy if they moved slowly enough. I zipped the tent back up, pulled my sleeping bag around me, and tried to sleep. Still, it took me hours because every time I started to drift, I swore I heard the faintest movement out there in the dark. The next morning, sunlight poured into the tent and everything looked normal again. I felt kind of stupid for being so spooked. I made coffee, ate a granola bar, and decided to explore further into the woods. I left my tent set up, figuring I'd loop around and be back by late afternoon. I carried my compass, my map, and a canteen, just in case. At first, the hike was fine, peaceful even. But the deeper I went, the stranger things began to feel. The woods were denser here. The air felt colder, heavier. I noticed that the trees were oddly spaced, as though someone had once cut into them long ago and they'd regrown in strange, unnatural clusters. Every so often I thought I saw something carved into the bark, scratches, gouges, even what looked like symbols, but they were faint, weathered, maybe just accidents of nature. Still, I kept staring at them, trying to figure out if they meant something. By midday, I came across a small clearing. The grass there was oddly flat, as though it had been pressed down, though I didn't see any fallen branches that could have caused it. In the center was a circle of stones, blackened as if from fire. But the stones were too neatly placed. Perfectly round, I crouched down to look at them, touched one. Cold, even though the sun had been shining on them. I stood up, glanced around the trees, and felt that same unease from the night before creeping in again. Like I wasn't supposed to be there. I left quickly, heading back toward camp. Or at least, I thought I was. The woods had a way of turning you around, and after an hour of walking, I realized I hadn't seen anything familiar. I checked my compass, tried to orient myself with the map, but nothing seemed to line up. The trails, the creeks, the ridges I thought I should have crossed, they weren't there. I wasn't panicking yet, but I could feel it starting to build. Around 3 in the afternoon, I finally stumbled into familiar ground, my own camp. Relief flooded me, but something was wrong. My tent flap was open. I never left it open. I stepped closer, heart hammering. My sleeping bag was pulled halfway out, dragged onto the dirt. My backpack had been unzipped. At first, I thought maybe a raccoon had gotten into it, but nothing was torn up. It looked searched, like someone had carefully looked through my things. Nothing seemed missing, but I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. That night, I built the fire bigger. I sat close to it, gripping the handle of the hatchet I'd brought. The woods around me felt different, charged, tense. I couldn't relax. Every few minutes, I thought I saw something move between the trees. A flash of pale color against the dark bark, a shift in shadow that didn't match the wind. Once, I swore I saw a figure standing just beyond the reach of the firelight, tall, thin, still. When I shined my flashlight, it was gone. My hands shook as I swept the beam back and forth, but there was nothing there. Nothing I could prove, anyway. I barely slept that night, dozing in short bursts. I kept the fire alive as long as I could. Just before dawn, when the sky was beginning to lighten, I heard it again, the crunch of leaves. This time, more than one. Several, circling just out of sight. My stomach turned to ice. Whoever, whatever was out there, they were close. I gripped my hatchet tighter and whispered to myself, just wait for daylight. Just wait for daylight. When the sun finally rose, the sounds stopped, and once again, everything looked normal. I knew then that I couldn't stay another night. Whatever peace I had been looking for, it wasn't here. I packed up as fast as I could, constantly glancing at the trees. I felt exposed, like eyes were on me the whole time. As I slung my pack onto my shoulders, I heard something that froze me in place. A voice, faint, hoarse, almost a whisper. It came from the trees. My name, my actual name. Daniel. My blood ran cold. No one knew I was out there. I hadn't told anyone the exact spot I was camping, only that I'd be in the general area. My knees went weak, but I forced myself to move. I didn't answer. I didn't even look back. I started walking fast, then jogging, then running. I didn't care which way I was going, just away. Branches whipped my arms, thorns cut at my legs, but I didn't stop. I could still hear it, faint but following. Daniel. I don't know how long I ran. Hours, maybe. When I finally broke through the trees onto a gravel road, I collapsed to my knees, gasping. I didn't even know where I was, but the sight of tire tracks and the distant sound of a truck was enough. I had made it out. Later, when I checked the map, I realized I had come out nearly 10 miles from where I had parked. Somehow I had been deeper in the woods than I thought. Far off course. I don't go camping alone anymore. Sometimes at night, I still wake up thinking I hear my name whispered from the dark. Story the end. The first time I realized something was wrong out there in the deep woods, it wasn't with some dramatic discovery, no distant scream or bloody campsite. It started with a silence that wasn't right. I grew up in Oregon, surrounded by forests, and I know what the woods sound like at different hours of the day. Even in the stillness of night, you hear owls, rustling underbrush, the faint movements of deer or raccoons. But that evening, walking down an old logging trail that wound into the Cascades, everything had gone dead quiet. No birds, no insects, not even the wind pressing through the treetops. Just the crunch of my boots on gravel and the sound of my own breathing. I was 25 then, working part-time in construction, taking short backpacking trips to clear my head whenever I had a few days off. That summer, I had decided to do a solo trek into the deeper parts of the mountains, places I hadn't gone since I was a kid, camping with my dad. My plan was simple: hike in about 15 miles, set up near one of the less visited lakes, fish a little, stay two nights, then hike back out. I wasn't new to solo trips. I had always felt safer in the woods than in cities. Out there, you expect the dangers you face: bears, twisted ankles, weather turning faster than expected. People, on the other hand, were unpredictable. But as I got further along the trail, something gnawed at me. It wasn't just the silence, it was the way the air felt heavier, colder, like the deeper I went, the less the sun could warm the place. I stopped a couple of times, trying to tell myself I was just psyching myself out. At around 6 in the evening, I picked a clearing and set up camp. The sun dipped fast behind the ridges, throwing long shadows over the forest floor. I made a small fire, cooked a freeze-dried meal, and tried to relax. That night, I lay in my tent listening. The silence stayed. It was like the forest was holding its breath. At some point, I heard a noise, not loud, not close, but distinct. A snapping branch. Heavy, too heavy for a rabbit or raccoon. I froze, clutching the knife I always kept beside my sleeping bag. The sound didn't repeat. I told myself it had to be a deer. I stayed awake for hours, drifting in and out of a shallow sleep. When morning came, I was relieved just to see the gray light pressing through the nylon. Day 2 went fine enough at first. I hiked off trail toward the lake using my compass and a rough topo map. The lake itself was beautiful, ringed with pines that leaned heavy over the water, their reflections sharp and glassy. I spent the afternoon fishing and caught 2 decent trout. By the time I cooked them, the sky was already dimming. Nights came earlier out there than I expected. The second night was worse. I built a fire higher than I usually did, hoping it would push back whatever was bothering me. Around midnight, I woke to the sound of movement again. This time it was closer, a deliberate dragging kind of step. I could feel the vibrations through the ground. The fire had burned low, so I saw almost nothing outside the tent, just vague shifting shadows. I gripped the knife again and waited, my heartbeat hammering in my ears. Then came the breathing, heavy, drawn out, like someone exhaling just outside the tent. Not animal panting, but measured, controlled, almost human. I didn't move, didn't breathe. My mind screamed at me to get out, to run, but my body was locked. After what felt like forever, the sound drifted away into the woods. I stayed awake until dawn, my body tense and my throat dry. When morning came, I forced myself to look around. I expected to find tracks, maybe bare prints. But the ground was hard, packed dirt and pine needles. No tracks, no sign of anything. My food bag was untouched where I'd hung it. For a while, I convinced myself I must have dreamed it. Sleep deprivation, isolation, and imagination can combine into something convincing in the woods. I tried to shake it off, but I couldn't. That day, every step I took, I felt eyes on me. I've been stalked by cougars before. You don't usually see them, but you feel it, this predatory weight just outside of vision. This felt different, more aware, less animal. When I stopped to refill my water at the lake, I thought I saw movement across the tree line, just a flicker, someone slipping between the trunks. I stared hard, but nothing moved again. I told myself I'd pack up early and head back the next morning. One more night, then I'd hike out. I tried to act like normal, made a fire, cooked, sat by the water. The forest still didn't make a sound. It was like the whole place was waiting. The third night broke me. I woke again to noises outside the tent, but this time it wasn't slow steps or breathing. It was whispering. Not words I could make out, not even fully formed language, just a low murmur like several voices talking at once in the dark. My mouth went dry and every hair on my body stood up. The whispering circled the tent, moving from one side to the other. My fire was almost out, and I didn't dare unzip the flap to look. My hands shook so hard I nearly dropped the knife. At one point, the voices stopped right behind me, no more than a foot from where my head rested against the nylon wall. Then silence. Not fading away, just gone. I lay there for the rest of the night, paralyzed. By sunrise, I was done. I didn't eat, didn't make coffee. I stuffed everything into my pack in under 10 minutes and started the hike out. The woods felt heavier than ever, the air pressing down. Every snap of a twig behind me made my stomach twist. Several times I thought I heard footsteps matching mine, but when I stopped, they stopped. About halfway back to the main trail, I saw it. Not directly, not full on, but enough. Ahead of me, maybe 30 yards, someone was standing between the trees. Tall, thin, wrongly thin, like their limbs were stretched out of proportion. I froze. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, facing me. No color, no features I could make out, just the impression of a body where no one should be. I blinked and it was gone. Just empty woods again. I don't remember much of the rest of the hike, only that I didn't stop, not for food, not for water, not even to rest. I stumbled out of the trailhead by late afternoon, drenched in sweat and shaking. My truck was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. I got inside, locked the doors, and just sat there for a long time before driving home. For weeks after, I couldn't sleep without the sense that something was still outside, waiting. Sometimes I woke up at night certain I heard whispering in the hall. Once I swore I saw someone standing at the far end of the street near my apartment, watching. I've told this story only a handful of times. Most people laugh it off, say it was stress, imagination, or maybe some old hermit messing with me. But I know what silence in the woods feels like, and I know when something doesn't belong. Whatever was out there, it wasn't human, and it wasn't an animal. It was something that wanted me to know I wasn't alone. I've never been back to that part of the forest. To this day, when I drive through the Cascades, I roll up the windows and refuse to look too deeply into the tree line. Because sometimes, even now, I swear I catch a glimpse of something tall and thin between the trunks, waiting. Story the end. When I was in my early 20s, I thought I knew the woods. I grew up in rural Pennsylvania, and from the time I was a kid, the forests had been a second home. Hunting with my dad, camping with my cousins, hiking on my own when I wanted to clear my head, I never thought of the woods as dangerous. They were just there. Quiet, steady, full of life, and yet still, if you knew how to move through them. So when my friend Eric suggested a late summer camping trip deep in the Allegheny National Forest, I didn't hesitate. He had a truck, we both had weekends off, and he swore he knew a place where the trails disappeared and the trees swallowed you whole. He made it sound like paradise, a place where the world couldn't reach us. We left on a Friday afternoon. His old Ford rattled down two-lane roads that wound through endless stretches of pines and maples. The late August sun was hot, heavy in the sky, and the air smelled like damp earth and cut grass. We had packed light, 2 sleeping bags, a small cooler, some water jugs, matches, and just enough food for 2 nights. He said we wouldn't need more. He'd done trips like this before. I trusted him, though in hindsight, I probably shouldn't have. By the time we reached the edge of the forest, the daylight had already started to fade. The paved road turned to gravel, then to dirt. Eric parked at the side of what could barely be called a path, a rutted track that disappeared into thick green shadow. He grinned as he grabbed his pack. "This is the kind of spot no one else bothers with," he said. "You want quiet, man? This is where you find it." We started walking. The trail was hardly a trail at all, just a narrow break in the trees, half hidden by underbrush. Branches scraped against our arms as we pushed through, the smell of pine needles sharp in the air. The woods grew darker with each step, the last scraps of sunlight swallowed by the canopy. We didn't speak much, just the crunch of boots on damp soil and the occasional sound of water dripping somewhere out of sight. After maybe an hour, we reached a small clearing, no bigger than a living room. The ground was soft with fallen leaves, and a cluster of rocks formed a kind of crude fire ring. Eric dropped his bag with a satisfied sigh. "Perfect," he said. We set up camp, rolled out the sleeping bags, gathered some fallen branches for a fire, cracked open a couple of beers we had stuffed in the cooler. The flames caught quickly, flickering orange against the darkness pressing in around us. The forest hummed with insects, with the far-off call of an owl. For a while, it was exactly what he promised. Quiet. Just two friends, a fire, and miles of woods in every direction. But even that first night, there was something off. I noticed it first when I stepped away to take a leak. I walked maybe 30 feet from the fire, just far enough to be alone. The darkness was thick, almost physical, and the sounds of the woods seemed to hush as I moved. When I zipped up and turned back, I froze. The firelight was there, faint through the trees, but behind me, deeper in the woods, I swore I heard something. A crunch of leaves, slow, deliberate. Not the scatter of a rabbit or the flutter of wings. Heavier, like footsteps. I called out, half expecting Eric to be screwing with me. Nothing. The sound stopped. I told myself it was my imagination, shook it off, and headed back to camp. Eric didn't mention anything weird, and I didn't bring it up. The next morning, we set out to explore. No real plan, just wandering. The woods felt different in daylight, lighter, easier, the shadows softer. But as we walked further, I kept noticing strange things. A tree stripped of bark in long, vertical lines, too high to be from deer. Stones stacked in little piles that didn't look like natural formations. Once, we passed what looked like the remains of a fire pit, but the ashes were damp and fresh, like someone had been there only a few days earlier. Hunters, maybe, Eric said when I pointed it out. But hunting season wasn't until fall. By late afternoon, we were miles from camp. The forest seemed endless, a green labyrinth of trunks and undergrowth. We hadn't seen a single person all day. At one point, I stopped and asked if he even knew where we were. He laughed, said he had a good sense of direction. But when I pressed him, his smile faltered just a little. We turned back, or at least we thought we did. The return trip felt longer, the trees more crowded, the air heavier. Twice we circled the same moss-covered log without meaning to. By the time we stumbled back into our clearing, the sun was already dipping low. My legs ached, my throat was dry. That night, the fire seemed smaller, weaker. The sounds of the forest were louder, sharper. Somewhere in the distance, a branch cracked, echoing like a gunshot. Eric tried to laugh it off, but I saw the tension in his shoulders. He kept poking at the fire, feeding it more wood than it needed. Neither of us wanted it to go out. I barely slept. Every time I drifted, I woke to the sense that something was moving just beyond the firelight. Once I swore I saw a shape between the trees, tall, still, watching. I blinked, and it was gone. But I lay awake for hours, listening to the woods breathe. The third day was worse. We planned to hike out, but the trail we thought we came in on was gone. No broken branches, no familiar landmarks, just wall after wall of trees. The compass Eric had clipped to his pack spun uselessly, the needle twitching like it couldn't settle. We walked in what we thought was the right direction for hours, but every path seemed to curve back. At one point, we found another clearing. This one was different. The ground was bare, the grass dead, as if something had scorched it long ago. In the center stood a single post, rotting and splintered like it had once held a sign or a marker. But whatever it said was long gone. Around the edges of the clearing, carved into the bark of trees, were symbols I didn't recognize. Circles intersected with lines, crude figures that looked almost human, but wrong somehow. Eric didn't want to linger, and neither did I. But as we turned away, I couldn't shake the feeling that the woods had been guiding us there on purpose. By the time night fell again, we hadn't found our camp. We built a smaller fire where we could, but it felt exposed, sitting in the open with the dark pressing close. I kept hearing it again, the slow, heavy crunch of something moving just outside the light. Once, I heard breathing, deep, ragged, too close. Eric finally admitted he was scared. He said he didn't know these woods as well as he thought. His voice shook, though he tried to laugh it off. That night, neither of us slept. We sat back to back, watching the trees, waiting. At some point near dawn, the forest went completely silent. No insects, no owls, nothing, just stillness. And then, from the shadows, a sound that froze my blood. It was a voice, low, broken, like someone forcing words through a throat unused to speaking. My name. Not Eric's. Mine. I don't know how long we sat there, stiff with terror, until the sky finally began to lighten. When morning came, The woods looked the same as ever, but something in them had shifted. We never found our camp again. After nearly 2 more days of wandering, thirsty and exhausted, we finally stumbled onto a dirt road and flagged down a passing truck. Eric swore he'd never go back. Neither have I. But sometimes, late at night, I dream of those woods, of the clearing with its strange markings, of the voice that knew my name, and I wonder if we were ever really alone out there. Story the end. It started as a weekend trip, one of those last-minute decisions made over beers and laughter. My friends, Matt, Jenna, and Tyler, had been talking about exploring the backwoods of northern Maine for years, hunting for old logging trails and abandoned cabins. None of us were particularly experienced hikers, but the allure of getting away from everything was irresistible. We packed our gear into my beat-up Ford Ranger and drove up Friday evening, leaving the city lights behind, the forest growing darker with every mile. By the time we arrived at the small dirt pull-off that marked the unofficial trailhead, night had already fallen. The sky was clouded, only the occasional crescent of the moon peeking through the gaps in the pine canopy. We set up camp near an old logging road, away from the main path, figuring that no one else would find us there. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of damp pine and rotting leaves. Tyler joked about the Maine monsters, as if half the fun was scaring ourselves into staying alert. Our first night passed quietly, though none of us slept particularly well. Every creak of a tree branch, every rustle of leaves felt amplified in the dense darkness. I kept imagining eyes watching us from the shadows, but I told myself it was just nerves. The next morning, we decided to follow a map Tyler had found online that supposedly led to a forgotten cabin deep in the woods. The trail was faint, overgrown in places, forcing us to push through thick underbrush and navigate fallen logs. Hours passed, the forest seeming to close in around us. Even with the sun high in the sky, the shadows under the towering pines gave everything a gloomy, almost suffocating feeling. By mid-afternoon, we stumbled upon something odd. A clearing with a single, decaying structure at its center. It was a small cabin made of rough-hewn logs, half-collapsed and blanketed with moss and mildew. The windows were broken, the door barely hanging on its hinges. The air around it was still, almost unnaturally so, and there was a faint smell, metallic, like rusted blood. Creepy, Jenna said, her voice barely above a whisper. Why would someone leave it like this? Maybe it was just abandoned, Matt suggested, though his tone lacked conviction. Probably from the 1800s or something. Tyler, always the daredevil, stepped closer, kicking at the door. It swung open with a groan, revealing a dark interior. Dust motes floated in the light from the broken windows, and the floorboards looked weak, ready to collapse underfoot. Against my better judgment, we entered. Inside, it smelled of decay and mold. There were remnants of old furniture, a table, a chair tipped over, a rusted stove in the corner. But what caught my attention was the walls. Someone or something had scratched symbols into the wood, patterns that looked almost like letters, but made no sense. They were jagged, uneven, and deeply etched, as if whoever made them had done so with desperation or rage. We stayed only a few minutes before a sudden, low rustling outside made us freeze. The trees beyond the windows seemed to shiver, though the wind was still. Tyler laughed nervously and said it was probably a deer or a raccoon. But then we heard it. A whisper. Not human, not animal, but something in between. It came from outside, low and guttural, almost like someone speaking through cracked teeth. Did you hear that? Jenna's voice trembled. We all nodded, eyes wide. I wanted to tell them to leave, to run back to the truck and get out of there, but curiosity rooted us in place. The whisper came again, closer this time, circling the cabin. Tyler, ever the fool, peeked through the broken window. His face drained of color. There's someone. There, he stammered. No, not someone. Something. I looked, but saw nothing beyond the shadows of the trees. Then movement, shapes slipping between trunks, too quick, too silent. My heart started hammering in my chest. We shouldn't have been there. The rest of that night was a blur. We tried to leave, but the trail we'd come in on seemed to vanish, overgrown and confusing. Every tree looked the same. Every shadow seemed to shift when we turned our heads. And that whispering, always just behind us, sometimes ahead, sometimes circling us, impossible to locate. By the time dawn broke, we were exhausted, bruised from pushing through underbrush and terrified. But finally, we stumbled onto the main logging road and the forest opened up enough that we could see the sunlight. Relief washed over us, but it didn't last. Over the next few days, strange things started happening even back in town. At night, I would hear whispering outside my window, soft and indecipherable. Tyler claimed he'd seen shadowy figures following him when he went jogging. Jenna started getting phone calls with static, and sometimes when she answered, there was breathing on the other end. We joked about it, tried to rationalize, but each of us felt it. Something had followed us out of those woods, something ancient, patient, and hungry for attention. Weeks later, I received a package with no return address. Inside was a small piece of bark, jaggedly carved with the same symbols we had seen in the cabin. The air around it felt wrong, heavy, oppressive. That night, the whispering returned. It wasn't outside my window anymore. It was inside my head, low and guttural, repeating those indecipherable patterns over and over. Sleep became impossible. I started seeing shadows at the edge of my vision, figures moving with impossible speed, always just out of reach. One by one, my friends reported similar experiences. Jenna disappeared one night, leaving her apartment door wide open, her phone inside, and no trace of her elsewhere. Tyler quit his job, sold everything, and moved hundreds of miles away, claiming he couldn't take it anymore. Matt stayed behind, refusing to speak of it. I tried to go back to the woods to find answers, to confront whatever had followed us. But the forest doesn't want to be found twice. Every trail leads to nowhere. Every landmark shifts when you look away. And the whispering, it's always there, patient, waiting, growing louder the longer you resist it. I write this now because I feel it creeping closer again. Every night I hear the rustling, the whispering, the scratching of those jagged symbols. I know it's only a matter of time before it comes for me fully. I warn anyone reading this, some woods are better left alone. Some shadows are not meant to be chased, because once you've seen the cabin, once you've heard the whispering, once you've felt the eyes in the darkness, there's no going back. And the woods, they never forget. Story the end.